Chapter 1.
This one is a failure as well.
Sighing, John stared morosely at the thick golden wheat waving gently in the late spring winds. The heavy grains were plump and healthy, but the problem was that each contained a kernel of manna that would kill a regular human as soon as it passed their lips. Of the 5 one-acre parcels John had planted the previous year, he was currently staring at the one with the lowest manna concentration, but even that was likely to be lethal, especially if consumed in any quantity.
It seems like the problem is the plant can't process the manna, so it's just storing it, which leads to the buildup. This would be great for beasts to eat, since their bodies can naturally process manna. But for normal humans and animals, it will kill them almost instantly.
Standing up from where he crouched, John reached out, picking some of the grains from a stalk and throwing them into his mouth. The manna in the grains was absorbed into his body as he crunched on the hard seeds, immediately brought under his control by his maxed-out manna control skill. The trace amounts of manna hardly made a difference as the manna in his body continued to flow out, powering the mental model skill he was currently using. He had picked up the incredibly useful spell in the ruins of the Mage's Tower he had explored the previous fall, and over the winter his near-constant use of the skill had allowed him to grow it to 38 points. As it continued to work, sucking away his mana, he idly opened his status, expanding it to show his skills and quests. Name: John Sutton. Age: 28. Class: Mage. Spells: 1. Active quests: Grow Wheat. Skills list: Mana Breath, max. Arcane Tongue, max. Mana Sense, max. Mana Reinforcement, max. Mental Models, 38. Skill points, 0. Spell list: Fireball, basic. Quest list: Prevent the Apocalypse, Grow Wheat. Doom points, 73 of 100.
At least I was able to get my doom points down. I'm lucky mental model doesn't count toward generating more of them. Otherwise it'd be up near 100 by now, if not well over.
The mental model skill hadn't been the only thing he'd found in the ruins. From the adventurers who had led him to the ruins, he had recovered a full set of water spells that led all the way from the apprentice level up to legendary. Though he hadn't decided what he wanted to do with them, they were beyond valuable in a world that had lost 99% of its magical knowledge. Closing his status, John turned and let his eyes sweep over the farm, taking in the idyllic setting. When he had arrived at the farm 8 months earlier, it had been run down and starting to fall apart, despite Ellie's and Ben's best efforts. The constant harassment from the bandits of Wolf Den had added to the general disrepair of the farm, but the main problem had just been that there was too much for a young woman and preteen boy to handle alone. Today, the Sutton farm that appeared in his view was nothing like the broken-down Burroughs homestead he had gotten the deed for. Their herd of cows had grown to nearly 40 after their latest batch of calves were born, and the chickens had expanded to nearly 3 dozen, providing them with a steady stream of eggs. Glancing back at the 20 acres of regular wheat ripening in the sun, John had trouble keeping the smile from his face. After having spent a decade scrabbling around in the mud, desperate to preserve his life, there was something truly fulfilling about seeing things grow and mature thanks to the hard work of his hands. Hearing the chime of a bell, John glanced toward the house where Ellie was calling everyone for dinner. Over the winter, he had continued to expand his new home, finishing the bathroom and combining the 2 smaller rooms into one large room for Ellie. Ben had started spending most of his nights in the bunkhouse with Thomas and Evan, so Ellie had the room in the house to herself. "Mr. Sutton," a thin young man of around 20 years old greeted John as he walked past the cheese cellar.
How was the delivery this morning, Evan?
Evan had been helping on the farm over the winter and had proven himself to be as hard-working as anyone. He mainly took care of the milking with Thomas and handled the daily milk, butter, and cheese deliveries the farm made around the valley. Though John still didn't know much about Evan, he had come highly recommended by Sven and had proven his work ethic through his steady efforts.
It went well.
We've got 3 special orders from the village and even one from the Esters."
"Oh? What do the Esters want?"
"It's Mrs. Ester's birthday soon, so Mr. Esters stopped me and asked me to add a bit of cheese to their order. He paid me already."
"Great. Add one of the small wheels of brie and one of the stamped cheese cutters Gottfried brought us. I'll ask Ellie to write a note to send along as well."
A wide smile crossed Evan's face, and he nodded enthusiastically as he made a note on his order forms. From the little John did know about Evan, he knew the Esters had been one of the families that had helped Evan out when the orphaned young man was all alone. "Yes, sir." Nodding to Evan, John turned to go up onto the porch, stopping when a shadow fell over him. Looking up, he saw a majestic-looking rooster staring down at him from the roof, a haughty look on his face. Sigvald had grown by more than a foot over the winter and was nearly 4 feet tall thanks to the steady diet of condensed mana crystals John had been feeding him. His red and orange feathers gleamed in the light, almost appearing to carry a metallic sheen, and the thick dark blue and violet tail feathers that jutted almost 5 feet into the air behind him gave him a regal look. A black leather eye patch Ellie had sewn up for him covered one of the rooster's eyes where he had been injured last fall by an adventurer's blade, and even though his eye was perfectly fine, the rooster continued to insist on wearing it. Rolling his eyes, John reached into his pocket for some of the mana-infused grains he had grabbed for further study, and flicked them up at the rooster. Eyes gleaming, Sigvald grabbed them out of the air with his beak with lightning-fast strikes, returning to his proud look a moment later. Ignoring the prideful bird, John walked up onto the porch and into the kitchen. Nothing much had changed about the kitchen, apart from adding hot water to the sink, and after washing his hands, he dried them on the hanging towel and took his seat. Ellie was still putting everything on the table, and John found himself following her with his eyes as she bustled about. Catching him looking at her, Ellie smiled and gestured toward the fields behind the house. "Any luck?"
"No," John said, shaking his head. "Still having the same problem. The weed is picking up the mana, but it's just storing it. It can't actually process it. I need to figure out a way for the plant to use the mana itself."
"I guess that just leaves the night flowers." Thinking about the flowers Ellie was talking about, John nodded. They had planted the flowers he'd received from the Grim in pots in the cheese cellar, and under the magical light of the mana lamps the flowers had been thriving. Though they had not tested it again, John remembered the effect the exposed flower had had on the surrounding plants clearly. Somehow, exposing the flowers to sunlight transformed them into a mist that caused other plants to bloom almost instantly. Considering that the night flowers were practically made from mana, John was very interested in how they allowed other plants to absorb the mana they were made from.
"Yeah, we might have to start some experiments with them. However, that will need to wait until after harvest."
The door opened, and John saw a short man walk into the kitchen, followed by Evan and Ben. Though he had always known that his former adjutant was highly adaptable, John continued to marvel at how well Thomas had settled into his role as farmhand. With an instinctive sense for what needed to be done, and an almost obsessive level of organization, Thomas completed not only his own tasks, but much more, leading John to the suspicion that if Thomas were to leave, Sutton Farm would quickly fall apart. Sticking close to his side was Ben, who was still learning how to handle a dagger in the early mornings before the first milking started. Everyone sat down at the table, and Ellie started passing out the food, loading generous portions onto each person's plate. As they ate, they talked about the farm and what still needed to be done to get ready for the harvest time that would soon be upon them. "Gottfried will be back soon, right?" Ellie asked, looking at John. Shrugging, John dipped a piece of his bread crust into his soup and popped it into his mouth.
"I'm not sure. I would expect him soon, but the passes are just starting to clear, so it might still be a month before the caravans can make it through."
"Okay, that should give us enough time for the first aged batches to finish up. but I'm a bit worried that with harvest approaching, we won't have time to keep our cheese production going."
"Thomas and I can handle the harvest," John said. "Do you want more help with the cheese?"
"Maybe," Ellie nodded. "Between cooking and cleaning and the garden, I feel like our production has fallen behind."
"Well, keep your eye out. If you see someone you'd like to bring on, let me know."
After lunch had ended, everyone went back to work, and John headed for the pasture where Ferdy was kept. The giant bull was happily munching on grass at the far end of the field, but when he caught sight of John, he trotted over. Putting down the new post he was going to use to repair the fence, John grabbed the old one and pulled it out of the ground. Time and the elements had weakened it, and he had seen a split running down it after Ferdy had gotten too excited while using it to scratch his back. Tossing the broken post aside, John pushed the new post into the ground, easily sinking it an extra 2 feet down. Patting the ground around it to make sure it would stand up straight, he glanced around to make sure no one was near, and then used a tiny blue flame to burn the cutouts into it for the rails. The fence was more for show than anything, since the cows never strayed far from Ferdy when they were out of the barn, but John still made it strong, just so he wouldn't have to fix it again for a long time. Hearing a deep moo, John finished resetting the rails and looked up at Ferdy, who was looking at him expectantly.
"What's up?"
Mooing again, Ferdy jerked his head and then trotted toward the far end of the pasture where a large rock stood. Realizing the bull wanted him to follow, John slipped through the fence. Thanks to the higher-than-average manna content of the valley, the grass in the pasture grew quickly enough for the cows, but due to the high yield of corn in the fall of last year, they had been able to switch to a better diet over the winter, and were still feeding the cows a nice mix of corn, hay, and silage. There was a lot to farming that John still didn't know, but he was having tremendous fun learning. At first, John thought the rock had grown, but he quickly realized it had just been pushed up at an angle by the plant that was growing under it. Throughout the winter, John had been feeding Ferdy mana crystals almost daily, but at least once a week the bull demanded an extra crystal for the plant he was caring for, and the effect was obvious. From a small plant with a few of the broccoli-like pods, the plant had grown by at least 12 times. 10 branch-like structures had spread from the thick trunk of the plant, and as John walked over, they swayed lightly as if welcoming him.
What a strange plant."
John had seen the plant absorbing the mana from one of his mana crystals and hadn't thought too much about it, figuring it was just like the other plants that stored up the mana in pockets. But as he examined it now, he was surprised to see that far from having pockets of concentrated mana, the plant actually had a mana circulation system that was much closer to Ferdy's. Instead of pulling mana in through its roots to store in its leaves and flowers like a normal plant, this strange thing seemed to work the opposite way. Mana was being pulled in through the delicate pod structures at the end of branches that looked like broccoli. The mana it was taking in this way was being funneled back through the trunk system and being sent down into the roots.
"Curious. I wonder if it has any nutritional value."
Abruptly, the plant seemed to curl in on itself, its branches turning over to reveal small thorns while it tucked its pods down close to its trunk. Clearly able to sense the potential threat John posed, the plant continued to tighten until it looked like a tough, spiky ball, leaving John shocked. Next to the plant, Ferdy let out an angry moo, as if chiding John for scaring the plant. Giving John a look, the bull huffed on the plant and pawed the ground.
"Sorry. Sheesh. It was just an idle thought,"
John said, holding up his hand defensively.
"Ugh, I really am going crazy. Why am I apologizing to a plant?"
About to turn around, John suddenly froze as a blue window popped up in front of him. New quest generated. Discover the secrets of intelligence. Discover the secrets of intelligence. You have encountered 2 animals with near-human levels of intelligence and a mana-consuming plant that exhibits unplant-like behavior. discover the secret to the three beings' intelligence by finding the main root system of the strange plant. Chapter 2.
"I've never seen anything like this,"
Ellie said, looking closely at the plant. After getting a quest out of nowhere, John had called Ellie over, hoping she would be able to shed some light on the plant. Ellie had been trained as a witch by her grandmother, so John had his fingers crossed that she would have encountered something like it before, but watching her examine the plant, that hope vanished.
"I'm sorry. I wish I could be of more help."
"No, that's fine. It's not like this blasted game ever makes anything easy."
"Pardon?" Realizing he had just said his thoughts out loud, John waved his hand.
"Nothing. Don't worry about it. I just thought it might be something pretty unique. It can absorb mana like a beast and seems to understand us to some extent."
"Like Sigvald and Ferdy?"
"Yeah. Actually, something tells me that this plant has something to do with Ferdy's intelligence, though I have no evidence, and it's more of a hunch than anything else."
"Do you think the plant is magically active?"
"It's highly magically active," John nodded, crouching down next to the plant. "These pods pull ambient mana in from the air, feeding it into the main body of the plant. Those trace amounts of mana aren't much, but it's at least as good as what a beast could do, possibly even better."
Her face lighting up, Ellie crouched down next to John.
"Oh, that's great! It gives us a new angle for the wheat, right?"
Over the winter, John had shared his goal for the wheat with Ellie, and they had been working together to keep track of the progress the plants were making, or not making, as the case might be.
"It does, but I don't know anything about grafting or cross-pollinating plants, especially from different species."
"It's a shame we don't have my grandmother's notes,"
Ellie said, looking wistful.
"She had a lot of books on plants and growing things, but I had to leave all of that behind."
"Do the books still exist? If they do, we could recover them."
"Probably, but they're not in the valley. We lived in a small forest to the northwest of Kingsmouth."
"That's the city closest to the valley, right? I think I came through there on the way here."
"Yes. After she died, I lived in Kingsmouth for a number of years and then came here to the valley. It's at least a 2-week trip there and back, but maybe we could hitch a ride with Gottfried's caravan to go to the city and then take a trip out to the house."
"It's not very safe outside the valley,"
John said, shaking his head. Seeing Ellie's sad expression, he held up his hand.
"Let's revisit the topic when Gottfried comes. For now, however, I want to know if you've made your decision regarding finishing your class."
Ellie's face grew still as she heard John's question, and her fingers twisted in her apron. Ever since the day when John had told her that there might be a chance of completing the class ceremony her grandmother had started with her, she had been caught between hope that one of her longest-held wishes might come true and a gnawing fear that she would fail, completely severing her last connection to her grandmother. Seeing that she was still torn, John didn't rush her. Choosing to undergo a class ceremony wasn't typically a dangerous thing, though it certainly could go wrong. The real danger for Ellie was that she was actually on the cusp of failure. Her grandmother had managed to stop the process halfway through, right before Ellie's mana vessel completely cracked, but the cracks had already started to form. Even if they were able to pick the right element to use as her medium, it would be a challenge for Ellie to make it through the ceremony.
"If you're still not sure, you can have more time to think about it. I can just feel a storm building, so there will probably be a good one coming on Friday."
"It will be on Saturday, early in the morning,"
Ellie said after glancing up at the sky.
"Saturday, then. It should be a good chance for us to test the hypothesis that your medium is storms. But like I said, we can just forget about it if you want more time to decide."
Shaking her head, Ellie's eyes took on a determined look, and she stood up.
"No, there's no value in pushing this off. But would you mind if I talked this through with you one more time? I know I've just been repeating myself, but it helps me get my head around all of it."
"Sure. Go ahead.
Taking a deep breath, Ellie closed her eyes for a moment. Opening them and meeting John's gaze squarely, she began to slow-talk through her thoughts.
There are two possible outcomes if we go through with this. First, if we pick the right medium, I should be able to complete the class ceremony, making me an apprentice-level witch. That would allow me to use the spells my grandmother taught me, and if we were able to recover her library, I could learn more spells. However, the other option is that the medium isn't right, and it will crack my mana vessel, preventing me from ever using mana again.
Correct. Or it might just kill you outright,
John said, his voice placid.
Right. It might just kill me.
Falling silent, Ellie's eyes dropped to the gently waving branches of the strange plant, and she crouched down again, tucking her knees under her chin. Watching her, John could sense the intense turmoil boiling in her mind. No one was entirely free of the fear of death, though it was honestly not something he had thought about for a long time. About to tell her to just forget it, he was surprised when Ellie nodded her head.
I'll do it. I'm tired of living in limbo like this, and I don't want my grandmother's legacy to rot away to nothing. I'll do it.
All right. Then we'll start the process this Saturday,
John said, standing up and offering Ellie a hand. Missing the slight blush on her cheeks as she took his hand and rose to her feet, John's mind spun as he developed a plan.
We'll want to take it in steps. The first step is to try and confirm your medium. You mentioned that your grandmother talked about having an instinctive connection with the stars, right? That being out under starlight made her really happy? That is what we're going to test for with the storm. First, do you feel a strong connection? Does it make you happy? Once we've determined those things, we'll either proceed with the rest of the class ceremony, or we'll put it on pause and reevaluate. If we do decide to go through with the class ceremony, we'll need to introduce mana into your body to kickstart the process again. I think I have a solution for that, but we have some testing to do before we know if it will work.
Can't you use your mana?
Pausing, John was a little unsure how to answer. They still hadn't talked about his actual class, but he was starting to suspect that Ellie knew he wasn't a royal knight like he'd pretended to be. Even if that was the case, he wasn't sure if he was ready to have a conversation about what one of the only two mages in the world was doing hanging out on a farm on the outskirts of the Empire. Though, to be fair, after reading the note Stormmaster Kelvis had left behind, John wasn't sure there were only two mages left. According to the note, there were other legendary or even sage-level mages who were still hiding in the shadows.
My mana is, a bit too potent for your body to handle. It's also oriented toward flame, which will make converting it into your own mana much harder.
You mentioned that last time, but I don't quite understand.
Since you're determined to go through with this, come with me. I have a book for you to read that should shed some light on it.
Saying goodbye to Ferdy and the strange plant, John and Ellie walked back to the house where John got out the basic Arcanum, the book that had been kept in the safe next to the mental model skill roll. All winter he had been working his way through it, and he could feel his knowledge around magic had bloomed tremendously. Even the most simple of the chapters had opened up whole new worlds for him. While he had been powerful enough to brute force his way through nearly any problem before, his new understanding of why mana acted as it did allowed him to refine his abilities to an astounding degree.
You mentioned that you were taught how to read runes, right? Can you read this?
Frowning, Ellie put her finger on the cover of the book and began to trace the runes.
Simple? No. Basic, arcane?
Close. Basic Arcanum. This is one of the things we pulled out of the ruined tower. It's a primer for apprentice-level mages.
Drawing in a sharp breath, Ellie pulled her finger back as if it had been burned. Slightly surprised by her response, John cocked his head to the side.
Why are you afraid? Your grandmother was a witch who used magic.
Yes, but she wasn't a mage. She always warned me that mages were dangerous, and their magic was even more dangerous.
Oh? John's eyebrows rose.
I thought magic was just magic. Is there a difference between mage and witch magic?
Nodding, Ellie took a moment to think before she answered, doing her best to recall the conversation from such a long time ago. While she was thinking, John filled the kettle and put it on the stove to start the water boiling. Seeing what he was doing, Ellie got 2 cups from the cupboard. Placing them on the table, she let out a small sigh.
As best I can remember, the difference is in how well the mana works with the world. Witches have a medium, and that medium ensures that the mana remains natural, which allows it to return to nature once it's been used. It's the same for beasts. They use mana naturally, but once used, the mana returns to the world, rejoining what my grandmother called the Great Cycle. Mages are different. They pull mana out of the Great Cycle and force it into different shapes by imprinting it with their will. But the stronger their will, the harder it is for mana to return to the Great Cycle. This is why there are forbidden lands now where the mage's forbidden-level spells were unleashed. That mana, which should be part of the Great Cycle, has been locked out of returning to nature because of the remaining will of the mage who casts the spell. Grandmother said that mages dominate the world, instead of existing alongside it like witches do, and that domination twists their hearts. That's why we had to hide our existence.
Falling silent, Ellie returned to the cupboard for the honey while John stood by the stove, lost in thought. What Ellie was saying resonated with not only his experience, but the information he had learned from basic arcanum. The first and most basic skill apprentice mages were taught was meditation, which was really just a glorified way of seizing mana from the world and storing it for future use. The focus from there was in understanding how the world worked to better bend it to the mage's will. Stifling the helpless laugh that rose in his chest, John stared morosely down at the kettle. Far from the normal path, he had stumbled into magic from the opposite end. The brutal world he'd landed in demanded that he first learn to bend the world to his will before he knew even the first thing about it. No one had taught him anything about magic, and even his attempts to convince Katrine to pass on what her master, Stormmaster Kelvis, had taught her proved fruitless. Instead, he was forced to stumble his way forward, transforming himself into something outside the realm of possibility in the process. Shaken from his spiraling thoughts by the whistle of the kettle, John let out his breath to clear his head and brought the kettle to the table to fill up the teapot Ellie had prepared. The 2 of them sat in silence for a few minutes as they waited for the tea to steep, each occupied with their own thoughts. Once the tea was ready and Ellie was pouring it, John tapped the book on the table.
Well, however dangerous their understanding, I've read through it and their ideas certainly are interesting. I think it would be helpful for you to read through. They have a systematic understanding of mana that makes it really easy to understand. For example, they actually reference the situation you're currently in, which means they had a good understanding of how class transference works. I think we can benefit from that. Reading their books won't harm you, even if you don't like their ideas, but I'd be happy to discuss what you think about them. The runes are a bit archaic, so I've done a translation of the more old-fashioned words and terms, but you should be able to work it out.
Nodding, Ellie took a sip of her tea and pulled the book in front of her. Slightly hesitant, she opened the cover and looked at the first page. While it was not the first time she had seen John's handwriting, she was surprised by how crisp and firm it was. Taking another sip of tea, as if fortifying her heart, she flipped to the first page. John's notes had been added in the margins in small but perfectly ordered letters, and the same script ran under all the ancient runes that ran across the pages.
"Thank you. I'll read over this."
If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I don't know if I'll be able to help you answer them, but I'll try, John said, shrugging.
Watching Ellie start to read, John sipped his tea, his mind drifting to the small box and 3 books that still sat in his room. The 3 tomes contained Stormmaster Kelvis's lifetime of research. Though he had skimmed through them, John's overall knowledge of magic was way too low to have any sense of what the research was talking about. It was almost like an elementary school student trying to study a doctoral-level dissertation. There was simply too much information he was still missing. His hope was to begin making up the difference through basic arcanum and his new mental model skill. The real thing weighing on his mind at the moment, however, was the 6 water spell scrolls in the small box he had recovered from Catherine. Chapter 3. It had taken every ounce of self-control John had to stop himself from immediately learning the spells when he had opened the box in the fall, and since then he hadn't dared to open it again. Chief among his fears was that he would use them, and the spells would vanish forever, just like the skill scroll that had transformed into ash in the ruined library. In all the years he had been in this world, he had only ever seen one other spell scroll, the fireball scroll he had learned his first and only spell from. While that spell scroll hadn't disintegrated, it hadn't been usable after he'd learned the spell. Since he had no idea how spell scrolls were created, he was hesitant to absorb what might be the last spell scrolls in the entire world. He had been poring over basic arcanum, trying to see if he could find some information regarding the transmission of spells, while having his mental model skill work on the question in the background. But so far, he hadn't come up with a solid answer. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he heard a soft sound that wasn't really a sound in his mind, and blue boxes started flashing across his vision. Query: how are spells transmitted between mage levels? Answer: according to basic arcanum, spells are learned after being purchased or gifted. Purchasing spells likely requires a significant investment, considering that the apprentice is assumed to only possess a single spell. This is unlike skills, as there are 3 allusions to skills that are not currently possessed. Further, the only way to bypass this cost is to have a master of a higher rank. Considering the bitterness that can be detected in the tone of the text, it's clear that this is not a requirement that can be bypassed, making it highly likely that a mage is required for the creation of a spell scroll. Basic Arcanum also mentions schools of magic lost to time, making it likely that spell scroll creation is not a universal skill. If known information is correct, spell scrolls are created by mages, recording their knowledge on a specially prepared material. Anyone who activates the spell scroll then has a chance of learning the spell. Certainty? 86%. Frowning, John closed his eyes and considered the blue box of text he had just read, thanks to his mental model. A chance of learning the spell? If there's only a chance, then what is the failure rate for learning a spell? Query: what is the failure rate for learning a spell? Answer: impossible to determine accurately with current knowledge. This makes learning the spells risky. Unless, of course, I can figure out how to activate the skill for creating spell scrolls. I wonder if Katrine knows how to do it. If that's the only way mages can pass down spells, I'm sure she does, since Stormmaster Kelvis probably didn't want his magic to die off with her. Plus, she's talked about finding an apprentice before. But that brings up another question. Why wouldn't Kelvis have given his research to her? Was there something that kept him from passing it over to her? He put it in the tower a good year before we were summoned, and he had at least a year and a half after to retrieve it. But instead he left it there. I wonder if it was because of those figures he mentioned, the ones who thirst for immortality. As much as John wanted to learn the spells, he hadn't survived by rushing into things. It had been the detailed and meticulous thought process that Thomas had beaten into his very bones that had allowed him to survive situations that should have killed him 100 times over. Now, as he faced the possibility of learning a whole new type of magic, he wanted to make sure he was handling it properly. He also considered giving them to Ellie, but that thought had been rejected quickly since they could only be used by someone with the mage class. In his case, he had been granted the class as soon as he arrived, allowing him to use the precious fireball spell scroll. Since the type of magic mages and witches did was different, it was highly likely that Ellie wouldn't be able to learn from them, even after she got her class, but he wanted to keep them just in case. The other major consideration that he had to keep in mind was the interaction between his current elemental bent and the elemental affinity of the spells. Nothing he had read in Basic Arcanum had indicated that mages operated on the basis of elemental affinity, and the book even went out of its way to explain how the traditional separation of elements was actually an archaic idea. Despite that, it was clear that most mages focused heavily on particular types of spells. Stormmaster Kelvis, for example, not only used wind-based spells, but also water and lightning spells. However, from what John could remember, all of his most powerful spells were based on wind manipulation. In the same way, John only had a single spell, but through the perfect mana mastery granted him by his mana control and mana reinforcement, he had been able to bend that simple fireball into 1,000,000 forms. Even if he were to go and face Stormmaster Kelvis today, John was convinced his single fireball spell would not lose out to the legendary mage's spells. But that focus on fire magic also came with a downside, in that John had no idea if he could even learn spells of other elements. According to the introduction to magic, it wouldn't be a problem, but adding a whole suite of water-based spells to his repertoire made John genuinely nervous.
Heh, maybe it will just result in me only being able to make hot water. Regardless, if Ellie is successful with her class ceremony and becomes a witch, I'll learn the spells. In the meantime, I should probably start trying to figure out how to get the spell scroll creation method. I wonder if I could simulate it with mental model.
Query: can mental model simulate skills? Answer: yes. Anything can be simulated given enough time and mana.
John?
Snapping out of his daze, John saw that Ellie was looking at him from across the table. Blinking, he realized he had been grinning into thin air, his cup half raised to his lips. Clearing his throat, he placed his cup down without taking a drink.
Ahem. Yes?
I don't understand this section. It says that mana isn't inherently elemental? But that's completely different from what my grandmother said.
Ah, yeah. That gave me pause as well. Most of the time when we see mana, it's through its elemental manifestation. Fireballs, lightning bolts, steam jets, wind blades, all that stuff. But they seem to be trying to make the point that all mana is neutral and just takes the shape of the element, powering it up. For example, you know how both Sigvald and Ferdi are practically beasts? Well, the mana inside them is totally the same. It's hard to describe if you can't see mana, but there's no difference between the mana that circulates in them. But even though they carry the same mana, they manifest it differently. Sigvald transforms it into metallic armor, like a knight, while Ferdi transforms it into a mixture of fire and earth, sort of like magma.
Magma?
Superheated soil. Anyway, the point is that they're both using the same source, but it's taking the shape of their ideas. Honestly, I have no idea if that's correct or not, but that's what the book is arguing for. How did your grandmother describe it?
Taking a moment to think about it and organize her thoughts, Ellie picked up her spoon, taking a spoonful of tea from her cup. Holding it above the cup, she slowly angled the spoon, allowing the tea to dribble back down.
Mana is borrowed from the world, and the spells return it. The effect of the spell is like the splashes that are created when the mana returns to its natural place in the great cycle. Maybe this is the difference between witches and mages? Witches use mana that has already taken its shape, whereas mages reshape mana to suit themselves?
That's highly possible. We'll have to keep exploring this after you get your class, John said, smiling. The more we can learn about the mages of old, the better we can improve our own classes.
Nodding, Ellie went back to reading while John carried his cup to the sink. Seeing that she was completely engrossed, he smiled and left her to her reading. As he left the house to find Thomas, his mind ran through all of the things they needed to do to get ready for the upcoming harvest. According to his books and the information he'd gathered from Thomas, the steps of the harvest were fairly straightforward, but it would be time-consuming to do by hand. Finding Thomas in the barn, John leaned over the stall where the middle-aged man was working.
"So I've been thinking about this, and I feel like using a scythe will take forever since someone will have to gather and bundle all of the wheat afterward. Are there any machines people use to make this easier?"
"There is something called a grain cradle," Thomas said, straightening up and wiping the sweat from his forehead. "It's a simple series of long ribs that run parallel to the scythe's blade, catching the wheat as you cut it. With some practice, you can catch the wheat as you go."
"Yeah, but that still means using the scythe. I wonder if we could make a reaping machine of some sort, something with a blade that cuts as the wheels turn. Then we could hook up Ferdy and have him cut the wheat."
"I've never seen anything like that, sir."
"Yeah, but just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean we can't build it. I wish Gottfried would bring that forge he said he found. It would be great to be able to create stuff here on the farm."
"I could retrieve a forge for you, sir."
"Do you know about a forge around here that doesn't belong to Garrett?" John asked, his eyebrows rising.
"Accidents have been known to happen, sir." Staring at Thomas's completely serious expression, John rubbed his forehead. While he appreciated the way his subordinates enjoyed making his desires come true, the slightly murderous willingness to achieve those desires had been one of the main reasons he had fled the capital in the first place.
"No, absolutely not. We have access to another forge. It's just a bit of a walk and is too unwieldy to bring over to the farm. I can use that forge until Gottfried brings us our own. How long do you think we have until we need to start harvesting?"
"Ideally, it should be some time in the next 3 or 4 days, sir."
"Got it. Then I better get started, huh? All right, hold down the fort here. I'll be back."
Going back to the house, John saw that Ellie was still devouring the book. A list of questions was starting to grow next to her, and as he walked in the door, she didn't even look up. Putting on a pot, John got a stew started and set the temperature low. Walking over to the table, he got out some more pieces of paper and began to sketch. Though his knowledge when he came to this world had not included how gears worked, as the only mage the nation of Lepera possessed, improving all the siege weapons had fallen to him. Desperate study, driven by a burning desire to survive on the battlefield, had given him a beyond practical understanding of basic engineering, and that had been further sharpened by years of continued development. That foundational knowledge had been enough to allow him to use the little he knew about modern machines that had been common on Earth to begin closing the distance between the basic knowledge of this world and the sorts of machines that could be found in his previous world. First, John made a simple list of the things the machine would need to be able to do, ranked from most important to least important. Once he had a list of what he needed, he began sketching the rough shape of a few of the combine farming machines he remembered from Earth. His newest skill began to work overtime as he started to narrow down the design to something he could use. Without engines, the cutting mechanism would have to work from the torque generated by the forward movement of the machine. While John was tempted to create an engine so all of that could be made easier, he knew that would be impossible in a short time frame. Figuring he would take everything a step at a time, he focused on a simple way of transferring the rotation of an axle into a horizontal movement. During one of the wars, he had experimented with a siege catapult that wound itself by being moved forward, so it was not a new concept for him, and soon the basic structure of the device had been completed. From there, it was just a matter of time until the machine had been fully drawn out. Looking something like a lawnmower, it boasted 3 large wheels set in a triangle that supported a wide set of blades that scissored together as the machine moved forward. A 5-pronged guard at the front of the reaping device would serve to separate the wheat into channels, and after it was cut, the stalks would hopefully fall to one side, where they would slide off the guard and fall into a pile. Looking at the design, John corrected a few things and then began to turn it into components, creating a list of the separate pieces it would need. The biggest challenge would be the weight of the whole thing, but he figured that he could use wood for some of the pieces to try and lighten the assembly. If he couldn't lighten it, only he would be able to push it, so he spent a bit of time figuring out how to make an attachment that would allow Ferdy to pull it along. Pleased with what he had come up with, John took his papers and, after a final check, bundled them together. Chapter 4. After dinner was over and the dishes washed up, John took a large sack and set off for the Keller farm and the forge hidden in the mountain. The pipes he had made there were working well, and he was excited to put his newest idea to the test. Until Gottfried brought the promised forge, he would have to make do with the smelter hidden in the old iron mine. He had thought about making his own forge, using the raw material he could pull out of the old mine, but since he didn't have the proper facilities, any forge he could create wouldn't last. Rather than that, he figured he would just make his first pieces for the reaping machine in the smelter. Dashing through the woods, he soon came to the abandoned farm and saw that the buildings had deteriorated even further. Already in bad shape when he had purchased it in the fall, it had only gotten worse over the winter. The heavy snow and ice had collapsed one of the barns, and the house was missing a few windows that had busted out from the ice that had formed in the window frame. After checking the closed-off entrance to the mine, John headed up the mountain, quickly arriving at the large boulder he had set up to block off the entrance to the smelter. Dropping down into the shaft, he let himself free-fall for a second before gathering the mana around him, slowing his descent. The smelting room was no different than he had left it, and after a moment it roared to life, fed by his magical flames. With bright blue fireballs lighting every corner of the room, John took out his plans and arranged them on the desk that sat in the corner of the room. The water that had filled this room had largely ruined the wood, but it would stand well enough to hold the plans he had drawn up. Starting with the frame, John began transferring pig iron into the smelter, using it as a furnace as he folded and pounded the metal into steel. Without the precision equipment that modern production facilities would have, it was hard to be absolutely precise. But attention to detail and making a few jigs allowed him to get relatively close. It also helped that he could shape the metal with his bare hands. After developing the frame, he created the axle and began to make the gears. The mechanism that was going to move the blades took the longest to create, but John had already warned everyone at the farm that he wouldn't be back until he was finished, so he didn't have to worry about losing track of time. Brushing soot from his hands, he stepped back and surveyed what he had built. It was a large, misshapen monster of a machine that made him feel like bursting out laughing, but John knew that if it worked, it would revolutionize farming. Pushing it back and forth across the floor, he winced when the metal shrieked. He had no grease on hand, and it was clear from the sound that the metal made as it rubbed together that it had been a major oversight. Quickly stopping so he didn't make the gears seize, he took the gear assembly apart and checked them for damage. Seeing nothing a buff wouldn't get out, John repaired the gears and then began to work on the outer shell. Unlike the solid gears he had already made, he transformed the ingots into thin, wide plates that he welded together with a fingertip. Heating the plates, he bent them into shape, forming a shell that was only 2 millimeters thick. Even as thin as it was, the entire thing was quite heavy, so he cut it into pieces with his handy finger torch and added tabs to give him a spot to attach them all together. Once the shell was added to the machine, it looked much better, and John was satisfied. Closing down the smelter by pulling all of the heat out of it, he carried the reaping machine up the wide shaft and put the large boulder back into position. The sun had only just started rising in the east, so he set off for the farm. While carrying the metal machine was awkward, John still made good time and soon arrived back at the farm just as everyone was leaving the house after breakfast. Seeing him, Ben waved.
"Hey, Mr. Sutton, how did it go? Is that it?"
Putting the machine down in the yard, John patted it happily.
Yep, this is the beast.
Oh, wow! Can we see it work?
Ben, give Mr. Sutton a chance to get some breakfast. He's been working all night.
But by the time he's done, we'll be doing chores, Ben protested to his sister, earning him a laugh from John.
I have to grease the gears before we use it anyway. Tell you what, after I eat breakfast, you can help me apply the grease, and then we'll see if it works. I have no idea if it will fly or fail, but either way it should be an exciting time.
Sure.
With the plan set, John stepped inside to wash up and get some breakfast while everyone else headed off to take care of their chores. Originally, John had been concerned that taking time off to build machines that may or not work was going to be a waste of time, but after thinking about how much time a reaper would save if he could manage it, he decided it was going to be worth it. Not only because it would mean he wouldn't be stuck personally cutting down all the wheat, but because it would give them the ability to do more in the same amount of time. John had been having visions of increasing the amount of land they farmed to better allow them to test different theories and also to improve the efficiency of their cows' milk production. With more food, they would be able to diversify their income, but more importantly, they could keep more cows, allowing their cheese production to ramp up. As he ate breakfast, his mind was full of all the plans he had for the farm, but first he had to make sure the wheat reaping machine actually worked. Finding some of the grease they used on the farm for the cart and the wheels on the milk trolley, John called Ben over, and together they took the machine apart and began greasing it. While it was in pieces, John got out a file and sharpened the blades until they gleamed in the morning light. Once the harvester was put back together, John wheeled it over to one of the plots of wheat that had been treated with manna and told Ben to stand back. In the distance, he could see that Thomas, Evan, and Ellie had gathered and were watching to see how it worked. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the machine into position and lined up the forks with the edge of the field. Starting back a few feet, he pushed the handles forward, feeling the heavy machine lurch into motion. The large wheels carried it over the ground smoothly, and the snick-snick of cutting blades were loud in the quiet morning air. As soon as the machine entered the wheat, they began to cut, knocking the wheat down. The cut stalks fell over onto the guard and were carried to the side, where they fell into an uneven row. Seeing that it was working as intended, but that the angle of the guard that was catching the wheat stalks wasn't quite right, John stopped and backed the machine up. Standing in between the machine and the people watching, John pretended to fiddle with something while he quickly heated and reshaped the metal. Pulling the extra heat out of it, he tried it again, this time getting a nice neat pile of wheat that extended down the row next to the machine. Hearing an excited whoop from behind him, John grinned and finished the row. Though the manna-infused wheat wasn't dangerous unless ingested, John had still warned Ben to avoid touching it, so, leaving the row of wheat lying on the ground, he turned the machine around and flipped the guard so it would toss the cut stalks the opposite direction. Thanks to the large wheels, the machine had little trouble bumping over the ground, and the low blades did a good job cutting the wheat that was divided into the 5 channels. Soon another row of wheat, this time facing the opposite direction, was dropped along the length of the field. Once he hit the end of the row, John called Thomas over and gestured to the wheeled harvester.
"What do you think? We could probably build this out to include a thresher as well, which would turn it from a harvester into a combine."
Not understanding even half of what John was saying, Thomas nodded as if he completely agreed.
"It's not quite as fast as the scythe, but I can see how it's an improvement. You'll save at least 3 times the amount of time tying the bundles into sheaves."
"Oh, it can speed up. I was just checking to make sure there were no problems. Actually, that's a good question. I wonder how fast it can go. Let's find out."
Spinning the machine around, John flipped the guard and lined it up. Walking forward at a steady pace, he cut into the wheat and then sped up until he was almost jogging. It only took him about half the time to cross the field, and though the cut wasn't quite as nice, it was more than good enough. Pleased with how it worked, John quickly finished the 1-acre field. It only took around 20 minutes to turn the field into neat rows of cut wheat stalks, which made John even happier, as that meant that it would be relatively easy to harvest all their fields in a single day. With Thomas's help, he learned how to tie up the sheaves, and they piled them up in the cart that Ben brought around. When Thomas and Ben moved the wheat into the barn to dry, John continued to harvest the other manna-infused fields, finishing by lunchtime. After lunch, he helped Ellie with the new batches of cheese and then finished tying up the harvested wheat. As he bundled the wheat stalks, he found some small mice chewing on the kernels of wheat that had fallen.
I wonder if I should do something about them. If the manna doesn't kill them, we might end up with a bunch of super mice running around.
Eyes narrowing as he imagined a horde of mice shooting fireballs out of their eyes like Ferdy, he laughed and finished tossing the sheaves into the cart. If a horde of mutated mice did form, he would deal with it the way he dealt with all threats. The next day, apart from the milking, the entire day was spent harvesting the 20 acres of wheat that hadn't been enriched with extra manna. John pushed the harvester, cutting the wheat into neat rows, while Evan, Thomas, and Ellie bundled them. Ben followed along and put the wheat in the cart. Once it was full, he and Evan would take it back to the barn and then, after unloading it, would bring the cart back. By the time dinner rolled around, they were almost finished, and everyone, apart from John, was both mentally and physically exhausted. John had been sucking in manna like it was water, so he was completely fine. But he recognized everyone else was dragging. Calling it for the day, he found himself practically walking on clouds as they headed back to the house. Not only was he happy that the harvester had worked right out of the gate, but he felt like they had actually made a big dent in what needed to be done. It would have taken them the better part of a week to harvest all 25 acres without the harvester, but they had chopped that time drastically, which meant it shouldn't be a problem to start increasing the scale of their farming efforts. After harvest came threshing, but first they had to wait for the sheaves to dry out properly. To their amazement and Ben's horror, it only took a single night for the gathered wheat to dry out perfectly. Complaining bitterly, Ben began moving the sheaves he had only just piled up over to the threshing devices Thomas had shown John how to build. Using the fork-like devices, they quickly separated out the grains, gathering them into bags. Without a fancy machine to do the threshing for them, it took most of the rest of the week before they had finished the harvest, and by the time the end of the week had arrived, everyone was sick of seeing wheat. Putting the final bag up in the top of the barn, John let out a groan and stretched his back. He wasn't tired, or even particularly sore, but the repetition of the same movements for multiple days had made him stiff. Jumping down from the loft, he headed for the cheese cellar to see how Ellie was getting along. The closer they got to Friday night, the more nervous she grew, but he could also see the determination in her eyes growing stronger. She was at the cheese table, holding the shaping paddles as she stared off into the distance, completely lost in thought. Seeing a wisp of hair on her cheek, John suddenly felt a ridiculous urge to tuck it behind her ear, but instead he quietly stepped backward and shut the door. Letting out a loud cough, he shuffled his feet on the steps as if he was walking down them and opened the door noisily. This time, when he entered the cheese cellar, Ellie was skillfully shaping the cheese to get it ready to wax. They had added a pot of the wax Gottfried had brought them, and after finishing her wheel, she placed it with the others. Turning, she smiled at John and waved him over.
"How are today's batches?"
John asked, picking up a slice that had been discarded and nibbling it.
"They're good. I don't know what it is, but the milk we're getting is better every day. I think the cows we got from Keller Farm are finally starting to match the standard of our cows."
"Great. That's really good to hear."
"What about the wheat? Get it all bagged?"
Ellie asked.
"Yeah, finally. I'm definitely making a thresher and hopper for bagging for the next harvest. What a drag."
"It is a lot of work,"
Ellie said with a smile. Pushing the wisp of hair out of her face, she peeked at John.
"I'm about to dip these wheels. Would you like to give me a hand?"
"I would be happy to,"
John said, stepping up next to her. Chapter 5.
"Go inside the barn! I'm telling you, you stupid bull, a storm is coming!"
Leaning on the fence, John idly watched Ben arguing with Ferdy out in the field. The day had passed quickly, and Friday night had arrived with no sign of a thunderstorm. Despite the clear skies, everyone on the farm had learned to take Ellie's warnings about weather seriously, so they had spent the evening making sure the windows were tightly closed, and the cows were all in the barn. Out back, the chicken coop had grown into a chicken house, and after shooing all the chickens inside, Ellie went to look for Sigvald. She found him on the top of the cow barn, his eye fixed on the horizon.
"John, can you tell this stupid chicken to get down? He's going to get blown away."
Straightening up as he heard Ellie's yell, John glanced up at the roof of the barn and the rooster perched there. Sigvald's feathers were fluffed, and he looked even more majestic than usual, though John could easily tell it was more from nervousness than anything. A small frown came to his face as he turned back to look at Ferdy. Despite Ben's best attempts, the massive bull may as well have been made from stone for all the attention he gave the young boy. Instead, Ferdy stood in the field, his eyes looking toward the northeastern horizon. That meant, of course, that the bull was just staring at a copse of trees on the edge of the pasture, which is why John hadn't understood that something was off initially. Unable to see past the trees from his position, he hopped the fence.
"Ben, leave him alone. He knows better than us what's coming, so he'll be fine. Thomas will be spending the night in the barn and can help him if need be. Tell your sister to leave Sigvald alone. I'll be right back."
Without waiting for a response, John sped up, somehow crossing the pasture in only a few steps. Seeing him hop over the far fence, Ben's eyes lit up with wonder, and he quickly ran to talk to his sister to tell her what he had just seen. The forest beyond the pasture was terribly quiet, with not a single sound. Since he had sealed his presence, John knew it wasn't him who was causing the strange stillness of the forest, and his mind flashed to the area near Wolf Den. When he'd walked through the forests at the foot of the mountains where Wolf Den sat, he had noticed the stillness of the forest and assumed that some sort of dangerous predator had been present. But for the unnatural stillness to have spread all the way to his farm was not a good thing. In the natural world, beasts and mutants were the ones who ruled the top of the food chain, and as far as John knew, they would be the only types of creatures who could create this effect. Frowning, he was about to turn around when a sudden thought struck him. There was another creature who could create this effect. Undead. In his days in the military, mutants and beasts had been fairly common, but he had only run across an undead monster once, the result of experiments by an ancient branch of mage called a necromancer. The undead creature was a corpse animated by a complex set of spells that allowed it to move like it was alive. John's frown deepened at the thought. According to the stories, undead were endowed with an endless life force, and only by crushing the mana vessel they carried could they be killed. If there were undead monsters in the valley, things would get quite messy. Mana flared around John, flowing in through his nose and passing through his lungs. As the molten feeling poured down into his feet, he flickered like a flame, flashing forward. It quickly became apparent that the strange stillness extended across the whole valley, but John didn't find any indication of undead, making him wonder if it was just the size of the storm that was coming. Many times, animals seemed to have a better sense for these things than humans did. Unable to find anything, John gave up his investigation and headed back to the farm. Crossing through the pasture again, he saw that Ferdy was still staring into the distance restlessly.
"If there's anything you can't handle, just call me," John said, patting the big bull on the shoulder.
Ferdy turned a big eye on him and pawed at the ground as if saying he would be perfectly fine on his own. Laughing, John patted Ferdy again and headed for the house. As he passed by the barn, he saw Thomas in the doorway of the cow barn. The middle-aged man was packing a pipe, and as John walked closer, he lifted it up to his mouth. Stopping next to Thomas, John snapped his fingers, causing a spark to jump into the pipe's bowl and light the shredded tobacco. "Thanks." Nodding, John gestured to the valley stretched out before them.
"It's really quiet out there."
Drawing on the end of his pipe, Thomas blew out a ring of smoke and nodded, his eyes sharp and clear. "Something will be using the storm as a cover to hunt. You can tell from the way all the animals have gone still. It's probably hunted before under similar circumstances."
"If so, I'm sure there would be local myths about it. I'll have to ask Ellie and Evan if they know anything. Keep an eye on the animals. I don't want to wake up in the morning missing cows."
"Yes, sir." Night came quickly, shadows stretching across the valley like creeping fingers as the sun sank in the west. Sitting on the porch as he watched the sky darken, John heard the rustle of Ellie's skirt as she brought him a cup of tea. Taking it with a nod of thanks, John took a sip and glanced up at her.
"Are you ready? This storm seems like it will be a big one."
"Will it be dangerous?"
"A storm? No, it shouldn't be. But the ceremony itself might be. The danger will be from the mana in you. Without a witch here to guide you, you'll have to handle the mana on your own."
Taking a moment to think about it, Ellie squared her shoulders and nodded.
"I'm ready."
"Good." Falling silent, they remained quiet as they looked out over the farm that was rapidly being taken over by the darkness. The encroaching darkness brought an eerie chill with it, causing Ellie to shiver slightly, but a moment later the porch seemed to warm up, driving the chill away. Blinking, she was about to say something when John spoke up.
"I was meaning to ask, are there any local stories about a creature that hunts during heavy storms?"
Thinking for a moment, Ellie nodded.
"Yes, though from what I understand it hasn't happened in nearly a decade. I think it's called the storm worm, a giant mountain worm that comes out when its tunnels get flooded. Remember how Ben was mentioning the specters, the short creatures that live underground? Well, according to the legends, they're not the only thing down under the valley. There's also a giant worm that comes out once a decade to snatch some cattle."
"Interesting. Does it come out near the foot of the mountains over by Wolf Den?"
"I'm not sure. I've certainly never seen it, and have only heard second-hand tales about it. It was one of the stories the villagers tell their kids to keep them in line. You know, like eat your vegetables because the storm worm doesn't like to eat kids who taste like beans. That sort of stuff."
"Huh. Does it work?"
"Unlikely."
"Yeah. I always hated eating my veggies. Wild when you think about it, because they're delicious. Anyway, Thomas is keeping a lookout, and we have Ferdy and Sigvald here as well, so the farm will be fine. We'll be heading north a bit. There's a nice hill there that I cleared a while back."
Nodding gratefully, Ellie sat down and took a sip of her tea. For the next few hours they just chatted quietly, talking about whatever came to mind as they waited for the storm to start in earnest. Just after midnight, the first drops started to fall, and Ellie put her cup down, taking a deep breath. At her side, John blinked in surprise as he saw a tangible change come over her. A wide smile lit up her face as she breathed in the sweet, wet air the storm winds carried ahead of the clouds.
I've always loved late spring storms,"
Ellie said, her outstretched hand catching one of the sporadic drops that were falling on the farmyard.
"They bring the promise of summer with them. It's like each drop carries 1,000,000 possibilities."
"Come, it's time to go."
Standing up, John gestured for Ellie to follow him, and the two of them stepped off the porch. It would have been simple for John to carry Ellie, arriving at the hill he had picked in mere moments, but he had a feeling she needed to spend as much time getting used to the storm as possible. It was only a hunch, but he had learned to trust his hunches over the years, so they trudged through the quickly growing mud as the storm swept over them. Rain came down in great sheets, pounding the buildings, trees, ground, and their heads and shoulders. The amount of water that fell from the sky was astounding, and both were soaked almost immediately. Thankfully, the rainwater wasn't freezing, and the storm brought warm air with it, making it bearable. Hearing Ellie's happy humming as she splashed through the quickly forming puddles, John smiled to himself.
Well, at least we can check off one thing. I don't think I've ever seen her this happy before, which means from the way she described her grandmother, that storms are almost certainly Ellie's medium.
Trekking across the muddy fields, they worked their way through the forest and soon arrived at the small hilltop John had prepared. He wasn't sure what Ellie would need as far as environment in order to complete her class ceremony, but he figured anything that brought her closer to the storm without infecting her with other people's mana was a good thing. Leading her up to the hill, John stopped about halfway down and gestured for her to continue up by herself.
I'm going to stay here. Remember, all you have to do is try to stir the mana in you. When you feel it beginning to move, put this on your tongue, John said, handing Ellie a colorful petal. It should melt immediately and kickstart your class ceremony. At that point, it will be do or die, so you'll want to do your best to attract the storm. Maybe try one of the witch ceremonies your grandmother taught you. Do whatever feels natural to you. No one will be watching.
You aren't staying? Ellie asked, her mood clearly faltering.
Do you want me to? I assumed that as a witch your ceremonies were private.
It took a moment for Ellie to respond, but when she did, it was with absolute certainty. I'm afraid that something will go wrong. It has been almost 20 years since I last performed the witch's dance. I would feel better if you were nearby.
Then I'll be here.
Taking a deep breath, Ellie walked up to the top of the hill, John trailing her by about 20 feet. Hesitating only slightly as she reached the top of the hill John had cleared off, she unclipped her coat and removed her shoes, exposing her toes to the cold mud. The feeling seemed to send a thrill through her as she straightened in the pounding rain. Her hands lifted, almost involuntarily, pressing up towards the sky like lightning. At that moment a loud boom shook the valley as lightning crackled across the sky and thunder rumbled. Lit up by the sharp blade of lightning, Ellie could hardly contain the joy that had spread through her. Hundreds of memories flashed through her mind as she stood in the pounding rain, bringing waves of emotions that buffeted her like the raging wind that blew through the valley. She had always loved watching storms, but this was the first time she had willingly thrown herself into one, and the feeling it brought bordered on euphoria. Unbidden, the mana that resided in her chest began to move, swirling around. Her grandmother had left the mana in her body as a means for her to protect herself, but over the years she had used it 3 times to keep herself from harm, and it had been depleted to almost nothing. She knew that the next time she used it, it would be gone forever. The thought of losing that connection to her grandmother pained her, but Ellie knew that her grandmother's greatest wish had been to pass on her class. Fortifying her heart, Ellie stimulated the mana swirling in her chest and placed the colorful flower petal John had given her in her mouth. An indescribable rich flavor flowed across her tongue and shot down her throat, joining with the mana in her chest. Immediately the traces of pain that had been poking at her vanished. The new mana from the flower petal was at least 100 times more powerful than the small traces of mana she had already possessed, and as the new mana swirled through her, she suddenly had the feeling that the whole world would bend to her command. Ellie's outstretched hands slowly spun as she brought her hands down. In a trance, she stepped forward, her body bursting with barely restrained energy like a thundercloud heavy with rain. Spinning, her feet suddenly beat a quick tattoo across the hilltop, sending water and mud flying. Perfectly in sync with the storm around her, she flashed to the side as lightning split the sky again, her body shaking in the thunder that followed. Watching her move, John found himself mesmerized. Ellie's motions weren't those of a trained dancer, but they contained a primal joy that was so infectious he found himself wanting to join in. Though he suppressed the impulse, he found a restlessness growing in him as he saw Ellie spinning, her wet skirt sweeping across through the air like an unstoppable wind. Blinking, mana flooded his eyes, revealing a colorful world filled with the flow of mana. To his astonishment, Ellie's movements were even more perfectly blended with the world when he examined the movement of mana in the area. Every twist of her body, every flick of her fingers matched the mana that surrounded her. Another crack of lightning raced across the sky, and John saw something around Ellie shatter as all the mana built up by the storm began to race into her body. Eyes narrowing, John drew his own mana closer around him. This was it, the moment when Ellie would succeed or fail. Chapter 6. Keeping a careful eye on Ellie, John did his best to keep his own mana in check. Now was the moment when Ellie needed to force the mana inside of her into a proper mana vessel that belonged solely to her. By following the guide her grandmother had left in her body, she would be able to build her own container for holding mana, allowing her to manipulate mana on the scale of a class holder. John had never done this himself. His mana vessel had been created as soon as he appeared in this world, so he found it strangely nerve-wracking to watch Ellie do it. Mana from the storm continued to swirl around Ellie, growing thicker by the moment until John started to worry that it was simply going to be too much. As the mana piled up, it began to force the torrential rain away, pushing back the drops of water and creating a barrier of wind around the dancing young woman. The thick mana was being absorbed into her body at a tremendous rate as she twirled and stomped, mimicking the movement of the storm that raged above their heads. With each moment that passed, the mana in Ellie's body grew stronger. Strangely, it did not grow in volume so much as it continued to become more and more refined. John's mana was impossibly pure thanks to his maxed-out mana breath skill, but that had taken him 10 years of constant practice. While Ellie's mana was not yet approaching the level of purity he possessed, it was easily the same as John's had been when he had around 20 skill points in his mana breath skill. The idea that she would have the mana purity of someone in the titled class holder stage from the moment she started was astounding, but would also explain why the witch class was so feared. Mana purity was in many ways equivalent to the strength of a refined metal. The more foreign substances that were mixed in with the mana, the weaker and more brittle it was, making it easier for others to break. A higher level of purity in their mana was not only what allowed higher levels of class holders like titled, legendary, or even sage-level class holders to dominate the classes lower than them, but it also made their spells more effective. At each of the breaks between the ranks, roughly equivalent to the 25-point, 50-point, and 75-point level, the class holder's mana purity would undergo a qualitative change, purifying and becoming compressed. As the class holder built up their mana again, it all took on that new level of purity, further widening the gap between them and their lower-level opponents. Furthermore, it was a compounding effect, which meant that while the difference between regular class holders and titled class holders was not insurmountable, the difference between titled class holders and legendary class holders was nearly insurmountable. Though he wasn't 100% sure, John was convinced that Stormmaster Kelvis had been a sage class holder, putting his skill with manipulating mana, and subsequently his mana purity, at above 75 points before he died. While there were occasionally differences between class holders in the same level, that was the only way John could explain how the Stormmaster had managed to kill 3 legendary-level mages before he died. Bringing his wandering attention back to Ellie, he saw the mana from the storm was beginning to peak. The swirl had slowed slightly, as if it knew that Ellie was starting to get saturated. Blinking, John swapped his vision again and looked at the mana swirling inside of the dancing young woman. Quickly growing more condensed, the mana seemed to clump together, forming a thick cloud that seemed to contain small flashes of lightning, a howling wind, and pelting rain. John had never seen such a mana vessel before, and almost as if to make sure, he blinked twice and checked again.
Must be some sort of witch-specific thing. I've never seen that before. Hey, as long as it works, what does it matter what it looks like?
The mana continued to die down until the pounding rain was once again able to touch Ellie's skin, but the thunderous nature of the storm seemed to have been sapped away, and the storm turned into a steady drizzle rather than a powerful, raging tempest. Turning dizzying circles, her face raised to the rain, Ellie came to a sudden stop, her arms outstretched. Though John did not understand how the native class-holders managed to know about themselves, they clearly had some sort of instinctive insight into their own state, because Ellie clearly knew she had succeeded in her class ceremony.
"Congratulations,"
John said, walking to the top of the hill. Spinning around, Ellie's face was covered in the widest grin John had ever seen, even as tears dripped from the corners of her eyes mixed with the rain. Throwing herself forward, she wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head into his shoulder. Completely frozen by the unexpected contact, John didn't know how to respond at first, but when Ellie's grip didn't let go, he gently returned the hug. Already the mana that had flooded into her body had reshaped her skin, muscles, and bones, making them firmer and stronger than any normal person's, but John was still gentle in his touch, not wanting to accidentally hurt the happy young woman. Soaked by the rain, they stood on the hilltop like that for a moment until Ellie seemed to gather herself. Her face as red as a ripe tomato, she let go of John's neck and took a step back, her hand sliding down his arm as it came away from her waist.
"Thank you, John. Thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have known this was possible. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage to try it.
Hesitating slightly, she let out a laugh as if she couldn't believe the words were going to come out of her mouth.
I'm a witch. I can continue my grandmother's legacy."
"Seriously, congratulations. It was entirely your own work. Whatever that dance was, it worked perfectly, and you handled the mana from the storm like a pro."
"Pro?"
"A professional. Someone who gets paid to do something."
"Huh! I thought I had a full vocabulary, but you're always coming up with such novel ways of saying things."
"I've covered a lot of distance in my life," John said, cracking a smile. "What sorts of skills did you pick up with your class?"
Closing her eyes, Ellie focused her mind and spoke slowly.
"Apart from spellcasting and storm dance, which looks like how I recharge and improve my mana, it looks like I have a skill called True Sight and another called Rain's Vitality. True Sight should help me see things as they are, whereas Rain's Vitality allows me to borrow the life-giving property of the rain to increase the effect of potions I make. Oh, and I have another skill, Crone's Salt Curse. That should be the food-based curse my grandmother left me."
4 skills on top of spells is really good. Most new class holders only get 2 skills. Even if we say one of them was left by your grandmother, 3 new ones is tremendous," John said, looking impressed.
"These abilities are amazing,"
Ellie said, her eyes going wide as she stared down at her hand.
"Is this what class holders feel like all the time?"
"Yes, but that feeling of absolute control will fade with time. And a good thing, too. They call it the Ascension High, and it can get you killed if you're not careful. It can cause you to completely misjudge your strength and challenge enemies entirely outside of your league because it gives a false sense of power."
"Challenge enemies?"
Ellie seemed confused.
"Why would I challenge enemies?"
Laughing, John gestured to the mountains in the far distance. They were impossible to see in the darkness and rain, but Ellie could imagine them so clearly she knew what John was referring to.
"I know it's been some years since you left the valley, Ellie, but the world out there is not an idyllic pastoral paradise like this valley is. Outside of here, people are scrabbling for every scrap of food, every scrap of authority, every scrap of power they can get their hands on, and they're more than happy to stab anyone who gets in their way. You're a class holder now, so don't be surprised if you suddenly find yourself drawn into trouble that never would have bothered with you before."
Looking slightly crestfallen, Ellie nodded and clenched her fist, looking determined. Smiling, John patted her shoulder lightly.
"Don't stress about it. one thing at a time. Have you tried activating your skills? Do any of them require specific components?
Rain's vitality requires rainwater. Storm Dance doesn't require anything, but is most effective in a storm. Crone's Salt Curse needs food, of course. Oh, it looks like True Sight just needs mana, Ellie said, brightening. Blinking her eyes, she looked out at the rainy world, marveling at the beautiful sight. She traced lines of mana that fell out of the sky to enter the earth, filled with shifting colors and prismatic hues, feeling the tremendous connection the mana inside of her had to the mana that filled the rain. Breathing in the amazing view, she turned back to John and froze, so shocked that the scream that rose unbidden to her lips died in her throat. Where the calm-looking farmer had stood a moment ago was an entirely different entity, unlike anything Ellie had ever seen in her life. The mana-filled world had been beautiful, but the same word could not apply to John. Instead of the gently shifting hues of mana, she saw an abyss in the shape of a person, a black hole that devoured every speck of light and color around it by sucking them up through his nose. Where John's eyes and mouth should have been, she caught glimmers of light so bright that even the thought of them was blinding, but the rest of his body was covered in a devouring darkness. As terrifying as John's figure was, what actually shocked her was the tiny glimpse of what she saw hiding in the darkness that made up his figure. Skeletal figures, their bones fused with melted scraps of armor, screamed silently as they tried to claw their way out of the shadows behind John. The longer she looked, the more she saw, until every inch of her vision was covered with a flame-filled battlefield, covered by a blood-red sky. Realizing that something was wrong from how pale Ellie was becoming, John snapped, and Ellie was shocked out of her skill. As her true sight faded, John's face returned to its normal look, and the world returned to the calm drizzle that had been falling since Ellie's class ceremony had succeeded. Drained from using her skill and still shaken from what she had seen, Ellie staggered, and John caught her before she fell into the mud. Clutching his arm, she looked into his eyes as if searching for the terrifying sight she had just seen. Instead, she just saw the same deep calm she had come to expect, tinged with a hint of sorrow she had never noticed before.
"Be careful," John said, his voice serious. "The world is not always what it appears to be, and sometimes seeing the truth is even more dangerous than you could imagine. Did you use true sight on me?"
Not able to trust her voice, Ellie nodded mutely.
"I am a higher class level than you are, which means that my body and mana act as a natural suppressant to yours, so you probably saw some pretty wild things. If your mana was at my mana's level or even higher, you would see something completely different. So don't dwell on what you saw too carefully. I have a similar ability, which is why I can detect mana, and when I look at people with a higher class level than me, I see the same thing. Which reminds me, I would avoid using the ability on Thomas unless you don't feel like sleeping for a week. Ugh, that was terrifying. Sorry, I should have warned you."
Laughing weakly, Ellie leaned her head against John's strong arm for a moment longer before straightening up. "No, it's my fault. My grandmother warned me about trying to peek at the secrets of the world, but I didn't listen."
"Let's head back to the house. As the ascension high fades, probably by morning considering the purity of your mana, you'll start to feel the drain of using your mana and your body being changed. After that, you'll feel like you were hit by a, cart for about 2 days. But then you'll begin to recover, and we can start exploring your abilities. Do you have any spells?"
Following John back to the house, Ellie nodded. "Yes, I remember 3 spells. Call Familiar, Whispering Wind, and Infuse Potion. The first will let me bind a familiar. Whispering Wind is for sending messages over a distance, and Infuse Potion just lets me add magic to mundane potions."
3? Ugh, I'm so jealous.
"And that's just what I remember," Ellie said,
oblivious to the green-eyed monster who was eating John up inside.
"There are dozens more back at my grandmother's cottage. I wasn't able to get back into it because of the enchantments, but with true sight I should be able to now. If we go to her home, I should be able to recover her entire library of witch spells."
"A whole library, huh? Well, we'll certainly have to do that. Then, when you're a powerful witch, you can protect all us lowly peasants."
"Huh, I hope so."
Continuing to tease Ellie, John led the way through the woods and to the farm. Both were completely soaked, so after they hung up their coats by the stove, Ellie went to take a hot shower. As soon as he heard the water turn on in the bathroom, John snapped, drying out the wool coats and his clothes nearly instantly. Changing into other clothes, he picked up the small box of spell scrolls he had recovered from the adventurers and left the kitchen. Seeing Thomas in the barn, he gave him a small wave and vanished into the forest to get some distance from the house just in case something went wrong. For the first time since he had entered this world, he was about to increase the number of spells he knew, and not just by one. Chapter 7. The spell scrolls were exactly as he remembered them when he opened the ornate box, as were the notifications that popped up. "New spell. Summon water detected. New spell. Water arrow detected. New spell. Downpour detected. New spell. Raging waters detected. New spell. Greater storm detected. New spell. Apocalyptic flood detected. Please select a spell to learn." Gingerly removing the first spell from the box, he held the small scroll in his hand. Thinking back on the first time he had seen a spell scroll, John found he was no less excited to learn this basic water spell.
Unlimited flame power, and I'm practically giddy to learn a basic spell. What a weird world I fell into.
"Would you like to summon water?" Accepting the prompt, John felt the mana in the scroll ignite. Entering his eyes, it rushed into his brain, imprinting the knowledge of the spell on his mind. Even without him asking, it was catalogued by his mental model skill, organized into component pieces and analyzed against what he already knew of magic. Watching the scroll carefully, he saw that it hadn't disintegrated like the skill scroll had.
Being stored in the sealed box probably allowed the material to weather the passage of time a bit better. The mana each scroll contained was what was keeping them in good shape, but as soon as that was taken away, the other crumbled. This one is more like the fireball spell scroll I used. I wonder if I could keep this and reuse it. Maybe I could practice making scrolls of my own. At the very least, this should give me a sense of what material they used for scribing scrolls.
Closing the box with the 5 remaining scrolls to avoid any mistakes, John sat down cross-legged and put the box down beside him. Stretching his hand out, he mumbled the incantation for summon water under his breath, moving his mana as the spell indicated. With a popping sound, a bead of water appeared over his outstretched palm. So still that it almost looked like a bit of glass, John could sense the small vibrations it was picking up from his breathing. Blinking, he cast the spell again, this time silently, causing another water bead to appear. Focusing his mind, he tried to split the water beads the same way he would split a fireball, but to his surprise, it completely failed to do anything. Eyes narrowing, he thought about it for a moment, and then snapped his fingers, causing the 2 water beads to split into 100 drops that lined up in perfect formation in front of him. Each of the new water beads were tiny, only a single drop of water, and as he brought them back together with a thought, they formed back into the 2 water beads he had initially summoned.
Okay, I get it. The fireball is just using mana as a heat source and oxygen as a fuel, so no matter how many times I split it, I can just pump more into it to make the new fireballs the same size as the original. But this water spell is summoning actual water, not just an ignition point, which means when I split it, the mass remains the same but splits across however many water beads I make. I wonder if I can change that.
Soon lost in his experimentation, John sat in the forest manipulating the water beads he was summoning and dispelling until the sky began to lighten in the east. There were still heavy clouds, but the rain had mostly let up, and as he stood up, he saw some of the drops of water dripping from the trees. Struck by a sudden thought, he snapped his fingers, summoning a water bead that began to spin, pulling moisture from the air. As it sped up, the water that was dripping from the leaves began to curve, spinning around the water bead and then joining it. Once the water bead was the size of his head, John snapped his fingers again, and the water bead vanished into thin air.
Hold on. How did that even work? Where did it even go? Wait, where is it even coming from in the first place? Okay, now I have so many questions.
Staring down at his hand wasn't helping him at all, so he picked up the box of spell scrolls and carefully put the expended scroll away. As much as he wanted to learn all the spells right now, there was work to do on the farm, and he knew it would not do to rush things. The more time he spent with each level of the water spells, the less likely he was to fail to learn the next spell. At least that was what his gut was telling him. Besides, it had been a while since he had visited the Grim, and he planned on taking Ellie out to train now that she had gained her class. Learning the new spells would have to wait. Over the next few weeks, John split his time between working with Ellie to make cheese, studying the basic Arcanum book, and practicing his new water magic spell. Just like the fireball spell he knew, it was considered a novice-level spell, but he had no problem bending it to all sorts of fantastic uses. Soft and not very good at cutting, the water beads excelled at absorbing energy, and soon John grew adept at forming shields, bludgeoning weapons like hammers, and even small rain showers. When combined, his fireball and summon water spells produced all sorts of strange and wonderful effects, and John even figured out how to make the two elements mimic each other. Watching the water bead dance like a flame and seeing the flames flow like water was honestly one of the more entertaining things John had seen in a long time, and he found himself summoning fire beads and water sparks whenever he had downtime. He also took Ellie out to the hilltop to teach her some basic self-defense and help her get used to her increased speed and strength. All class holders possessed considerably more power in their physical bodies than normal people, and it was easy for someone who had just ascended a level to have trouble controlling themselves. While he couldn't teach her anything about magic, he felt as if he learned a lot from the discussion on basic arcanum and the lessons on magic that Ellie remembered from her grandmother. Once he felt like he had sufficiently mastered the summon water spell, he went deep into the woods and opened the box again, accepting the prompt to learn the second spell in the set, Water Arrow. Interestingly, he found that he could faintly sense the failure rate of the spell scrolls now that he had learned the first spell of the set. Summon Water had been a novice-level spell, so there had been no requirement to learn it, and Water Arrow and the third spell, Downpour, didn't give him any concern. The fourth spell, however, was different. When he looked at the spell scroll for the Raging Waters spell, he could feel a slight sense of unfamiliarity, as if there was something about it that was too foreign for him to understand. That feeling of incongruity grew stronger as he looked at Greater Storm, and it practically screamed at him when he examined Apocalyptic Flood, the legendary water spell. John had no idea how spells were categorized, except that the first two spells he had learned were considered novice spells by the system. As he learned the second spell, Water Arrow, it appeared on his list of spells. Name, John Sutton. Age, 28. Class, Mage. Spells, 3. Active quests, Grow Wheat. Spell list, Fireball, Basic. Summon Water, Basic. Water Arrow, Apprentice. With a flick of his finger, the new spell he had learned manifested in the air above his hand, instantly shooting forward and slamming into the tree he was aiming at. Like Summon Water, the Water Arrow spell summoned a bead of water, but it also added a huge amount of rotation to the water bead that caused it to lengthen and fly forward. The high-speed rotation not only allowed the stretched-out water bead to fly faster, but it also helped increase the penetrating power of the attack. Casting Water Arrow again, John held up his hand, causing the arrow to spin in place so he could examine it. The high-speed rotation quickly began to stagnate, but as he watched how it slowed down, his mental model skill was working overtime. Eyes gleaming, he snapped, and an exact copy of the water arrow appeared in the air, only it was completely made from blue flame. "A new spell has been discovered. You have learned Flame Arrow."
"Seriously? This game is the literal worst. I've been throwing arrow-shaped fireballs for at least 8 years, and I never got a new spell."
Examining his status again, he saw that Flame Arrow was listed as an apprentice-level spell, just like Water Arrow. A slight grin curled at the corners of his lips as he looked at the 4 other spells he still had spell scrolls for. If the spells he was learning from the scrolls could be used as templates for new spells, he had just opened up a whole world of possibility. Not only did it mean he could develop higher versions of the various spells, but it also opened up the possibility of developing completely new spells as he built out his knowledge about magic. Since he hadn't sensed any danger from the next spell scroll, he went ahead and learned Downpour as well. Like Summon Water, Downpour was not an attack spell, but rather seemed to be an environmental spell. According to what he had learned from Basic Arcanum, spells could be categorized into 3 different targeting branches: single target, multi-target, and environmental. Unlike Summon Water and Water Arrow, Downpour didn't create water or summon it from wherever the other spells were getting it. Instead, it worked by gathering moisture from the area and accelerating the process of forming rain clouds. After casting it once, John didn't bother trying to create a fire version, and instead looked at his spell list again. Spell list: Fireball, Basic; Flame Arrow, Apprentice; Summon Water, Basic; Water Arrow, Apprentice; Downpour, Acolyte. His new spell was an Acolyte-level spell, and unlike the Novice and Apprentice-level spells, actually took him more than a snap of his fingers to cast. He had always been a bit confused by the longer cast times of other mages, and indeed had won a few fights simply because he had been faster at casting than his opponents. But now that he had gotten his hand on an Acolyte-level spell, it was easier to understand why they had been so slow. Presumably, as he learned spells with higher levels, each level would be slower to cast than the level before it, but would, in return, be stronger. Given that he had accomplished everything with a novice-level fireball spell, John wasn't quite sure what he would end up using more advanced spells for, but he figured it couldn't hurt to learn more magic. Happy with what he had achieved, John set his mental model to work on deconstructing the Downpour spell and headed for the mountain quarry. It had been almost 2 months since he had gone to exchange items with the Grimm, but he hadn't seen them or any new items and suspected they were hibernating for the winter. The mountains that surrounded the valley lay heavy with snow almost all winter, making travel difficult and forcing all the animals either down into the valley or into hibernation. Now that the snow was melting away, he was hoping the Grimm had become active again. Dashing through the forest, John reflected on the way he used mana. The 3 new spells he had learned over the last month and a half were challenging his understanding about how mana was used by normal mages. Almost every application of mana he had developed came from his mana reinforcement skill, which allowed him to shape mana around and inside his body. As his ability with mana reinforcement grew, he learned to apply those same abilities outside of his body, projecting his mana outward into the world. In some ways, he was more like a beast than a mage in the way he handled mana. Mana reinforcement was powerful, but what gave him his edge was the combination of the beast-like skill mana reinforcement and the mage skill mana breath, which allowed him to replenish his mana in real time by seizing the mana around him. Since mana could not be destroyed, but could be repurposed, it meant that even his enemy's mana could become his power. The spells he was learning, however, were different in that they did not directly manipulate mana the way he did, but rather twisted a small amount of mana into a shape that produced the result the mage desired without the mage's direct influence. Though the power and flexibility of John's method was much greater, there was no denying that the efficiency gain of traditional spells was tremendous. During the many years he fought against enemy mages, John had been unable to figure out why his enemies never seemed to tire as fast as he did, but as he learned the water spells, it became immediately apparent that they had just been more efficient with their casting. According to what Ellie had told him, witches passed on their knowledge of spells through books, so John was looking forward to getting a peek at the spell books Ellie's grandmother had left behind. Though there were distinct differences between the way witches used mana and mages used mana, he was hoping he would be able to learn enough to start building spells of his own. Thinking about creating spells, John darted up the side of the mountain and came to a stop on the peak. The flat boulder he had placed up on the top of the mountain was still there, and John sat down for a moment, looking back over the peaceful valley. He had never expected to make so much progress with his class when he came to the valley. Instead, his whole goal had been to live a life without using magic as much as possible, to avoid increasing his doom points. Yet, no matter how many times he cast the lower-level spells, it seemed he didn't generate any doom spells, and he quickly found himself growing more and more at ease with using them. Letting out a helpless laugh, John shook his head and jumped down the backside of the mountain into the quarry. It was time to see what the Grimm were up to. Chapter 8. Dropping down into the quarry, John found the small stone table where the exchanges normally happened. To his happy surprise, it had been cleared off, and a few of the colorful flowers sat on the table. The Grimm had no idea what he was interested in, so they tended to bring any old piece of human junk they found to try their luck. When he didn't exchange for the random items, they would move them into a pile a few feet away from the table when they brought the next batch of stuff, leading to a growing trash pile sitting nearby. Beside the flowers, there were two other things: a child-sized mask and a dagger made from crystal and bone. Curious about the two extra items, John examined them closer. Stiffening when he realized that both carried traces of mana, he picked up the mask. Only slightly larger than his hand, the mask was made from a thin wood that had been bent into something resembling a theater mask that curved to fit on a face. The eyes were cut out to allow for the wearer to see, but the nose and mouth were not. The nose was carved as two exaggerated nostrils, but the mouth was a crooked affair, with teeth that poked from the bottom jaw like the rising tusks of a boar. Reaching down, John picked up the crystal and bone dagger, trying to see if he could pick up any details from it. Carved from a solid piece of crystal, the blade of the dagger was firmly attached to the bone handle, almost as if it had grown out of the end of the bone. However, on closer inspection, John realized that the two materials had actually been ingeniously fused together using mana.
These are way too small for most people to wear, and definitely too small for the Grimm, though it really looks like a Grimm's face. Curious. I'll take these.
Leaving 3 condensed mana crystals, John looked around but didn't see the Grimm nearby, so he took off again after picking up the flowers, heading over the mountain and into the valley. Life on the farm was always full, and for the next few weeks it maintained the same general rhythm. Between chores, practicing magic, and researching the colorful flowers, time passed quickly for John, and before he knew it, a dozen carts were rolling up the drive toward the house, Gottfried waving enthusiastically from the bench seat of the first cart.
"Mr. Sutton, how wonderful to see you again! I feel like it's been ages. Ha! I hate being cooped up for the winter, but the mountain passes simply don't care about our feelings."
Nodding to the chatty merchant, John watched him jump down from the cart.
"What's in the carts?"
"A veritable hoard of goods. Some are for the town, but most are for you. I've got the forge you asked for, along with a good bit of metal, a cart of coal, and quite a few other things. Plus, I thought you might be ready to sell your wheat, so I wanted to make sure we had the space for it on the way back."
Blinking in surprise, John stared at Gottfried for a moment. The merchant had last been in the valley before the deep winter snows blanketed the passes and made travel in and out of the valley impossible. It had been months since he had last been on the farm, but he seemed to have a good sense of the timing of their harvest. Seeing John's impassive look, Gottfried hid his nervousness behind a smile and tapped his head.
"It's part of being a merchant, Mr. Sutton. Empty cart time is a profit-killer. I did some rough calculations based on what you told me regarding your corn harvest and when you planted the wheat, which told me you would either just be done with your wheat harvest, or you would be in the middle of it. From the state of your fields, I see the former is true. I'd be honored if you would think about letting me transport it to the city."
I'll think about it. Come into the house. Ellie is there."
Inside, Ellie was working on the bread they would eat for their dinner, but when she saw John and Gottfried come in, she quickly finished up and put a cloth over it to let it rise.
"Would you like tea?"
"Yes, madam, that would be wonderful. I have to admit I'm parched after traveling for so long."
"I told you to call me Ellie."
Giving Ellie his best smile, Gottfried nodded his head as he took the cup of tea she offered, but it was clear from the way he didn't answer that her request was entirely out of the question. Once she had finished pouring tea for John and herself, she sat down and looked at the books Gottfried had put on the table. Gesturing to them, the merchant explained.
"These are the account books. I've sold out of the stock of cheese you entrusted to me the last time I was here, and I have to say this has the potential to become the most profitable business I've ever engaged in. The small stock is working really well, and already we're starting to see adoption by the highest society. Surprisingly, we're seeing an even greater adoption by the merchant class. My initial idea was to take it to other merchants because many of them have the connections needed to move goods in high society, but to my astonishment, many of them bought as much as they could for their own personal use, intending to give them as gifts. In fact, they've got so popular among the merchants that many of the nobles who came to me had to be turned away. I have 24 orders already, and that's just from the noble families. That isn't even counting the orders I have from other merchants. The account books show what we've collected so far, which orders we've delivered, and which we still owe. It also shows the total we earned. A tidy sum, to be sure."
"Why are these totals not matching?" Ellie asked, her fingers pointing halfway down the last page. "Given the price we agreed on and the product we gave you, the total amount of gold is too high."
"Ah, yes. If you look at the 2nd, 4th, and 6th pages, you'll see the selling price doubled. That should account for most of the discrepancy. The rest is from people paying larger sums of their orders in advance to try to guarantee their spots. If I had let them, the other merchants would have snatched up our whole stock before we even shipped it."
This is incredible,"
Ellie said, staring wide-eyed at the total that was written at the bottom of the ledger page.
"You made 653 gold?"
"Not quite, but close. Around 420 of the gold is free and clear. The other 230 gold is for orders we still need to fill. Of the 420 gold, 252 gold are yours. The rest will go to the company and be used to increase our distribution network."
"What about your profit?"
Hearing Ellie's question, Gottfried put his hand to his chest as if he was touched by her concern.
"This is called a strategic reinvestment, madam. I could take the profit out now, but if I did that, it would slow the growth of the endeavor. By leaving the profit in, I can make sure that the growth rate remains high. On the other hand, you have to buy supplies and pay for labor to make the product, so it makes sense for you to take your profit out."
Seeing that Ellie was going to protest, John lifted his hand to stop her. Ever since she had become a class holder, her mind seemed to be operating even sharper than normal. However, his tolerance for all this business stuff was not very high, and it was clear that Gottfried was still doing his best to make sure they got the majority of the profit from the endeavor, so he was content to leave it as it was.
"Thank you, Gottfried," John said. "All of this looks good. Since this will be our farm's main source of business, the development of the sales channels is particularly important to us, so we would like to make a 25 gold investment in it." Seeing Ellie mouthing something from the corner of his eye, John stifled his internal sigh and corrected his words. "I'm sorry, we'd like to make a 50 gold investment."
"Ah, of course. I would be happy to help with that. Do you have a particular thought about what that gold should be spent on?"
Gesturing to Ellie, who had sat up straight at the merchant's question, John fell silent as she began to speak.
"Yes, we would like it to be spent on a dedicated cart and guards to make trips from the valley. As our product is increasing, we need a more regular pickup of our goods and delivery of our supplies. Establishing a regular team that would make the trip between the valley and King's Mouth would give us the chance to get our supplies twice a month instead of only once. Plus, from what I remember, you used to only make the trip into the valley 3 times a year, but now you're coming every month, which I'm sure has made the rest of your business difficult. Since our business is beginning to operate smoothly, I don't think you need to continue coming so often, but this would allow us to still get what we need."
Looking slightly crestfallen, Gottfried had to admit that Ellie's proposal was sound. He had been falling behind in much of his work due to his efforts to make sure John was happy, and it would be a welcome break to be able to hand off the responsibility of picking up the cheese from Sutton Farm. At the same time, he was staking his future on serving John and Sutton Farm, and as a result, showing his face on the farm was a must. Peeking at John, he saw that, like normal, the calm-looking farmer had no issue with what Ellie was proposing, so he nodded.
"That is a wonderful idea. Since shipping and distribution should be my responsibility, and it will be taking a load from my shoulders as well, I will match your investment. We will need to hire adventurers to make sure the cheese is safe, especially as it continues to grow in popularity. Any product that is well loved by nobles is certainly at risk of being targeted by bandits."
Happy to be done with the discussion, John stood up.
"Great. Glad we worked that out. If you're having trouble with bandits, talk to Thomas. He might have some ideas. Oh, and when will you be leaving?"
"Thank you, I will," Gottfried said, hurrying to stand up. "I have a few deliveries to make around the valley, and then I'm thinking about leaving in 2 days. Would that suit you?"
"Yeah, that's fine. Leave your carts here and we'll load them up."
"Of course. Will you be selling in the capital city?"
"No, Kingsmouth. I know that prices are higher in the capital, but that would take us 2 months instead of 2 weeks.
"True. I'm sure you have much to do. Work never ceases, does it? I'll introduce you to a few of the trustworthy merchants I know of in Kingsmouth. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some deliveries to make. Madam, thank you for the tea."
After Gottfried left, Ellie sat quietly at the table, unconsciously playing with her spoon, her forehead furrowed in thought. Taking his seat again, John added more tea to his cup and warmed up the cold liquid with a hint of manna. As steam curled up from the top of his cup, Ellie tapped the table with her spoon, her eyes lighting up as if she had figured out what had been bothering her.
"He knows you. Gottfried knows you. That's what's been bothering me."
Glancing at her, John's lips curved slightly in a small smile, and he raised his eyebrows.
"He must know who you are," Ellie continued. "There's no other reason I can think of that he would be treating us like this. I've heard a lot about Gottfried from the complaints of the villagers in Fairford, and all of it was bad. Skinflint, miser, knows how to squeeze water from a stone. Those are the sorts of things everyone said about him. But here he is trying to give us as much money as possible. Ha! I knew something was off. He must know you. But that means you're probably not just a retired captain in the Leperian army."
Narrowing her eyes, Ellie stared at John as if she was trying to see through him. When his expression didn't change at all, she let out a sigh and looked down at her tea. She still remembered the sight of John revealed by her true sight skill. the strange darkness that covered him, the blinding glimmers of light that shone from his eyes, the impossibly large crowd of screaming skeletons that grasped at his back. She would have had to be an idiot not to realize that John was anything but a typical person by now, and Gottfried's behavior was just one more confirmation that the quiet farmer was not quite what he represented himself to be.
"All right, I admit it,"
John said, raising his hands in mock surrender.
"I climbed a good bit higher than captain during my time in the army. Gottfried saw me once and then recognized me when he first visited the farm with Halden. Much of his behavior is because of the connections I have from my time in the army."
I would say that's 30% true,
Ellie said, giving John an appraising look as she stood up.
"But don't worry, I'm not a prying witch. You can have your secrets."
Amused by the supercilious look she was giving him, John finished off his tea and carried it over to the sink, where Ellie was starting the dishes. Leaning down to place his cup in the sink, he looked down at Ellie, noticing the pink in her cheeks and the growing redness on the tips of her ears. Unsure what that was about, John felt his heart beating strangely as he straightened up. Feeling the sudden urge to escape, John took a small step back and cleared his throat.
"Ahem. I better see if they need any help unloading the forge."
As he fled the room, he did not see the happy smile on Ellie's face as she turned to watch him leave. Chapter 9. Rather than saying that Gottfried had brought a forge, it was more accurate to say he had moved an entire blacksmith's shop. The equipment took up 5 of the carts, and as it was unloaded, John realized he had completely overlooked where he would put all the equipment. After some thought, he decided he would build a stone building for it, so for the time being he had Gottfried's men put everything in one of the barns. On top of the forge, bellows, and anvil John had requested, Gottfried had also brought considerable material, a smelter with 24 casts for commonly used farm tools, hammers, tongs, and countless other items. The cart of coal the merchant had mentioned earlier turned out to be closer to 2 carts of anthracite coal, the hardest and best type of coal that could be found. Catching John's stare, Gottfried just coughed nervously and quickly changed the subject. Once everything was unloaded, he said goodbye and hurried off to make his deliveries, leaving 10 of the dozen carts he had left behind to be loaded up with wheat. Looking over the things Gottfried had brought, John was quite pleased. The quality of the forge was good, and all the tools showed the clear care of a master craftsman. While John couldn't claim to be a master blacksmith himself, he understood enough about blacksmithing to appreciate what he was looking at. Seeing Thomas walk over, John jerked his thumb over his shoulder.
"I'm thinking of putting the shop out past the smoking barn. Though if I'm honest, I'm half tempted to take down the smoke barn and rebuild it further down. That would let us use its foundation for the forge."
"Were you thinking of an enclosed building?"
"No, something open air. I'll probably be the one using it the most, and temperature doesn't really bother me. Actually, if we're leaving in a couple days, I don't know that we'll have time to tear down the smoke barn and rebuild both. I'll just bring some stone over to drop a foundation."
"Of course, sir. Should I start loading the wheat?"
"No, we might get rain tonight or tomorrow night, so I say we wait. It won't take that long to load up, and I'd rather keep it in the barn for now."
There were still a few boulders lying around from when John had built the large barn, so he moved them over to the spot he had picked out for the forge building and began to cut them apart. Digging out a 3-foot pit that was 30 feet wide by 40 feet long for the foundation, he cut the boulders into long, flat flagstones and crushed the rest of the stone into fine gravel, creating a solid base for the floor. After the gravel, he put down the thick 2-inch flagstones that he cut from the boulders, creating a solid floor. Thanks to his mana, his cuts were incredibly precise, and the floor fit together almost exactly. To help deal with the heating and cooling of the stone, John mixed up some mortar and ran it between the flagstones, running a finger along the joints to smooth it out. With the floor finished, he took stock of the stone they had left and made a nighttime trip out to the local river where he pulled the boulders. Gathering a few more boulders, he carried them back to the farm, returning twice to get more. On his last trip, he had just picked up a boulder when he caught sight of something poking from the dirt under the boulder he had just moved. Placing the stone down, he crouched to get a closer look, his eyes narrowing as he realized it was a pale hand. Picking up a stick, he poked some of the dirt aside and began to examine the body, making sure not to touch it. The boulder he had just moved was fairly large and had clearly been rolled over onto the corpse after it was buried, but it looked as if whoever had buried the body had been in a hurry, since it was not completely covered. Frowning, John put the boulder back, covering up the body again. Picking a different boulder, he carried it back to the farm and then knocked on the door of the bunkhouse. A moment later, Thomas appeared, and John gestured for him to follow. Hooking up the horse to their cart, John grabbed some hay for the back of the cart and tossed a tarp in. Taking shovels, the two men headed for the river, arriving at the boulder when it had just started to get light. Moving the boulder aside, John gestured for Thomas to take a look.
"I'd say at least 3 months," Thomas said, after examining the exposed flesh of the corpse.
"So they were killed during winter?"
"Yes."
Well, let's dig them out and get them to town. Maybe someone can identify them."
Careful not to damage the corpse further, John and Thomas dug around the body and lifted it out, placing it in the tarp. Hearing Thomas's sharp intake of breath, John looked over at him. While Thomas hadn't seen the number of corpses John had during his time in the military, it wasn't far off, so John knew the middle-aged man couldn't be afraid of the dead body.
"There are 2 more.
2 more bodies?" John asked, letting out a low whistle.
Young woman, around 15 from what's left of her dress, and an older man, I'd say in his 60s.
Well, this just got much worse. Let's get them in the cart.
By the time John and Thomas had finished excavating the grave, there were 5 bodies, all in various states of decomposition. While not a trained coroner, Thomas had more than ample experience with the ways that a person could be killed, and was easily able to identify the causes of death. Pointing to the marks on the ribs and spine of the skeleton they unearthed at the bottom of the grave, he explained.
"Long dagger with a leaf-shaped blade, thrust to the heart. You can see where the blade scraped the bone, leaving clean cuts, which means the blade was moving really fast. That makes me think it was a skill. No regular person could slice bone like this. Chip it, sure, but this is cut. The killer should be a class holder."
"Are all of them the same?"
"Yes, though the young woman was strangled as well," Thomas said, pointing to the discoloration on the body's neck. "From behind with a garrote. You can see where the wooden handle bruised the skin on her spine. However, it was clearly done after she was dead. You can see from the type of bruising that her heart wasn't beaten when the garrote was used. Strange.
What a mess. Well, let's get them to the village."
Despite John's calm expression, Thomas could feel the grim air that hung around his boss as they drove the cart back to Fairford. By the time they arrived at the inn, the sun had been up for an hour and the village was bustling. Jumping down from the driver's seat of the cart, John strode into the inn. Seeing Sven in his usual spot, John walked down to the end of the bar and gestured for Sven to come down to join him.
"Morning, John. What can I get you?"
"Breakfast for me and Thomas. 2 ales as well. But before that, where would I go if I had crimes to report and the bodies to go along with them?"
Eyes going wide, Sven carefully placed down the glass he was holding and looked past John at the cart that was out front. Seeing Thomas leaning against the cart, carefully watching the people passing by, Sven grimaced.
"You say crimes? As in multiple?"
"Mm-hmm."
"Oh, no. I'll take you over to the jail. Give me a second."
Letting the waitress know he was going to be leaving, Sven put the towel he normally carried over his shoulder down on the bar and walked out with John. With Thomas leading the horse, they walked down the street to where the village's small jail stood. A squat stone building, the jail did double duty as a morgue, and with the help of the sheriff, they unloaded the bodies onto the table that dominated the main room. The first thing the sheriff did as he unloaded the bodies was flip them over to look at their backs. Seeing the telltale sign of the murderer who had been loose in the valley for the last few years, he let out a depressed sigh.
5 people. How on earth are we supposed to deal with this? The village is already upset from the murders this fall. I thought we were in the clear since there were no more deaths this winter, but clearly that wasn't the case.
It was impossible to identify the 2 heavily decomposed corpses that were so old they had been reduced to almost nothing but bone, but 3 of the corpses were only a few months old at most. After looking them over, the sheriff shook his head and made a note in the jail's log.
This is, without question, Herbert, his son and granddaughter. They have, had, a small hunting cabin out on the edge of the valley. Moved into the valley maybe 4 years ago. They mostly kept to themselves and only came into town once or twice a year. They were standoffish folks, even when they did come in. Probably because they were wanted criminals, Thomas remarked, causing everyone to look at him in surprise. Gesturing to the bodies of the 2 men, Thomas pointed to the small tattoo both men carried on the back of their necks. That is the tattoo of a conscription legion. Conscription legions don't disband, and the last one was wiped out in a skirmish with Alera 6 years ago. If they were all the way out here, they probably deserted the unit, which is a crime punishable by immediate execution.
Silence fell as Thomas finished speaking, and everyone looked down at the bodies of the 2 men, lost in their own thoughts. Finally shaking his head, the sheriff grimaced.
Well, nothing for a corpse to be charged with. I better get Holden to let him know.
Is anything being done about the murderer? John asked in a quiet voice.
As much as can be done, the sheriff said, his tone depressed. But we have no clues at this point. George is trying to keep an eye out, but that's about all we can do.
I see.
Thanks for bringing them in, at least,
said the sheriff, giving John a pained smile that clearly indicated he would have much rather for John to have left the bodies buried.
Of course. If you find any leads, let me know. We'd be happy to help apprehend the criminal.
Leaving the bodies in the jail while the sheriff headed off to find Holden, John, Thomas, and Sven headed back to get breakfast. Despite having handled corpses that morning, John and Thomas were so inured to dead bodies that they put down a hearty breakfast with no problem. While they ate, Sven sat with them, nursing an ale as he talked about what was already known about the murderer. The main piece of evidence at the moment was that none of the victims ever showed a scared expression, indicating that they had all been killed while they were unaware. That either pointed to someone familiar with the victims, or someone who was ambushing them while they were facing the other direction. Given what Thomas had identified, the latter was more likely, and after sharing a glance with Thomas, John decided to share. Putting down his knife, he stabbed the end of his fork into a piece of steak and lifted it to his lips.
From what we saw, it has to be a class holder. Probably a rogue. Maybe an assassin.
Growing exceptionally still, Sven looked across the table at John, who was eating his steak without a care in the world. Thomas, on the other hand, was staring straight at the innkeeper. Swallowing, Sven looked at Thomas for a moment, and then spoke carefully, making sure to keep both of his hands visible.
An assassin. That's a rare class. Yup, with a 12-inch leaf-shaped blade. Thin tip and edge, but with a thick tang for stabbing. Almost like an awl.
Letting out a small sigh of relief, Sven carefully reached for his coat, stopping when his fingers were just about to touch his lapel. The innkeeper had only met Thomas once, but he knew enough people like him to know that if he were to suddenly pull out a knife, he would be dead before it cleared the sheath. "May I?" Thomas didn't react, but John nodded his head as he took a drink. Putting just his fingers into his coat, Sven pulled out a moon-shaped punching dagger with a triangular spike on the end and placed it on the table. Gesturing to it with his chin, he shook his head. "The murders started well before I arrived in the valley, and even so, that's only for brawls I can't get out of. I'm a rogue subclass, but all my skills are oriented toward gathering information. But there are no other rogues in the valley that I know of."
"That's what we thought," John said, pretending that the situation had never been tense. "Which is why I'm leaning towards someone of the assassin class. One of the primary skills of the assassin class is the ability to perfectly mask their mana while it's not in use. Anyway, keep an eye out. If you find anything, let me know. Thanks for breakfast."
Watching John and Thomas leave from the doorway of the inn, Sven was just turning to go back inside when he saw Halden and the sheriff walking over. Seeing Halden looking after John, Sven quietly filled the others in on what he had learned. Already slightly strained, Halden's face grew slightly whiter, and he closed his eyes. There was no question that the townsfolk would be beating down his door as soon as they learned about the deaths, and he wasn't looking forward to it. As the horse carried them out of the village, John glanced over his shoulder and saw the three men talking quietly on the porch. Thinking for a moment, he turned back to Thomas.
"You head back to the farm. I'll be back around lunch."
"May I ask where you're going, sir, just in case the madam asks?"
John's words hung in the air, even as his body vanished from the seat beside Thomas.
"I'm going to visit Haver."
Chapter 10. Sprinting through the woods, John kept a careful watch for people who might see him. Few of the valley's residents were out at night time, but the same could not be said during the day. There were at least 100 hunters spread around the valley who provided for themselves by hunting, fishing, and trapping. Many of them were people who, for their own reasons, wanted to be left alone, and John was more than happy to oblige. Besides a small detour to avoid a fisherman at the river, his trip to Wolf Den was easy enough, and soon he stepped into the strange, still area at the foot of the path that led up to the bandit fort. Pausing, John looked around a little, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary, so with a shrug he headed up the mountain. Having learned their lesson from the first time John had come up the path, the two men watching the road ran away as fast as they could when they spotted him, not even bothering to warn the guards at the gate. Surprised by their abject fear, John stared after them until they vanished into the forest. Shrugging, he continued to climb the mountain, arriving in front of the gate and the terrified guards. Recognizing one of them from the first time he came, John lifted his hand in greeting, pointedly ignoring the exaggerated flinch it elicited from the guard.
"Morning. Is Haver in?"
Yes. Let me go get him." "No, I'll go. You stay here. I'm not staying with... no, I'll go."
As amusing as it was to watch the two guards fight to abandon their comrade for the safety of the walls, John was on a short schedule. Waving to get their attention, he pointed to the gate.
"If you open the gate, I can go in myself."
"Yeah, that's true."
One of the guards laughed nervously, while the other grew white-faced.
"Look, you two won't be able to stop me, and I guarantee that trying will only get you in trouble with Haver. Open the gate and pretend you never saw me. That's the best way to do it."
Sharing a glance, both the guards seemed to come to the realization that John was right at the same time. Hurrying to open the gate, they returned to their places on either side of the now open entrance and stared straight ahead, ignoring John completely. With a low chuckle, John strolled into Wolf Den, nodding to the bandits who were all staring at him. The tension rose for a moment, but a loud voice cut through it before it could build to the point of exploding.
"Stand down, idiots, or I'll bash in your heads myself."
Seeing Haver striding down the street with Whale trailing behind him, John smiled.
"Haver?"
The Wolf King held a small wolf pup that was staring at John with unbridled curiosity, and as he came to a stop, the pup tried to jump down. Tightening his grip, Haver glared at John, a distrusting look in his eye.
"I thought we were going our separate ways. What are you doing here?" "I can't come talk to my friend?" John asked, continuing to walk forward.
"You have friends here?" Haver asked, looking around. "I only see a bunch of thugs who would love nothing more than to stick a knife in your kidney."
"Good thing I have tough kidneys," John said, grinning. "Good to see you, too."
Grumbling something resembling a greeting under his breath, Haver jerked his head for John to follow him back to the large hall at the center of the fort. Seeing that even more bandits had gathered around, the Wolf King growled, and his aura exploded outward, smothering the area and causing all the bandits to cower.
"Get back to what you were doing, bunch of fools! You couldn't even scratch him if you all got a free attack, so why are you so eager to go to your deaths?"
Hearing Haver's roar, the bandits paled and scattered. Less than 30 seconds later, John, Haver, and Whale were all alone. Still grumbling, Haver led the way back to the large hall, holding tight to the small wolf pup. Inside the hall, Haver conscientiously avoided the large throne-like chair on the raised dais that he normally sat on, and brought John to a small office where a large map was pinned to the wall. When John looked at the map with interest, Haver coughed loudly and gestured to the chairs scattered around the room.
"Have a seat."
"Thanks," John said, remaining standing next to the map. Grinding his teeth, Haver did his best to keep his temper reined in.
"Ahem. So, what can I do for you?"
Finally turning around, John took a seat and smiled at Haver.
"The murders in the valley. Know anything about them?"
"You mean the backstabbing killer?"
"Is that what they're called?"
I'm not sure. That's what we call them,"
Haver said, glancing at Whale.
"Well, do we know anything about the murders?"
Shaking his head, the thin bandit gave John a hard look as he replied to his boss's question.
"No, it's not one of ours. We wouldn't do something that stupid."
"I figured as much," John said with a shrug. "But I thought I would check, just in case. Which brings me to what I wanted to say. I'm going to be leaving the valley for 2 weeks to sell the wheat we've grown. The farm will be fine since Thomas is staying, but I wanted to ask you to keep an eye on the rest of the valley. Consider it like I'm hiring you to scout for the 2 weeks I'm gone."
"Hire?" Whale asked before Haver could speak. "What are you paying? Our services don't come cheap." Giving Whale a smile that wasn't really a smile, John chuckled mirthlessly.
"My goodwill."
"Yeah, that's fine,"
Haver said quickly, glaring at Whale, who cowered back.
"It's only neighborly to look after things while you're gone. I'll send out my wolves to make sure nothing happens."
Standing up, John glanced at the map once more before nodding to Haver.
"Thanks. We're going to Kingsmouth. Anything you want?"
"No, we're pretty good on supplies,"
Haver said before pausing.
"Actually, could you deliver a letter for me?"
"Sure."
Waiting while the Wolf King quickly wrote a letter, John continued to examine the large map. One of the biggest challenges he had faced when he came to this world was the lack of any sort of reliable navigation system. For someone who had grown up with GPS, the complete inaccuracy of the maps present in this world had proven to be a nearly fatal shock on more than one occasion. He had never thought about maps as a matter of security, but ever since some bad intelligence had trapped him and a unit of soldiers in a ravine with no way to escape besides cutting their way through the enemy, he had grown sort of obsessed with creating the most accurate map of his surroundings possible. Scanning the map inch by inch from the top right corner down to the bottom left corner, John firmly implanted the details of it into his mind so he could copy them onto his own map. He had continued to update it after getting George's map of the valley, adding information from the areas he had been to. The bandits of Wolf Den were well versed in the mountains and the surrounding areas, so there was plenty of detail on their map that John's didn't possess, along with notes regarding merchant routes, where rich people lived, and other things that would interest a bandit.
"Here you go."
Taking the letter from Haber, John said goodbye and left Wolf Den, heading for the farm. The trip went smoothly, and the sun had just risen to the center of the sky when he got back. After a quick lunch, he helped Thomas and Evan load up the bags of wheat into the empty carts. The rest of the day was spent working on finishing the stone building John had started. Cutting blocks of stone, he built 9 6-foot-tall pillars with thick squared logs set into them around the edge of the stone floor. Those pillars held up the long beams that ran the length of the building, which in turn held up the slightly sloped roof. Rather than a traditional pitched roof, the roof was a foot higher at one end than at the other, and sloped down across the whole length of the large building. On the raised side, a much smaller, steeply pitched overhang was added to keep the rain out. Between Thomas and John, they were able to finish everything apart from adding the slate by the time night fell, and early the next morning, when Gottfried arrived with all his men to pick up the carts, John recruited them to lay slate, managing to do the entire thing in a single shot. After serving a big lunch to the exhausted drivers, John got his bag ready and came out to the kitchen to talk to Ellie about what to do while he was gone. To his surprise, she was standing there with her own packed bag, telling Ben to make sure he fed the chickens properly. Turning around when John walked in, Ellie saw the look on his face, and her smile faltered slightly. Everyone else in the room bolted for the door, and within seconds the large kitchen was empty apart from John and Ellie.
"What's this?"
John asked, nodding at the bag.
"I'm coming with you to Kingsmouth."
"I told you it's not safe outside the valley."
"But I'm a class holder now. I can take care of myself."
"It's not even safe for class holders,"
John said with a frown.
"Then why are you going?"
Caught off guard by her question, John looked at Ellie squarely and realized there was no way he was going to be able to persuade her to stay. Rubbing his forehead, he sighed. Part of the reason he didn't want to bring her along was because he would be hard-pressed to hide his magic from her if anything did happen, but he also recognized that hiding it forever was a pipe dream. If she didn't already understand what he was, she would eventually, so there didn't seem to be much point trying to keep it under wraps.
"Fine, but you'll have to promise me you'll listen to what I say."
Ellie's face lit up with a wide smile as she heard John's words.
"Of course."
Picking up her bag, she opened the door, stopping when she saw everyone standing on the porch staring at her.
"Ahem, madam, if you would come this way, we've reserved a seat for you on the 3rd cart," Gottfried said, trying his best to clear the awkward air.
"Will I be riding with John?"
Ellie asked, suddenly hesitant.
Of course, as long as Mr. Sutton doesn't mind driving."
Stepping out of the kitchen in time to hear the question, John nodded.
"Yeah, that's fine."
After saying goodbye to everyone on the farm, including Sigvald and Ferdy, the caravan left, making their way back to Fairford, where they picked up a dozen more carts and nearly 30 mercenaries who had been living in a camp on the outskirts of the town. In a massive procession, the caravan wound its way out of the valley and began the long trek toward Kingsmouth. From what John could remember, the river town of Kingsmouth was a relatively large walled city that served as the southern trade hub for Lepira. The kingdom had only been around for about 20 years, and during that time Kingsmouth had grown from a quiet fishing village into a fortified bastion designed to be used as a retreat path for the nobles in the capital. A few years ago, the war with the neighboring country of Playa had ended with the victory of Lepira and their ally Alera, rendering the fortress unnecessary, and since then it had grown by leaps and bounds. During the wars, many people were forced out into the wilderness, and Kingsmouth served as the link between all those people and the kingdom, allowing natural resources from the wilderness to flow into Lepira's center and refined goods to flow back out. Large armed caravans like the one they were part of were not uncommon on the road to Kingsmouth, as that seemed the only way to avoid the ever-present threat of bandits. With 24 carts, Gottfried's caravan was a juicy prize, but the 30 mercenaries and 2 drivers per cart made it imposing enough that few bandit groups would be willing to risk their lives attacking it. The exception would be bandit groups like Haver the Wolf Kings, but Haver clearly valued his life too much to even consider attacking a caravan John was part of, let alone a caravan carrying John's goods. According to Gottfried, the only other bandit group that compared was past the mountains once they reached the plains. On his way to the valley, John had been by himself and had been bothered by bandits almost constantly, until, annoyed, he had wiped out 3 groups in a row. After that, they had left him alone, but a caravan like this was a prime target for the horse bandits that rode the plains. Unlike many people who lived in cities or out in the wilderness, the horse bandits were generational bandits who had been forced to the wide plains after their nation was destroyed nearly 150 years ago. With their farmland obliterated by forbidden spells, they were forced to turn to banditry to survive, and had since developed a distinct culture. Still relying on raiding to survive, caravans of food were their favorite target, which was why John had volunteered to come along for the first trip. Keeping the cart in line, John and Ellie didn't talk much as they left the valley, each lost in their own thoughts. It had been years since Ellie had last been outside the valley, and her thoughts were far ahead on what they might find in her grandmother's home. John, on the other hand, was trying not to scare the horses, who seemed unusually wary of him. The horses pulling the carts were strong animals, bred for the heavy loads they carried, and the whole caravan made good progress despite getting off nearly half a day late due to having helped John roof his forge. Heading up into the mountains, they spent their first night in a camp that overlooked the valley, and the next morning left the valley behind, beginning the 5-day journey to the city. Chapter 11.
You know, when I was young, I always imagined travel would be fun,
Ellie said, staring out at the slowly moving mountains.
But as I grew older and started traveling, I realized I was entirely wrong. Travel is terribly boring. Being in new places is fun.
As long as everyone isn't trying to kill you, John said.
True. That makes new places much less fun.
Did you do a lot of traveling after you left your grandmother's house?
Enough to put a bad taste in my mouth,
Ellie said, glancing at John with a smile.
But now that I think about it, it could have been all the people trying to kill me.
Yeah, they tend to put a real crimp on things. Hopefully we'll have a nice, peaceful, boring trip to and from the city. If I'm honest, in the early days, traveling was my favorite time.
Oh? You don't find this dull?
Well, for me, travel was the only time someone wasn't trying to kill me. At least, that's what it felt like. Granted, that travel tended to be from one battlefield to another, so at the end of the day, it was really just a big blur of trying to stay alive. It's strange how many people seem to have that same experience.
It's true,
Ellie nodded, her expression growing troubled.
My grandmother used to say that this world was not long for destruction, and that the people in it were simply living in the final moments of a world being torn apart.
She was a wise woman, your grandmother,
John said, instinctively checking his doom points.
Doom points, 73 of 100. Do you believe this world is at its end? Are we in the apocalypse?
No, not yet. Life in the valley is pretty good, and the farm sure doesn't feel like the apocalypse to me. And I think, so long as we stay vigilant, we should be able to keep it from getting there. Out here, however,
John paused, gesturing to the mountainous terrain around them.
Out here, it's a different story. You've been in the valley for the last few years, so you better prepare yourself. Things were bad a year ago when I came to the valley, and I bet they've gotten worse.
What sorts of things?
Poverty, but not just a lack of resources. No, it's the dangerous kind of poverty. The I don't have any food and I'll kill for a mouthful of bread sort of poverty. But the problem is that it's not just poor people. Everyone has been infected with the mindset. You know, it's more than that, though. Sure, there's not enough to go around, but people are resourceful and can survive on very little. The real problem is when everyone feels like they don't have enough and that stabbing their neighbor to get his share is an acceptable option. Sure, sometimes people need a good stabbing, but never because they have something we don't. Unfortunately, very few people seem to share my sentiments regarding this. When I left the capital city, which is supposed to be the shining gem of our kingdom, I was mugged 3 times before I was able to make it out of the gate, and only once was it an actual mugger. The other 2 times were gangs of women and kids. Completely wild, but they saw me making my way through their alleys and figured my gear would sell for a good penny. What shocked me is how happy they were to attack me when I didn't give in. Though I guess nothing trains a population that violence is an acceptable solution to their problems like 200 years of war.
Isn't the war over?
It is, but when I left, tensions with Alara were causing the peace to start to break down.
Alara? Aren't they our ally?
Sure, but they don't have any food either, and the only land that still works for growing edible food is here in Lapira. We've been sending them as much food as we can, but honestly, there's not enough to go around, so tensions have started ramping up. I'm sure that the Empress of Alara has no desire to go to war, but the nobles under her seem to really like the idea. As if killing each other might actually help us. That's one of the reasons I retired and left for the valley. I have no desire to rejoin the war.
For the next mile, Ellie sat quietly as they rumbled along. Finally, her eyes rising to the tall flag fluttering proudly on their cart, she spoke again.
What about the eternal flame? Doesn't the Ecclesia say he'll save us?
John had been flabbergasted when Gottfried sheepishly gave them a flag to put in their cart. The way the merchant practically ran away after giving it to him should have given him a clue as to what it was. The familiar blue flame motif on a deep red flag had nearly caused John to fly into a rage, and it was only after a long moment of internal debate that he didn't rip Gottfried's head clean from his body right then and there. Ellie had taken it from him happily and strung it up on the flagpole that rose behind the cart driver's seat, joining the other 23 carts. The practice of using a flag to identify the power behind a caravan was common enough, but it was rare that the flag of the Ecclesia would be used directly.
The eternal flame? Ha!
Sneering, John spit to the side, causing Ellie to gasp. Ignoring her startled stare, John took a deep breath to calm the storm raging in him.
The eternal flame can't even save himself, let alone everyone else. Listen, I was there on those battlefields. Every single one. The eternal flame did nothing but destroy. People like to talk him up. They like to glorify what he did for us. But do you know why the world is the way it is? Because that maniac couldn't control himself. And in the last fight against Playa, he wiped out an entire country. I was on that battlefield and witnessed it firsthand.
Quailing slightly under the intensity of the venom in John's voice, Ellie steeled her courage and reached out to touch John lightly on the arm. His body was so warm it was nearly scalding, but she kept her hand on him.
But in doing so, he saved our nation. At least, that's what the stories say,
Ellie said quietly. Letting out a sigh, John nodded.
That's true. Playa had 2 legendary mages who were hell-bent on establishing themselves as the rulers of the continent. Who knows how much damage they would have done if they'd been allowed to run wild. But the price... it was too much. Many of my friends died that day, killed by insane mages.
You cannot blame the eternal flame for the work of mad mages.
But what if he's one of them? John asked, turning to stare at Ellie. Do you know any mages who aren't utterly insane?
The Witch of the Wind, Empress Katrine of Alara.
Ha! She's too weak to be mad.
Realizing he had just spoken too much, John shut his mouth before he accidentally incriminated himself. For the next few miles they sat in silence until Gottfried finally called for them to make camp for the night. As they began to circle the carts, Ellie finally spoke up, her voice quiet and defensive.
I don't have the experience on the battlefield that you do, but I think he's trying. I think the Eternal Flame is doing his best to save the world. After my grandmother died, I wandered for a long time. I nearly died many times, and it was the Ecclesia's priestesses who took me in. They didn't have to, but they saw I was in need and helped me. They were the ones who gave me food and a job so I could earn enough money to start a new life in the valley. And I saw them helping so many other people as well, even when it meant they didn't have enough for themselves, all because the Eternal Flame taught them how. I saw the Ecclesia's priests protect others, even when it meant getting injured for it, all because the Eternal Flame showed them that they could. He was the one who showed them how to help the world. He might be an insane mage, but if that's true, it's a madness this world needs more of.
Opening his mouth, John realized he was unable to find the words to reply. After a moment, he parked the cart and jumped down. In the pink glow of the setting sun, the maroon flags snapping in the mountain wind seemed to bring him back to days long ago. Blinking, John felt his heart stir as the flames of anger in his chest died down.
"I'm sorry,"
John said, unable to bring himself to look at Ellie.
"You're right. However much I might resent the Eternal Flame, the work of the Ecclesia deserves my respect. If it weren't for them, I certainly wouldn't be here either."
Hesitating as if he was going to say something else, John finally closed his lips and hurried to unhitch the horses. Watching him work, Ellie found that her heart was breaking, though she didn't know why. Lifting her head to look once more at the fluttering flag, she breathed out, fortifying herself, and then got to work getting out the tents for the night. After John had finished picketing the horses, he came over to help her, and then the two of them joined the rest of the caravan workers for dinner. A few of the mercenaries were there eating as well, while the rest kept watch for bandits. Despite being one of only a handful of women in the caravan, Ellie didn't seem to be at all bothered and carried herself with a calm assurance, even when some of the men stared a little longer than was polite. Getting food for herself and John, she carried it over to him and sat down next to him to eat.
"Will we be out of the mountains tomorrow?"
"We should be,"
John said, scooping up some of the stew from his bowl with a bit of bread.
"It'll depend on if we can get out without a fight or not."
"Do you think we'll be able to?"
Ellie asked, looking around at the mountains that surrounded them.
"Honestly, it's a roll of the dice at this point. Bandits aren't the only threat in these mountains. They're filled with beasts, and we're literally made from food."
"Huh, that's true, we are."
Night fell quickly in the mountains, and after dinner it was already almost completely dark, so everyone who was not on watch went to bed. It didn't take John long to fall into his normal nightmare-filled sleep, but a sound in the middle of the night woke him up with a start. Instantly alert, he realized someone was scratching on the side of his tent.
"Yes?"
John, something is coming."
Even before Ellie managed to stammeringly whisper the words, John was out of his tent, standing next to her, his warm hand on her shoulder. Clutched in her hand was the small crossbow he had taken from Catherine, and the herbalist pouch was slung across her shoulder. She was even wearing the leather armor they had recovered from Sandra.
"Come into the tent,"
John said, not wanting to alert anyone else until he knew what Ellie was talking about. Pulling her into his tent, he opened his pack and got out the set of leather armor Grimes had been wearing and slipped into it. The spots Ellie had stabbed through the armor had been repaired and reinforced with thin metal plates, and it had been adjusted to fit his broader shoulders. Once his daggers were strapped across his waist and his sword was in his hand, he looked at Ellie. Her face was still white, but now that she was out of the cold mountain air and in his tent, she was no longer trembling.
"All right, speak slowly. What's going on?"
I saw something coming. Darkness was creeping toward our camp. It came like a mist, but that mist was filled with terrifying creatures that lurched unnaturally. But the most terrifying part was the darkness itself. It moved as if it was alive, and it was looking at me. I can't describe it, but it seemed to know I was here.
"Were you using magic to look at it?"
John asked, his forehead furrowing and his grip on his sword tightening.
Yes,
Ellie said, twisting her fingers together.
I was using a spell to see if we were going to have a peaceful night. When the wind spirit answered negatively, I asked it to show me the threat. It tried to show me what was in the darkness, but before I could see anything, the spirit was destroyed.
"Counter-scrying. That means we're dealing with a magic user," John said, his voice grim. "Hopefully not a full-fledged mage. Some sort of darkness magic, maybe? We need to find out from Gottfried if there are any bandits around here with magic users. Otherwise, we could be dealing with a kobold shaman or another beast caster. Come on. I need you to explain this to Gottfried."
Leaving the tent, they had just straightened up when a throaty scream sounded from the hillside, startling the camp awake. The scream echoed from all around the camp, throwing everyone into confusion as it became impossible to hear where the enemies were coming from. Frowning, John stretched out his hand and snapped, causing all the screams to cut off abruptly as the sound of the click forced everything in the surrounding area to a standstill. Unsheathing his sword, he lifted it in the air, causing a blue glow to light up the camp as flames burst to life on his sword.
"Prepare for an all-out defense. The enemy comes."
Mercenaries boiled out of their tents, throwing on their armor and checking their weapons as they ran to their positions. Though slower by a few steps, the drivers followed after them, clutching their weapons as they struggled to get into any armor they had. From a tent near the center of the camp came Gottfried and the captain of the mercenaries, a hulking barbarian with a crimson beard and 2 heavy axes. Seeing John's shining sword, the barbarian's eyes lit up, and he began to shout orders to the defenders. Chapter 12.
"Things are going to get wild in a minute. Do your best to stay with Gottfried,"
John said curtly, striding toward the merchant, who was clutching an ornate short sword. Behind him, Ellie looked around nervously, her crossbow clutched to her chest. Where John's shout had galvanized the mercenaries to action, the barbarians' roars had forced them into their pre-trained routines. Torches lit up all around the circle as the mercenaries passed the 3 small fires that had been smoldering in the camp. Dropping the torches into the sconces attached to the sides of the carts, they created a solid ring of light as the first of the bandits came running out of the darkness. Dressed in little more than rags, the bandit had a crazed expression on his face and carried a crude wooden club with a spike through it in one hand and a rusty hatchet in the other. Screaming hoarsely, he charged the cart line, trying to jump up to attack the mercenaries on the cart, only to get stabbed by 2 spears and thrown back. Undeterred by his wounds, he lifted himself up, blood streaming down his chest. Despite the gaping wound in his shoulder that revealed his bones to the world, he lifted his hatchet and charged again, this time going down to a stab in his throat.
"They're drugged," the red-bearded barbarian said grimly. "Let's just hope there aren't too many of them."
Screams continued to echo through the mountains as more and more crazed bandits threw themselves at the mercenaries without a single thought for their survival. Like wild animals, they did their best to claw their way into the circle of the carts, only to be driven back by the sharp spears the mercenaries wielded. Standing in the center of the circle, John's gaze was not on the desperate struggle. Instead, his attention was completely fixed on the hillside that was cast in darkness. There was a strange sensation in the darkness, as if it were a tangible, living thing, but John could tell that it was actually the aura of a magic user that had been spread out to give a shadowy, gloomy characteristic to the area. That must have been what Ellie had sensed when she had been scrying. Hoping that it meant there was only one enemy caster, John weighed his options and then turned to Gottfried and the barbarian mercenary leader.
"There's an enemy magic user,"
John said, gesturing for Ellie to explain what she had experienced. Unsure if it was okay to tell the others about her ability to use magic, she looked at John, who realized he had never briefed her on how to talk to other class holders. Quickly continuing to speak before she said something they would all regret, John let out a cough.
She has a precognition skill, and woke me up as the enemy was approaching.
Eyes widening, Gottfried stared at Ellie and then at John, completely shocked that Ellie was a class holder. Despite the tenseness of the situation, he scanned back through his mind as he tried his best to remember if he had ever disrespected her in any way. While Gottfried was having a mini panic attack for a reason completely unrelated to the current circumstances, the barbarian smiled happily. He had assumed that he was the only class holder in the caravan, but now found out that there were actually 2 more, and while one of them looked like she would be completely useless in a fight, the other had a flaming sword.
I saw growing darkness, with lurching bandits, Ellie said, her voice catching.
Lurching?
The red-bearded barbarian asked, frowning.
Not drugged up and screaming? Are you sure they were lurching?
Being questioned seemed to help Ellie fortify her spirit, and she nodded seriously.
I am. They moved unnaturally with a jerking motion.
Looking at each other, John and the red-bearded barbarian spoke at the same time.
Undead. Undead.
Snapping back to the present just in time to hear the words from the 2 class holders, Gottfried let out a shriek and then covered his mouth.
Undead? As in a corpse thief?
Shrugging, John continued to scan the defensive line, looking for the telltale signs of the undead.
Or a witch doctor, he said. That might be more likely since we're seeing drugs involved. Regardless, we better let the mercenaries know before they get killed by a bandit they've already put down.
I'll handle that,
the red-bearded barbarian said, stepping forward and raising his voice.
Oi! Listen up! Our enemy is out of their minds, but their bones are not as strong as our steel. Just watch the slippery buggers, because there might be undead hiding among them. Don't let your guard down. Set the corpses on fire and kick them out of the circle.
John was impressed with how little panic there was among the mercenaries as they immediately set about doing exactly what they were instructed to do. Using their weapons, and sometimes their hands and feet, the mercenaries pushed the bodies of the dead bandits off the carts and picked up the torches to toss down on them. As if they could sense the incoming fire, mana swelled among the dead bandits, and they began to moan, their limbs flailing as they started to push themselves to their feet.
Ah, you were right,
the red-bearded barbarian shouted, nearly deafening Ellie as his voice boomed across the battlefield.
You know the drill, boys. Bring the circle in. Spears out. Let them push past steel if they want to get our flesh.
Hurrying to retreat, the mercenaries rushed into the center of the camp, making a circle inside of the 3 burning fires. Joining up shoulder to shoulder, the mercenaries all turned and faced outward, their spears held outstretched. While the mercenaries were defending the carts, the drivers had dumped more wood on the fires, which were now jumping, keeping the entire area inside the carts well lit. It was into this circle of light that the shambling, jolting undead began to stagger. Their wounds still fresh, the zombie bandits began to charge forward, their hoarse screams from before replaced with low-pitched groans. From the mountainside came even more noises, as out of the darkness a large wave of undead staggered toward the circle of light. Steel met undead flesh, but the zombies had no sense of pain, and did their best to push forward. Standing in the middle of the defensive circle, the red-bearded barbarian continued to bellow out commands, telling his men how to defeat the enemy. Yet despite their cooperation, the mercenaries had a terrible time trying to keep the undead back. In ever-growing numbers, the undead pressed in around them. From where she stood in the center of the circle, Ellie saw one monster lose its legs with a heavy slash of a spear, and then try to crawl forward to bite the mercenary who had cut it down. The fighting was fierce, and the enemy felt endless, and no matter how many of the undead they hacked apart, more seemed to crawl down from the hills. Noticing that the mercenaries were starting to flag, John glanced at the red-bearded barbarian, but found that the mercenary leader was instead looking at him, as if waiting for him to take charge.
One of us needs to take down the leader. Once the magic user is dead, the spell that keeps animating these bodies will collapse as well, John said. The other person will stay here and fight,
prioritizing keeping as many of our mercenaries alive as possible." "Great! Do you know where the leader of these maniacs is hiding?" the barbarian asked, his voice booming over the moans of the undead and shouts of the mercenaries. Shooting a glance at John, a determined look came over Ellie's face, and she muttered something under her breath. Blinking, she swept the hillside with her gaze, coming to a stop for a fraction of a second on a small copse of trees.
"There! In those trees!"
Lifting his warhammer, the barbarian was about to rush out of the closing circle when John stopped him. "You stay here and deal with the undead. Your hammer will be better for it. Remember, you have to crush the crystal in their brains or they won't stop."
Not waiting for a response, John's body seemed to blur, blue flames flashing around his legs as he wove through the defenders. Passing through the lurching undead, his sword stabbed out, leaving burning holes in half a dozen zombies' skulls. The undead zombies had a natural aversion for his blue flame, and with moans, the few that survived his high-speed charge lunged away. Watching him vanish into the darkness, the red-bearded barbarian let out a loud roar as he activated his rage and stormed forward, his warhammer smashing the zombies apart. As he charged forward, he roared out with a voice that shook the mountains.
"You heard him, boys! Target their heads!"
Tuning out the fight behind him, John narrowed his focus and darted through the undead horde. Despite it being nighttime, he could see perfectly thanks to the mana that flooded his eyes, and his steps were sure and nimble as he carved his way through the flood of zombies. Flickering with magical blue flames, his sword stabbed out again and again, each time unerringly piercing through the zombies' eye sockets, open mouths, or nose cavities, to stab into their brains, ending their unlives with merciful speed. Down below, Ellie watched as the blue flame danced its way up the mountain, twisting this way and that with a supernatural vigor. As he advanced, John made sure to keep his attention away from the trees where Ellie had spotted the enemy. Anyone who played with magic that could create undead was typically abhorred by the entire world and had to skulk about in the shadows on the outskirts of society. Such a life naturally bred great cunning, and John had no desire to chase a crafty enemy all over the mountains. Ducking under a flailing lunge, John's sword swung at what seemed to be an impossible angle and jumped straight up, stabbing through the bottom of the zombie's jaw and driving up into the monster's brain. As blue flames cooked the inside of the zombie's head, John kicked, throwing the monster's corpse away. At the same time, he could feel his enemy's magic creeping up on him. Dark tendrils of mana probed his mana, looking for a way to pierce through his defenses. The dark mana was slimy and cold, like the rain-slicked hand of a decomposed corpse thrusting through the soil. It was not the first time he had felt such mana, and feeling it again sent a shock through him. He swung his burning gaze over to the trees, his mana spiking out of control as the memories of his last fight against someone who had this sort of mana flashed through his mind. This was not the mana of a corpse thief, or even a witch doctor like he had suspected. No, this was the mana of the most reviled of mages, the necromancer. Where the corpse thief and witch doctor could raise hordes of undead through their skills, the necromancer had perfected the art. In John's last and only fight against a necromancer, he and his soldiers had been forced to fight against an endless horde of undead minions, watching as their fallen friends were added to the evil mage's army. Just like a mage, the necromancer studied magic to bend the world to their will, but in this case, the magic they studied dealt with the manipulation of people's minds and bodies. Wherever a necromancer went, death followed behind, usually closely and walking on its own feet. Though John's army had eventually triumphed, and he had managed to mortally wound the necromancer, he hadn't been able to confirm the evil mage's death, a fact that had always caused him regret. With a flash, John appeared among the trees, his flaming blades slicing through them like they were twigs. With a strange scream, the robed figure lurking between the trees vanished, a zombie taking their place. As they lifted their hand to cast a spell, John appeared in front of them, his sword stabbing through their head. Barely jerking back in time, the hood of the robed figure tore as the point of John's sword slashed through it. The burning fabric fell away to reveal a completely hairless woman with strange markings on her face and a grinning skull tattooed on the side of her skull.
Off balance, the bald woman tumbled to the ground as blue windows flashed across John's vision.
+1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer.
Practically snarling through his gritted teeth, John turned his stab into a downward slash, intending to separate the woman's head from her shoulders, but right before his sword connected, it was repelled by a dark shield of mana that appeared around her. Another strange scream rang out as the woman vanished in a burst of darkness, zipping across the mountain to reappear between some rocks. No sooner had she staggered to her feet than John appeared like an avenging angel, his eyes glowing bright with blue flames. Again his sword fell, and again the shield appeared, blocking his attack at the last moment. Eyes narrowing as he tracked the mana racing away again, John snapped his fingers, activating the mana in his feet to dash after the escaping necromancer. From his mana control, it was clear that the powerful mana that was keeping the undead zombies active was not actually the necromancer's, but instead belonged to some sort of powerful artifact she held. What had thrown John off guard was that the necromancer was clearly a new class holder and had not even reached the titled status. Reappearing as she did, John finished casting his spell, and 4 water arrows appeared in the air over the necromancer's head. Madness filled her eyes as she saw John appearing, and, lifting a shaky finger, she spoke in a voice that was mixed between a growl and a shriek. "My master will find you and flay your flesh from your bones. He will use your blood to bind your soul in an everlasting covenant to serve him as a slave."
+1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Feeling his mana spiking again, John let out a breath that completely incinerated everything around them, burning the vegetation and rocks so quickly that they produced no light. As the dark mana shield sprang up around her, the necromancer watched in horror as the ground transformed into a sheet of glass from the heat John's breath contained. Despite the simplicity of his action, the mana his breath contained was so powerful that it caused the dark mana shield to writhe, nearly breaking apart. Just before her movement spell could activate again, her dark mana shield fell away, and the 4 water arrows slammed into her, piercing her through her spine, her lungs, her heart, and her skull. Chapter 13. In the moments when the necromancer had tried to escape from him before, John had seen the tiny gap between the 2 spells she had used. Her shield was being powered by a grinning skull that was tied to her belt, while the escape spell was something she was casting herself. However, the dark mana shield could not be used at the same time as the shadow escape spell, and there was a brief moment between when the shield deactivated and her escape spell took form that John had seized. Even as mana began to wrap around her body to transport her away, the rotating water arrows stabbed deep into her body. Ripping through her skin and muscles, the spells dug through her body until they slammed into her bones. Even then, the powerful rotational force could not be stopped, crushing and shattering her bones. Death came instantly to the necromancer, despite her supernaturally strong body, as John's mana completely overwhelmed her. Seeing her corpse explode into chunks ripped apart by the 4 water arrows, John's expression did not change. Bloody water splattered toward him, but before it could get close, it evaporated into nothingness under the heat radiating from his body. Eyes narrowed, John saw a shadow burst forth from the necromancer's corpse, attempting to flee into the sky. Recognizing the spirit of the necromancer, John's lips curled back in a grim smile, and he reached out with his hand. The last time he had fought against a necromancer, he had not managed to kill them because he was unaware that necromancers could separate their spirit from their body. This time, however, that was not the case. Bringing his fingers together, he transformed the surrounding mana into a cage and trapped the fleeing spirit, bringing it to a halt. In the instant before the mana cage closed in and incinerated the necromancer's spirit, John felt a deeply malevolent gaze settle on him as an eerie eye opened up inside the trapped spirit. Instantly recognizing the mana signature of the legendary necromancer he had fought all those years ago, John just sneered and met the gaze clearly. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Clenching his fist, the mana cage closed completely, erasing both the eye and the female necromancer's spirit from the world. As the trapped spirit died, the spell that had been animating all the bandits' corpses began to fall apart.
In the moment before he pulled his mana back, John sent out tiny tongues of flame that traced along the lines of mana, burning away the gloomy dark feeling until they reached the now inert corpses. Down at the camp, the beleaguered mercenaries let out a cheer as the zombies began to erupt with blue flames, falling to the ground and burning away. Taking a breath, John pulled all his mana back, locking it into his lungs and chest where it roiled with the fury of a firestorm. It took a moment to get it under control, but once he did, he immediately checked his doom points. Doom points, 76 of 100.
I can't believe I picked up 3 doom points just to deal with a non-titled class holder. That shield was easily at the legendary level, though, which means that this necromancer was probably an apprentice. Ugh. The last thing this world needs is a necromancer training apprentices.
Crouching, John began to examine the remains of the necromancer's corpse, completely unbothered by the blood that was splattered everywhere. Any time his fingers got close to the watery blood, it simply evaporated. John had spent a long enough time scrabbling around on the battlefield that he was an efficient looter, and a few minutes later he was walking back down the mountainside toward the caravan camp. As soon as she saw the blue flame from his sword, Ellie ran over to him, her crossbow still clutched to her chest.
"John, are you okay?"
Blinking, John felt the question strike at his heart. He was not quite used to this new side of herself that Ellie was showing, though he couldn't quite say he disliked it. It was a strange feeling for him to have someone ask after his well-being.
I'm fine. I killed the magic user.
Before Ellie could say anything else, a booming voice washed over them, and the red-bearded barbarian stomped over, his bloody warhammer resting on his shoulder.
"Ha ha! Well done! You ended that really fast, which was good. My name is Belsker Redbeard, captain of the Redbeard mercenary troop."
Staring blankly at Belsker for a second, John couldn't resist making a comment.
"Is it because you have a big red beard?"
"Hey, you're sharp! Ha ha! Yep! They get their name from me, and I got it from my big red beard."
Watching Belsker happily stroke his beard with a blood-covered hand, John had to suppress the urge to shudder. Instead, he looked around the camp as he walked over to where Gottfried was standing, Ellie and Belsker trailing close behind. The mercenaries were all tending to the injured and trying to clean up their weapons, while the drivers were doing their best to repair the damage that had been done to the carts. Seeing that everything was in hand, John sheathed his sword and joined Gottfried. The merchant had never once panicked during the attack, though given that he knew John's identity, it made sense.
"Thank you, your Mr. Sutton," Gottfried said, bowing. "We were lucky to have you with us. Madam Ellie as well. Without your warning, we would have been caught unprepared. Please rest assured we will clean up the camp and dispose of the bodies so you can get some rest."
Looking around, John nodded. Everything seemed well in hand, so he and Ellie went back to their tents to try and catch a bit more sleep before morning's light. When the sky began to turn gray before dawn, the camp was up and bustling as they got ready to go. The drivers and mercenaries were more than happy to put as much distance between themselves and the site of the attack as possible. Though the zombies' corpses had been dealt with using fire, it was nerve-wracking being near them. As the caravan got under way, Ellie sat a little closer than normal to John, her hands clutching her crossbow. She was still dressed in the leather armor she had worn the night before, and there was a grimness about her mouth that had not been present when they set out on the trip. Glancing over at her, John couldn't help but smile.
"You shouldn't need that today," he said, gesturing to the crossbow.
"I know, but it makes me feel better,"
Ellie said plainly.
"Ha ha. Fair enough. You did really well last night. Most people would have passed out as soon as the first zombie attacked."
"Those were zombies? You said it was a type of undead monster, right?"
"Correct. They're made from the fusion of magic and corpses. There are a number of classes that can create and control zombies, but those are from a proper necromancer."
"What is a necromancer?"
Ellie asked, some of her tension vanishing as her curiosity kicked in.
"Necromancers are the worst kind of mage," John said, shaking his head. "They tend to be people obsessed with living forever, and the path they use to do it is studying death. But they're generally reviled as completely evil, and rightly so."
Realizing that Ellie was staring at him, her eyes narrowed dangerously, John pulled away subconsciously.
"What?"
"You fought a mage last night?"
Not a powerful one," John said hurriedly. "She was really more of an apprentice. She even mentioned how her master was going to flay me alive or something. Besides, mages can only really get dangerous once they hit the legendary stage. Titled mages are nothing to sneeze at, of course, but even they can be killed if you understand how their spells work."
"So I take it you've done this before,"
Ellie said, looking down at the crossbow on her lap.
"Fought mages, I mean."
Relieved that he had been able to play it off, John nodded.
"Oh, yeah. Back in my army days. I got promoted because of my ability to take down enemy spellcasters. A tremendously useful skill on the battlefield, considering how dangerous a mage can be in a mass fight."
"And last night? Is that what gave you the courage to go out and fight against the necromancer?"
"Sort of. Fights are, at their core, a battle of information. A really famous guy once said that in a fight, the commander who had more information and could do more calculations as a result would win almost every time. I knew where the enemy was, I knew what sort of magic they were using, and I knew what their level was, so I was able to make more calculations than they could."
"How did you know what level she was?"
"The type of undead she commanded," John responded, twitching the reins to adjust the cart's direction. "Higher-level necromancers will have stronger minions. Undead take a long time to create and are a necromancer's primary weapon, so keeping them undamaged is important. If she had possessed higher-level undead minions, she would have thrown them against us at first to ensure the maximum number of her zombies survived. But higher-level undead are harder to control. Every undead minion that is added to the group puts more pressure on the master, so she would have had to have been a titled class holder, or even a legendary class holder if she had shown higher-level undead. That's why we waited for a moment before running out to kill her."
Letting out a sigh, Ellie shook her head.
"I don't understand how you know all of this stuff."
"Same way you know how to milk a cow," John said, his voice grim. "Entirely too much practice. Undead are actually fairly common on battlefields where necromantic magic has been used in the past, so you always have to be on the watch for them. But it's not entirely bad, you know. Necromancers often have some of the best gear, since they're relatively powerful."
"Gear?"
Nodding, John took out 3 things from his pouch and held them up for Ellie to see. There was a ring with a strange symbol on it, a grinning skull, and a magically locked book with runic writing on the spine.
"Recipes of bones?"
Impressed by Ellie's attempt to figure out the runes, John pointed to the first rune.
"This rune is Grimoire, which is basically the same as a spell book. This should contain some of the spells the necromancer was using. This skull is a defensive artifact she was using to protect herself. It's ruined right now because it was bound to her spirit and she's dead. And last, we have this ring. I have no idea what it is, but it probably serves as an identifier for whatever group she was part of."
Thinking for a moment, Ellie snapped her fingers.
"You're saying she was part of a group because she was controlling so many undead. If undead take a long time to create, then there's no way she could have created all those zombies by herself. Additionally, supporting that many undead was probably beyond her ability. Since she mentioned a master, she probably was just controlling the undead her master had created. Plus, if she was supporting all the zombies, she probably didn't have a lot of concentration or mana left to cast offensive spells."
100 points, John said, smiling.
That's exactly the sort of calculation that lets us win fights before they even start. This ring was acting as a medium through which her master was raising the undead. She was really just here to be a conduit for his spell casting, which is the other reason legendary mages are dangerous. They can do crazy things like casting their spells through an intermediary from a really long distance away. I've no idea how, but they can. It never pays to underestimate a legendary mage.
"Have you fought against a legendary mage?" Ellie asked, peeking at John from the corner of her eyes as she fiddled with the ring.
"I have," John said, his voice grave. "Let's just say that when legendary mages fight, things get messy. Spells might appear neat and simple, but when they start to mix, the result is unpredictable. I'm lucky I escaped with my life."
Falling silent, he took the ring back from Ellie and took a good look at it. The signet showed the same skull that had been tattooed on the side of the necromancer's head, but with an infinity symbol where the eyes should have been. John had never seen this exact symbol before, though he had seen a similar version of the skull before. To his knowledge, he and Katrine had been the only remaining mages in the world, but it was clear that one of his old enemies, Kithoth the Eyeless, had managed to survive. John had first encountered the evil mage while trying to defend against players' aggression. While they were being attacked on their northern border, Kithoth had transformed an entire city into undead and marched them to war, seeking to overthrow the city John and his troops had been defending. After a terrible fight, they barely managed to overcome the waves of undead, and it was clear they weren't going to survive the next attack. In a desperate bid, John and a team of his best soldiers had assaulted the necromancer's camp, fighting the evil mage himself. The Eyeless had only just become a legendary mage and was still not used to his newfound power, allowing John and his team to destroy Kithoff's body. With his spirit hurt and his mana burning up, the necromancer had fled back into the mountains, relinquishing control of the countless undead he had commanded. Now it was clear that Kithoff the Eyeless was back, and undoubtedly out for revenge. In John's mind, the only saving grace was that the necromancer he had killed had been barely trained, and was clearly under the influence of Kithoff's mind control, acting as a sort of puppet for the legendary necromancer to control. Unfortunately, he had felt Kithoff's gaze clearly, which meant his enemy now knew exactly where he was. If he wasn't careful, Kithoff's undead minions would be coming straight to his new home, bringing death and destruction with them. Just the thought of it was enough to make John's blood boil.
"I want to learn."
Startled out of his thoughts by Ellie's emphatic statement, John blinked and looked at her.
"You want to learn necromancy?"
"No, I want to learn to fight,"
Ellie said, clenching her fist tightly. Chapter 14.
"Fighting is nothing to joke about, Ellie. What brought this on?"
John asked, turning his head to look at the young woman. They were just beginning to descend from the mountains, and the wide plains stretched out before them, bathed in the light of the midday sun. Staring off into the wide-open distance, Ellie pondered the question for a moment before responding.
"I hated the feeling of being unable to help last night."
"First, you were helpful. I'm skilled in combat, but it would have been much harder for me to identify where the enemy was. You did it in a few seconds. That was a large part of the reason the fight ended so quickly. Regardless, none of your skills are suited to fighting," John replied. "It's not that it's impossible for you to learn to fight, of course, but I think you would be better suited to a support or a healing role."
"Like that herbalist, Catherine?"
"Yep. She was both support and healing. She carried potions and bandages and seemed to have a skill related to handling plants in some way. Your skills give you a natural affinity for potions, making them much more effective. Besides, then you can pass yourself off as an alchemist, which is much less scary for people than walking around calling yourself a witch."
Thinking for a moment, Ellie shook her head.
"An alchemist is fine, as our potions, but I want to learn to fight. You said that fights are about knowledge, right? Then I should be able to use true sight to give me an edge. Last night, when we were attacked, I had a flashback to when the adventurers attacked the farm, and I never want something like that to happen again. I don't want to leave my fate in someone else's hands."
Nodding seriously, John looked at Ellie, as if checking to see that she meant what she said.
"If you're sure, then I'll teach you. There are some options for fighting styles that make good use of potions, so we wouldn't have to ignore the skills you have. But it won't be easy. Just ask your brother Ben."
"I'm up for it,"
Ellie said, straightening her shoulders. Glancing at her profile, John nodded seriously.
"I believe it. Tonight I'll show you a set of exercises you'll need to practice until you can do them to my requirements. Once you've mastered those, I'll begin to teach you for real."
"Thank you."
"Of course. I'm all for people being able to defend themselves, just so long as you understand that fighting is a dangerous business. There's never any guarantee that you'll come out unharmed, believe me. I had to learn the hard way."
For the rest of the day, the caravan continued down the mountain road, stopping to camp when the land began to even out. That night, just as he had promised, John showed Ellie a simple movement routine. The basic movements weren't particularly hard to do for someone with a class-holder physique, but coordinating them smoothly was a challenge for anyone without excellent physical control. Since Ellie had only recently become a class-holder, the movements would help her coordinate her improved strength and reaction time, making it easier for her to pick up the combat skills he would show her later. The set of movements had been taught to John by Thomas when he first started training, and rather than building strength, they had helped him develop better control of his mana-enhanced muscles. Practicing them a few times under his supervision, Ellie took to them naturally, making him suspect that she would be much more adept at combat than he had initially been. It helped that she had been working on a farm and doing other labor for much of her life, and was quite strong even before she became a class-holder, and the mana enhancement had only magnified that. Grumbling under his breath about how unfair the world was, he left her to practice the exercises and retreated to his tent to unlock the Grimoire of Bones. The lock had been set with the dead necromancer's mana, so it only took him a moment to undo the mana lock and open the book up. Scanning through it, John was pleased to see that not only were there a number of spells recorded in it, there was a considerable amount of research as well. Much of it had to do with the preservation of spirits and the bodies they inhabited, and from the excited scribbles in the margins it was clear the necromancer had been helping her master delve into the secrets of immortality. From what he could gather, the ultimate goal of the research was the creation of a lich, a legendary-level undead, which was functionally immortal. Committing the book to memory, John snapped his fingers and created a blue tongue of flame that rapidly devoured the grimoire. Watching it carefully to make sure it was truly gone, John smiled wryly. If anyone else had gotten their hands on such research on immortality, they would have been beyond excited. On the other hand, he didn't care one single bit. His only interest was in understanding the spells and how they fit together so he could create spells of his own. As for learning more about immortality, he was the one person in this entire world for whom it was entirely useless. Once he was sure that nothing of the journal remained in the world, he took out the skull artifact to examine it. It was clearly broken, otherwise he never would have allowed Ellie to touch it. Necromantic artifacts had a way of corrupting the mana of the people who touched them. A large crack ran down the center of the skull, and all the mana had dissipated completely. Despite the damage, the material was worth studying. John had never had the time to get into the creation of artifacts, though he knew that many high-level mages specialized in such things. The war with Playa had been fought in part because of such knowledge, but before the Leperian army had been able to find the workshop of Playa's legendary mage, the madman had destroyed it, setting off a powerful explosion in the process that sent John's mana haywire. The resulting destruction ended the war and obliterated Playa from the map. leaving nothing but an ash-filled wasteland where storms of flame still sprang up. Without the knowledge of how to create artifacts, John had been forced to rely on the few he could scrounge up. Now, however, he felt like he was starting to understand how they were put together, and every artifact he could examine helped deepen his knowledge. The same was true for the Infinity Skull Ring, which, like the skull, had lost all its magic when the necromancer lost her life. Still, the material was uncommon, and John benefited from examining it in detail. The next morning came quickly, and once again the caravan got under way as soon as the first hints of light started to poke their way over the horizon. Grassland stretched in every direction, but despite it being empty, John knew it was no less dangerous than the mountains. Every day around lunch, Gottfried would stop by to talk to John and Ellie, mostly to check if there was anything they needed, but this time he was clearly distracted when he was talking to them. It didn't take a genius to figure out what his nervous glances toward the horizon meant, and finally John asked him what was wrong.
"The scouts have been seeing more horse tracks than usual."
"Horse bandits?"
"Most likely. Things have been worse than normal recently with how much food has been sent over to Alera, and the horse bandits are feeling more of a pinch than anyone. That makes us a prime target."
John turned to scan the horizon.
"What are our options?"
"We could hurry on ahead, but because of the attack 2 nights ago, our men are tired. The other option is to rest for a day, but that increases the chances that we'll be surrounded. If they surround us, we can pretty much give up getting back to the city with our goods, if at all. I don't feel like I can make the decision, so I thought I would come and talk to you about it."
Turning to look at Gottfried, John nodded casually.
"Sure. Let's rest. We'll maintain camp for the rest of the day and then move out tomorrow morning like normal."
An expression of profound relief came over Gottfried's face, and his tensed shoulders relaxed. Laughing happily, he quickly excused himself and hurried back to the head of the caravan. The call to circle rang down the line, and the tired drivers began to follow the circle around until they had formed their defensive camp. Getting down, Ellie helped John with the horses, unhooking them and picketing them on the lush grass. Seeing her look toward the horizon a few times, John leaned down and plucked a long blade of grass. Chewing on the end, he looked at her.
"What are the winds telling you?"
"They're out there. A lot of them."
"Nervous?"
"You aren't, so why would I be?"
Laughing, John grabbed their tents from the cart and began to set them up while Ellie started to prepare their lunch. As they ate quietly, John kept an eye on the drivers and mercenaries. Despite the threat of raiding horsemen, the people that Gottfried had hired were professional to the core, and they quickly settled down to get as much rest as possible. Thanks to the wide-open plains, the guards keeping watch had a great view and were able to keep an eye on the empty landscape. John and Ellie rested as well, doing their best to prepare for what they knew was coming. Closer to dinner time, Ellie, who had been doing her best to translate a section of basic arcanum, suddenly looked up, her eyes growing wide. Looking around, she saw John standing a few feet away and relaxed. Shutting the book, she carefully stowed it away and picked up her crossbow. Crouching, John looked at her calmly, waiting for her to explain.
"There are hundreds of horsemen coming. They're using some sort of skill to mask their horses' hooves."
"That explains the lack of vibration. And it's about dusk," John said, looking at the sky. "They'll probably take advantage of the sun's position on the horizon to hide their approach. Smart. Can you get a better estimate of their numbers?"
Let me try."
Chanting something under her breath, Ellie took out a small pinch of sand and tossed it into the cup of water that was sitting next to her. The sand drifted into the cup, quickly mixing with Ellie's mana and shifting to create a runic number.
700, at least.
"That's at least 3 tribes, though it could be more. Looks like we're in for an exciting night," John said, laughing. "Come on, let's go tell Gottfried."
Making their way over to Gottfried's tent, John saw that the merchant was just starting to eat with Belsker. Gottfried had tried to get Ellie and John to eat dinner with him the first few nights, but after being firmly rebuffed, he had gotten the picture that John wanted to maintain as much distance as possible on the trip, and had stopped bothering them. Now, seeing them walk over, he hurried to jump up.
"Ah, Mr. Sutton, Madam Ellie, we just sat down to eat. Would you like to join us?"
"No, but we'll have a lot of guests soon enough. 700 of them."
Sitting down, Gottfried's eyes grew wide as he stammered, 700?
"Yes."
700 horse bandits are a lot of horse bandits,
Belsker said, his fork trembling slightly as he put it down.
"Correct," John agreed, "which is why we need to play this right. They should be here in about 20 minutes.
Jerking up to his feet, Gottfried looked between Ellie and John and then took a quick turn around the tent.
"What do we do? There's no way we can fight off that many bandits."
Realizing from the way he kept glancing at John from the side of his eyes that Gottfried was only putting on a show, Ellie had to cover her mouth to hide her smile. Despite the seriousness of the situation, it was sort of funny to her how Gottfried just assumed John would take care of everything.
"Start dinner for the drivers and mercenaries. Oh, and set a few more plates here in your tent. When they arrive, I'll handle them."
Belsker started to stand up to speak, but Gottfried put his hand on the large mercenary leader's shoulder and pushed him down.
"That sounds great. Thank you. I'll instruct the cooks to get dinner started."
Turning around, John headed for his tent to get his sword, and then, with Ellie accompanying him, headed for the side of the circled carts where he thought the horse bandits were most likely to come from. Climbing up onto the cart, he stared out over the grassland. Because of the sun that was just about to dip over the horizon, visibility was actually quite low when staring directly west, but that didn't stop John in the slightest. Pushing mana into his eyes, he magnified his vision and quickly spotted the tiny figures of the horse bandits in the distance. Smiling slightly, he turned to Ellie and nodded.
"You were right. They are coming for us."
"Are we going to have to fight?"
"I hope not. That's a lot of people to kill our way through," John said lightly. "If we can, we'll convince them that we're not worth trying to chew on."
Watching John as he turned back to look out over the horizon, Ellie was struck with just how relaxed he was. John was often curt in his speech and guarded in his expression, though he had been getting better, and the few times she had seen him in this almost easygoing, relaxed mood, he had been about to engage in a fight. The realization caused her heart and mind to tremble as she tried to imagine what sort of life he must have lived to be more comfortable in the tension of imminent battle than in everyday life. Realizing she was staring, she turned her eyes away, a slight blush on her cheeks. After a moment of thought, she slung her crossbow over her shoulder and climbed up on the cart next to him to wait for the horse bandits that were rushing toward them. Chapter 15. The sight of the horse bandits streaming across the plains in the fading light of day was impressive, and as they got closer they broke into a full gallop, causing the earth to shake. Standing tall on the cart, John and Ellie faced the incoming horde of horsemen, the mercenaries and drivers all gathered behind them. Close enough that their faces could be made out, the horse bandits didn't try to hide themselves anymore, and with a shout they split apart, urging their horses as they moved to surround the circled carts. Dressed in chain and leather armor stitched together with fur and patches of hide, the horse bandits reminded John of the pictures he had seen of Mongol warriors when he was young. They were fierce-looking, their faces tanned and toughened by the long hours they spent on horseback. A variety of weapons hung from their saddles and belts, clattering around as they skillfully maneuvered their horses. Hearing Ellie's breath catch as a large horse pushed out of the crowd, John saw a horse bandit with a bright blue turban coming toward them. The horsemen had all stopped on the edge of arrow range, ready to back up if the defenders tried to take shots at them, but this bandit seemed to be completely unafraid of the threat of arrows as he walked his horse forward. A powerful-looking bow was strapped to his saddle, and a long halberd stood upright behind him. Fluttering from the end of the halberd was a blue flag with a black eagle stitched on it, wings outstretched. Stopping a few dozen feet away from the cart John and Ellie were standing on, the bandit examined them carefully. There were less than 100 members in the caravan, and many of them weren't outfitted properly for battle. Compared to the 700 bandits surrounding them, who were armored and armed to the teeth, the turbaned bandit felt like the balance of power should have been clearly tilted in his direction. But there was something about the casual way the leather-armored swordsman standing on the cart was looking at him that gave him pause. Silence fell over the caravan as John waited for the bandit who had approached to speak, and it soon spread out to the savage-looking horse bandits as well. Leaning forward, the horse bandit rested his hands on the pommel of his saddle as he patted his large horse's neck. The entire time his eyes were fixed on John, trying to figure out why John looked so relaxed. Finally, as the strange silence stretched into minutes, he straightened and spoke in a gravelly voice that carried over the caravan.
"I am Zayat, the Slaying Wind, Khan of the Flying Eagle tribe and war leader of the 5-tribe alliance. You have trespassed on our land. Put down your weapons and forfeit your goods, and your blood will not be fed to the grass."
Hearing a stir behind him, John smiled and lifted his hand in greeting.
"Pleased to meet you, Zayat. I'm John Sutton. We were just about to have dinner. Would you like to join us?"
Taken aback by the strange offer, Zayat's eyes narrowed. He was about to speak when he saw John gesture to the flags that flew over the caravan.
"You look like a wise and powerful leader, Zayat, which means you undoubtedly recognize our flag. And if you know our flag, you understand who it is that guarantees our safe passage through these lands."
Letting out a laugh that sounded more fierce than funny, the horse bandit turned his horse in a circle, gesturing widely with his arm. As he turned back to face John, he pounded his fist on his chest, producing a loud thud.
"All this land is ours, as far as a horse can run in 3 days. The eternal flame has no claim on them any more."
"Have you asked him about that?"
John asked, a genuine smile of amusement crossing his lips.
"The last time I checked, these plains, the mountains, and everything beyond belonged to the nation of Lapira, and Lapira is ruled by the Ecclesia."
"They do not rule here,"
Zayat said, spitting on the ground, his expression tough.
"These lands are ours by birthright, and the lands of Ecclesia do not stretch to them. I will say it once more. Lay down your weapons and surrender yourselves, and you will avoid a swift death."
"I am sorry, but that's not an option,"
John replied, shaking his head.
"We're on a time schedule, and we're already delayed for half a day to meet you. Tomorrow morning we'll leave this camp, and within 2 days we'll arrive at Kingsmouth, where I will sell the grain we carry."
Perking up, Zayat stared at John unblinkingly, even as Gottfried's gasp rang out behind him. Like almost everyone in this world, the horse bandits were chronically short of food, and the fact that the caravan was carrying grain made them an even more tempting target than normal. The temptation was so great that Zayat almost ordered his men to attack right then and there. But a sliver of rationality shot through him right before he spoke, causing the words to die on his lips. Staring at John, who was looking at him calmly, the horse bandit's eyes rose to the flag that flew over John's head, bearing the symbol of the eternal flame. Noticing Zayat's hesitation, John's smile grew slightly, and he jumped off the cart and walked forward until he was only 10 feet from the bandit's horse. Lowering his voice, he spoke quietly so that only the horse bandit leader could hear.
"I don't think I need to tell you how important this shipment of grain is. It's not that large, only 10 or so carts, but it's potentially the first of many. No doubt you could destroy us and seize it, but I happen to know that the Eternal Flame is placing a lot of attention on it. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. Enough that if you do, there's no doubt that the Eternal Flame will be visiting your camp and the camps of your allies.
Eyes narrowing, Zayat leaned forward, fixing John with a glare.
"You're outnumbered by more than 7 to 1, and you're threatening me?"
Letting out a laugh, John shook his head.
"Ha! No, this is not a threat. This is a solemn promise. If you touch this caravan, the horse bandits' history will end with you and your generation. Everything you're working toward will collapse in a flame that cannot be quenched. There will be nowhere you can run, nowhere you can hide from the destruction that will be rained down on your people."
As he spoke, John stepped forward, his gaze beginning to dance with a heat that forced the warhorse Zayat rode to shy away. Bringing his horse under control, the bandit leader realized his horse was trembling under his touch, clearly terrified by John. Torn, Zayat momentarily didn't know how to respond. Backing down in the face of a threat like this would damage his image in the eyes of his followers, making it impossible for him to lead. But there was something in his heart that was screaming at him that John's words were entirely true. Licking his lips, he was about to speak when John's voice continued, this time slightly louder.
"Which is why you and the other Khans should come and have dinner. As travelers on the Great Road, we would be happy to share our salt with you. Naisher Bashir."
Freezing, the bandit leader looked incredulously at John, unable to believe what he had just heard. With a jerk of his reins, Zayat turned his horse around and trotted back to the other horse bandits, speaking in a low voice with a few of his companions. Seeing the Khan gesturing to him, John walked back to Ellie, and with the help of a dozen drivers they moved the cart aside so there was a clear pathway into the camp. Still nervous, Gottfried hurried over, his eyes constantly drifting toward the horse bandits in the distance. "What's happening? Are they letting us go?"
"No, we'll have dinner first, and then they'll decide if they're going to kill us all," John said, smiling.
"Ah, I was hoping that killing us was off the table."
"They could also take us all as slaves, but that would leave evidence which they cannot afford to allow."
Staring out at the bandits, Belsker hefted his warhammer and rested it on his shoulder, frowning.
"Then why bother with dinner? If there's going to be a fight, we should get it started."
"Because we're going to convince them at dinner that there's a better way," John said quietly. "A way that we can all survive. Hopefully, they're wise enough to listen."
Hearing the bleak note in his voice, Ellie instinctively reached out to touch his arm, causing John to look over at her.
"How do you know they'll come and eat with us?"
"I served with a man from among the Moratoi in my army days. He was the 6th son of a Khan who had been killed in a battle between tribes, and he fled to hide in the Leperian army. He taught me much about their culture and beliefs. Chief among them is the idea that all of us, no matter how much enmity we have, are co-travelers on the Great Road. As co-travelers, the most precious thing that can be offered is the food, or more specifically, the salt, that sustains us. I invited him to feast with us, which has a quasi-religious connotation, and prevents them from viewing us as enemies until the feast is over."
"Oh, I didn't understand any of that,"
Belsker said, rubbing his head.
"Don't worry about it. Just don't hit anyone until I tell you to," John said, smiling wryly at the red-headed barbarian.
Letting out a booming laugh, Belsker gave John a thumbs up.
"I can handle that. I'll wait for your word."
A small group of horsemen broke off from the larger group and rushed forward, quickly arriving at the circle of carts. Pulling their horses to a stop, 5 figures jumped down, Zayat in the lead. Ignoring the mercenaries who nervously clutched their weapons, the 5 bandits strode forward as if they were walking into their own camp and stopped in front of John and the others.
"We will feast with you," Zayat said, his lips pulling back to reveal his teeth, "for the sake of the great road."
Giving a small bow, John gestured to the middle of the camp where a table had been set up with the food the cooks had prepared.
"Welcome, warriors of the 5-tribe alliance."
Leading them to the table, John indicated for them to take their seats and sat down at the head of the table, pulling Ellie to sit next to him. After a careful glance at the 5 powerful-looking warriors, Ellie took her seat, ignoring their stares. Once everyone was sitting down, John lifted a jug of wine and stood up. Pouring a bit of the wine onto the ground, he looked at Zayat.
"May your camp be wet with wine and your blade wet with the blood of your enemies."
Again the bandit leader was shocked by John's words, but the other warriors who were with him found nothing out of the ordinary. Jumping to his feet, one of the warriors, a burly man with a red face, lifted the wine cup that had been put in front of him, sloshing the wine in it liberally as he let out a shout,
"Bashir!"
Lifting their cups, the other warriors echoed the cry. With a toast made, the 5 warriors all dug in, eating quickly as if they had never seen food before. Seeing that Ellie had not put anything on her plate, one of the warriors pushed a few pieces of meat onto her plate, gesturing for her to eat up. Unsure what she should do, Ellie glanced at John and saw him give a slight nod, so she began to eat as well. As the meal progressed, the warriors ate seriously, as if they were performing an important ritual, and the food on the table quickly vanished. Seeing that the meal was coming to an end, John instructed for more wine to be brought to the table. Gottfried wanted to bring out more food for the warriors, but John had expressly forbidden it, so the merchant just waited nervously as the horse bandits completely cleaned the dishes that had been set out. Once the last bite was swallowed, John set his cup down forcefully, drawing everyone's attention. Staring across the table at Zayat, he began the next round of negotiations, speaking slowly and calmly.
"We are happy to have shared our salt with the warriors of the Great Road. Tomorrow we will leave this camp and head for the city."
Smiling ruefully, Zayat took a drink before he replied, his eyes straying to the flag that rose over all the carts.
"But if you go to the city, how are we to feed our children?" "Yours are not the only children that need to be fed."
"That is true, but they are ours. It is not for us to worry about other people's children."
"You have enough wealth. Why not just buy food?"
John asked, causing all the horse bandits at the table to look at him sharply.
"Ha! Do you know what would happen if we were to appear before the gates of your city?" one of the bandits asked, a savage smile on his lips. "What market are we to go to that would not shut their gates on us?"
"Ongur is correct,"
Zayat said, shaking his head.
"We are not welcome in your markets, so where would we buy food? And even if we were welcomed in the market, no one would sell to us at a fair price." "Then come with us," John replied. "The plains are dangerous for caravans such as ours. Escort us to the city, and we will agree to sell you a quarter of our stock at 5% below market price."
"Did you not hear me?"
Ongur said, slamming his hand on the table and rising threateningly.
"The moment we approach the city, the gates will be shut and the army will be after us. Besides, why would we want a quarter of the grain you carry when we can simply slit your throats and take it all?"
"Because," John said, leaning forward to stare at the horse bandit, "the lives of your entire tribe depend on it." Chapter 16. Before anyone could react to his somber words, John leaned back and continued to speak, picking up his cup as he did so. "Think about it. Food is becoming even more scarce as the years pass. Until now, you have relied on raiding the caravans that come through your land and the settlements that sit on the edges of the plains. However, you know as well as I do that such a life is not sustainable. Why else would you have gathered the tribes together? Clearly you're gearing up to attack larger towns because you cannot support yourself on the little bits of plunder you can get from the smaller settlements. But the truth is that no one has food.
There just simply isn't enough to go around. The wheat we carry is a drop in a bucket. It wouldn't even last your warriors a month, let alone your wives and children back at your camps. If you don't change your approach, you'll pillage all there is to pillage, and your people will starve. I'm offering you another option. You have sheep and cattle, and the settlements have grains. Rather than attack, why not trade with them?"
Sensing the outburst about to come from Ongar, John held up his hand to stop him and took a drink from his cup. Slamming it down onto the table, he roughly wiped his lips with the back of his hand and stood up. A flicker of flame appeared around his feet as he vanished from where he was, causing the eyes of the warriors at the table to constrict in shock. Moments later, John was back, holding one of the flags in his hand. Stabbing the pole into the ground next to the table, he stared around the table, holding everyone's attention as he spoke slowly.
"Under the eternal flame, everyone is welcome so long as they come in peace. As long as you trade under this flag, no one will reject you."
Silence followed his words as the warriors considered what he said, each mulling over their own thoughts. Finally, Zayat slapped the table and rose to his feet, facing John squarely across the table.
"You would have us put down our centuries of tradition to become herdsmen and merchants? What of our warriors? What of our blood heritage? How will we face our ancestors if we let our swords go rusty?"
Shaking his head, John gestured to the tall mountains that rose behind them, looming over the plains.
"If you wish for battle, there's more than enough to go around. The mountains and the lands beyond them are full of beasts and monsters that will give even the most skilled among you the fierce fight you seek. I'm just telling you to turn your blades to things that profit you. Robbing and raiding appears to profit you in the short term, but it's no different than swallowing poison. I don't expect you to make a change immediately, but you need to understand that you're standing at a crossroad, and there's only one path to life."
"What you speak of is too grand a change for us."
Looking at the warrior who'd just spoke, John agreed.
"That's true, but today you can take the first step toward it. All of you are cunning warriors. You know my words are true. Come, escort us to the city, and I will guarantee you have a place to trade."
Slamming his hand on the table, Ongar pointed a meaty finger at John and spoke with a sneering voice.
"You say we should trust you, yet you claim you can change the relationship between our peoples with a single word. What reason do we have to believe you? Who are you that you can ensure the city allows us to come in?"
"It's not about who I am,"
John said, pointing up at the flag above his head.
"It's about who I represent. Anyone who challenges those who come in peace under this flag challenges the eternal flame. And you know how that turned out for the last people who did so."
"Ha! Fine,"
Ongar said, sitting back down.
"Zayat, what do you say about this idea? Shall we sell our swords to this man?"
Silence fell over the table as everyone waited for the Khan's answer. Instead, he gestured to the flag above John's head.
"The eternal flame is the protector of Lepira, not our protector. We are and always have been a nation unto ourselves. Will the eternal flame guarantee our sovereignty, or will he demand that we put aside our identity to join with your nation?"
Letting out a short laugh, John made a waving motion with his hand as if dismissing Zayat's words.
"The eternal flame protects people, not nations. He doesn't care who you are or how you choose to rule yourselves, so long as you don't go around killing the people under his protection. If you stand under this flag, you belong to the ecclesia and have the same rights as everyone else. Whether you do so as a separate nation or as part of Lepira does not matter one bit."
Nodding, Zayat turned to the others at the table.
"What of you, merchant? Do you agree with what he's saying? Will advancing under this flag allow us to trade?"
"Yes," Gottfried nodded, his eyes shining as he imagined all the profit to be had if the horse bandits decided to start engaging in trade.
Yes, absolutely. He is completely, totally trustworthy.
Seeing that the Khan was looking at him next, Belsker held up his hands and shook his head.
I'm just a mercenary. I don't presume to speak for the Eternal Flame. But I do know that if you fly that flag, everyone who follows him will consider you part of their flock. And you? What do you think? Zayat asked Ellie, who looked up in surprise.
Me?
Yes. You sit at the table of warriors, so your opinion must be counted, Zayat said, nodding seriously.
Glancing up at John nervously, Ellie saw he was nodding at her, so she smiled and looked back at the Khan.
He can be trusted.
Ha! So be it!
Zayat slapped the table and rose to his feet.
We will escort you to your city in the morning. As for advancing under the flag of the Eternal Flame, that must be considered at length.
You won't regret it, John said, bowing.
I hope not. Otherwise our blades will be wet with your blood, the Khan said, grinning. We'll go make camp. But before that, I would like to know how you understand our traditions well enough to call for a feast that did not insult us.
Straightening, John returned Zayat's smile.
A blood-bound brother who was a Hanku, an outcast prince of your people. His eyes have been open to the sky for 6 years, but his spirit remains with me.
Your memory of him brings honor to his tribe, Zayat said,
bowing his head to John. Watching as the horse bandits left their camp, Belsker let out a giant sigh of relief. Shaking his head, he wiped his wet palms on his shirt.
I can't believe they agreed to that. I really thought we'd be buried here. Ha ha! I already picked my spot in the ground, too.
Smiling at the loud barbarian's words, Ellie just shook her head and went back to her tent. Her nerves had been on edge the whole time, and she was looking forward to collapsing into bed. Gottfried, on the other hand, was practically bursting with ideas and quickly retreated to his tent to begin writing them down. He was a firm believer in the Eternal Flame, and as such had never been truly worried about the horse bandits once John had agreed to handle them. Instead, he was thinking to himself that the horse bandits would need a regular trading partner if they did begin to trade with Kingsmouth. Watching Gottfried run off, John could only shake his head. After letting the drivers who were watching from a distance know what was happening, he walked back to where his tent was set up and sat down. As night fell and the brilliant stars emerged, John remained sitting, carefully controlling his breathing as he meditated. Around 1 a.m, his eyes snapped open, and he vanished from where he had just been sitting. Appearing next to Ellie's tent, he scratched on the fabric door. A moment later, Ellie stuck her head out of the tent, and John indicated for her to follow him quietly. Without anyone being the wiser, they slipped through the carts and then past the thick line of horse bandits that still surrounded the caravan. Thanks to the training she had been doing over the last few days, Ellie had no problem keeping up with John as they headed out onto the open plain. Quickly covering a bit more than a mile, they saw a dozen figures standing in the darkness and approached them. Completely armored, the horse bandits waited in the darkness of night with their weapons drawn, clearly ready for a fight. When they saw John and Ellie appear from the darkness, they let out low shouts, and Ongar stepped forward and clapped John on the shoulder good-naturedly.
We did not know how much your brother told you about our traditions, but it's clear you truly are one of us. Ha ha! Ongar speaks the truth. Welcome, brother.
Waving for the others to be quiet, Zayat stepped forward to face John, his halberd balanced on his shoulder.
You have come, so you must understand what will happen.
A test of blood, John said, nodding. Only through matching steel will we know brotherhood.
Well spoken. These are the most powerful warriors of our tribes. You may choose from among them, and should you be victorious in combat against them, you will prove yourself worthy of our brotherhood. Will your companion fight as well?
Ellie, who still didn't know what was going on, paled slightly as she heard Zayat's question. To her relief, John shook his head, but his next words made her freeze.
No, she is a wise woman. It would not be a deathless night if she were to fight.
Murmurs broke out among the gathered warriors as they stared at Ellie with wide eyes, slowly backing up to give her more space. Looking around, Ellie was shocked when all the warriors besides Zayat and Ongar looked away, refusing to meet her gaze. Feeling John's hand on her shoulder, she looked at him and caught a wink. Still lost, she tried to control her expression, but she didn't know what a wise woman would look like, and only ended up making her expression look a bit silly. Bowing low toward her, Zayat clasped his hands together.
"Forgive me. I did not know I was in the presence of a wise woman. I meant no disrespect."
"That's fine,"
Ellie said, waving her hand.
"There is no need for such formality among brothers," John said, stepping between them and drawing his sword. "Bring your warrior, and I will prove my truth."
Turning around to look over the warriors who had just been clamoring to fight against John before he arrived, Zayat could only shake his head and sigh when he saw that everyone was avoiding his look. If John was just a regular warrior, none of them would back down. But to have a wise woman following him put him in a completely different category. Even Ongar, who had been chomping at the bit, had grown strangely subdued. Cursing under his breath, Zayat turned back to John and slapped his chest.
"It would seem your companion has frightened all my powerful warriors, which leaves only me with the courage to face you. Come, let us cross our weapons. Establish the circle."
With excited yells, the warriors of the plains formed a large circle around John and Zayat. Taking Ellie to the edge of the circle, John instructed her to stay there.
"What's happening? I still don't know what's going on. And what is a wise woman?"
"A wise woman is the Moritoi term for a witch. They're justifiably respectful of witches, so even if something were to happen to me, it will give you a measure of safety among them. But don't worry. This is just a friendly spar to help with relations."
"A friendly spar? That weapon looks like it could chop you in half."
"Ha! It does, doesn't it? Don't worry. I'm a lot stronger than I look. Just hang out here and cheer for me, but not too loud, all right?"
Turning around, John unsheathed his sword and tapped the pommel on the silver bracer on his forearm. The magical shield the bracer contained sprang to life, eliciting surprised murmurs from the watching warriors. Stretching his neck from side to side, John walked out to face Zayat, who was waiting in the middle of the circle, his halberd still resting on his shoulder. Stopping around 15 feet away, John held out his sword in front of him.
"For the glory of the journey. For the glory of the journey."
Both of their voices overlapped as they sprang forward, steel clashing as their weapons met in the air. With his first strike blocked, Zayat dropped his stance slightly and spun his halberd around, stabbing out with the sharp point on the end. Blocking the attack on his shield, John took a quick step forward to get inside of the long weapon's range and slashed with his silver blade. With a jerk, Zayat blocked the attack with the shaft of his halberd, using the force to retreat a step. An excited shout rose as the watching warriors grew excited by the skillful exchange. Standing among them, Ellie felt her heart jump every time the sound of the metal weapons colliding rang out. Her breath catching in her throat, Ellie clenched her fist as she cheered John on silently. She was confident in him, but seeing the sharp blade of Zayat's halberd cutting toward him, she couldn't help but feel worried for his safety. As much as she wanted to look away, she had asked John to train her to fight, and she knew he'd brought her to help her grow more accustomed to it. Stepping back to avoid a slash toward his foot, John dropped the edge of his shield to block the halberd as he lunged forward, his sword stabbing toward Zayat's throat. Back and forth the two fighters moved, quickly falling into a rhythm as they traded attacks. Blocking and dodging, they seemed completely evenly matched as they fought on the open plain under the gleaming stars. Chapter 17. Sliding his shield forward, John intercepted a stab and deflected it up over his shoulder as his sword cut toward the Khan's shoulder. They had been fighting fiercely for nearly 15 minutes, and neither had managed to land a blow on the other. The watching warriors had long since fallen silent, awe clear in their eyes as they watched the two combatants struggle back and forth. Neither of the fighters was using their skills or mana, making them surprisingly evenly matched, though John had a clear strength advantage. Zayat was a consummate warrior, and every one of his blows took maximum advantage of his long weapon. To John's surprise, his opponent was more of an agility-based fighter and rarely engaged in contests of direct strength, instead using his halberd more like a spear than an axe. When he did chop at John, Zayat leveraged his weapon's extra length to generate the power of the attacks. Recognizing that it was a fighting style optimized to be used from horseback, John did his best to pressure the Khan. With a clang that shook the air, Zayat parried a slash and bounced backward, his halberd stretched out in front of him, the spike tracking with John's throat. A faint bead of sweat had formed on the Khan's forehead, but he didn't dare wipe it. While John had been having a fairly leisurely fight, Zayat was having an entirely different experience. Over the years he had fought countless times, but never had he encountered anyone whose body was so strong and dense. The leader of the horse bandits prided himself in his ability to read his opponents, but the first engagement with John had made it clear that his assessment of the calm-looking man was entirely off. With wrists that were stronger than steel, John seemed entirely unbothered by any sort of impact, whether he caught them on his shield or his sword. As quick as lightning, the counterattacks John casually threw out forced him to stretch his concentration to the maximum, often moving desperately to block the smoothly flowing sword. John fought more like a duelist than a normal warrior, but the shield he carried was used with the practiced ease of someone who had been on 1,000 battlefields and developed an instinctive sense for defending against stray attacks. Every move was calculated and led into another move, and the fight had quickly been forced into a nearly predictable tempo. No matter how many times Zayat had thrown off the tempo with a powerful attack, within a few exchanges they were pulled right back into it. Sensing his exhaustion starting to grow, Zayat realized he had been outclassed. Part of him wanted to call up his mana and unleash it toward John, hopefully ending the fight swiftly, but a more rational part of him told him to call it here before he embarrassed himself completely. His warrior sense was telling him that the calm-faced fighter in front of him hid a truly terrible monster, and it was better to keep it sealed. Now, staring at John over his halberd, he saw that John had stepped back and lowered his sword. Breathing a secret sigh of relief, Zayat straightened, lifting the point of his halberd into the sky.
"You are a powerful warrior," John said, holding his sword behind his shield as he bowed slightly to the Khan. "I hope it's not a problem that I couldn't overcome you."
"A problem? Ha!"
Ungur shouted, storming the circle and patting John on the shoulder happily.
"That was one of the fiercest fights I've ever seen! Incredible! Incredible! Being able to fight with Zayat for any length of time would be impressive enough, but to fight him to a standstill is incredible!"
Holding up his hand to quiet the clamoring warriors, the Khan planted the end of his halberd in the ground and looked around.
"How do the watching warriors judge?"
Without pause, the group all spoke together.
"We have witnessed the warrior's truth."
Turning to Ellie, who was the only one who didn't speak up, Zayat bowed his head respectfully.
"Wise woman, have you witnessed our brother's might?"
Turning her head and looking at John, who had put his shield away and was examining his sword for damage, she smiled happily.
"I have."
"Good. The trial has been passed," Zayat said gravely, turning to John. "The truth of your road has been acknowledged, and you are granted a seat among us. We will heed your words and counsel regarding the future of our tribes. For now, we will march with you under the banner of the Eternal Flame. As for the future, we will see what it brings."
Returning to Ellie's side, John got something out of a bag he had brought along, letting the cloth unfurl to reveal one of the deep red flags that hung from the flagpoles on the carts. Spreading it out so the blue flame motif could be clearly seen, John gave it to Zayat with a smile.
"Thank you for giving me the chance to hold a trial. I brought this just in case I passed."
"Somehow I doubt you ever considered you'd lose," Zayat muttered in a voice only John could hear as he grabbed the flag, causing John's smile to widen slightly. Declining the warrior's offer of wine, John and Ellie quietly made their way back to the caravan camp. As they approached the carts, Ellie glanced over her shoulder at the resting horse bandits. Seeing her sigh, John raised his eyebrows at her, silently asking what was on her mind.
"I've often heard of them, the horse bandits, I mean. But in the stories they're violent and savage, and will kill their own mothers if it means getting their hands on another gold."
"Stories are very rarely true," John said, shrugging. "But that doesn't mean they don't contain truth. They are violent and savage, but they value their mothers more than their own lives, just not other people's mothers. Theirs is a culture of necessary violence. At least, that's what they believe. Hopefully, that will change over time."
"They seem to carry a camaraderie and fairness I found surprising."
"Faced with overwhelming force, most people do," John said, his voice revealing his cynicism.
Seeing Ellie looking at him, he lifted his hands in surrender before she could say anything.
"Look, it's true that they're good to their own, which is why we had to go tonight. First of all, to introduce them to you and let them know you were a witch, which increases both our standings in their eyes and makes them want to get on our good side. And second, to complete the ceremony so that we can be considered one of their kind. After tonight, we are both officially Moratoi. You, because who wouldn't want a witch on their side, and me because I didn't lose the trial. Word about tonight's fight will spread faster than a wildfire. Believe me, tomorrow you'll notice an immediate change, since this caravan now belongs to their tribes by proxy. Oh, do you know how to ride a horse?"
"A horse? I've ridden one a few times,"
Ellie said, slightly confused by the sudden change in subject.
"Good. For now, get some sleep. You'll find out tomorrow."
True to John's words, the dawn had just started to crack over the horizon when the Moratoi were up and ready to go. They even helped the caravan drivers hook up their horses. Unlike the stocky draft horses the caravan used for pulling their carts, the Moratoi's horses were built for speed and endurance. But the horse bandits had no trouble handling the draft horses. When Ellie tried to climb up in the cart, she was stopped by Ongur, who had brought over two powerful-looking horses and presented her with the reins of the mare. A beautiful dapple gray, the mare seemed quite intelligent and immediately took a liking to Ellie, trying to nibble at her hair. Laughing happily, Ongur presented the other horse, a large blue roan stallion, to John. Unlike the mare, the stallion was a bit feistier, but after John blinked at him, the horse became completely docile and stood absolutely still.
"We saw you were riding in a cart, so as a welcome gift, I wanted to give you these horses. My tribe raised them both. You won't find a better trained horse in the world than a Moratoi horse."
Nodding his thanks, John found himself having to re-evaluate the loud Moratoi leader. Both horses were clearly trained for combat and in prime health, and for Ongur to give them away so casually was a clear indication that he was much sharper than he let on. After arranging for someone to drive their cart, John helped Ellie up into her saddle and got up on his horse after surreptitiously feeding both horses a mana crystal. As they got under way, the caravan moved swiftly with their new escort. The horse bandits didn't always stick around the caravan, often riding off this way or that to scout, but at least 200 of them were always in sight. Over the next 2 days, Ellie got a first-hand taste of what John had been talking about, as the Moratoi were exceptionally polite to her, even going so far as to bring food and bedding for her horse. She had fallen in love with her new horse, and after John showed her how to leak mana from her hand for the mare to lick at, the feeling was clearly mutual. John and the stallion had a slightly different and clearly hierarchical relationship, but after feeding the stallion a steady diet of mana crystals, the horse was completely won over.
"I'm going to call her Storm,"
Ellie announced on the second day. Sitting comfortably in his saddle, John looked over and nodded.
Riding almost non-stop for 2 days, Ellie's body had adjusted to riding as her superhuman muscles and reflexes learned the proper technique. It also helped to be surrounded by hundreds of some of the best horsemen in the world, and she had quickly picked up tricks from watching them. When they had left the farm, she had been dressed in a long skirt and blouse like a normal farm girl, but less than a week later, she had almost completely transformed. Wearing high-quality leather armor with her hair pulled back in a ponytail and a crossbow strapped across her back, she looked every bit the adventurer as she sat confidently on her new horse. Smiling slightly, John patted his own horse's neck.
"I'm calling him Horse."
"What? That's terrible,"
Ellie protested, looking more affronted than the stallion did.
"You can't not name your faithful steed."
"You've read too many books," John said, shaking his head. "I've probably had more horses killed out from under me than horses you've seen in your life. Halfway through my military career, I just stopped riding on them because we were getting so many complaints from the logistics department. If I've learned one thing in my life, it's never name an animal you're going to eat or lose to enemy fire."
"Oh, that's really terrible."
"I know. You already said that."
"No, I mean that all those poor animals died. How cruel to force them into battle."
Feeling a vein throb in his forehead, John took a deep breath and kept his teeth clenched, settling for just a nod. Thankfully, Ellie didn't continue down that train of thought.
"But the good news is you're a farmer now. There's no need for you to go to war. So you need to at least name your horse. He's a blue roan, so how about Shadow? Or Dreamer? What about Granite? Rocky?"
Just when John thought that Ellie would never run out of names, he heard a shout and looked ahead, seeing the city of Kingsmouth in the distance. Pointing it out to Ellie, he was gratified when she stopped trying to come up with a name for his horse, and instead focused on the approaching city. Before they got close, Gottfried, John, and Ellie met with Zayat and Unger to talk one final time. The majority of the Moratoy horsemen had vanished into the Great Plains, leaving only 100 to escort the caravan into the city. At John's request, they had put their flags away and rode as hired mercenaries under the flag of the Eternal Flame. Zayat could not come into the city since he was the leader of the Five-Tribe Alliance, but Unger had no such problems, and seemed to be looking forward to seeing what city life was all about. Accompanying John and Ellie, he sat quietly behind them as they approached the city gate, riding alongside Gottfried's cart, which was at the center of the line. Stretched out 24 carts long, the caravan was an impressive sight, made even more impressive by the 30 mercenaries and 100 mounted Moratoy that accompanied them. There was a stir at the gate when the caravan got close enough for the guards to recognize the horse bandits, but luckily Gottfried knew the captain who was on duty and was able to explain that they were acting as guards rather than coming as a raiding force. However, when it became apparent that the Moratoy were going to enter the city, things grew tense once more. Walking his horse forward, John jumped down and looked at the guard captain, who was resolutely refusing to allow them into the city.
"Captain, who is the ranking member of the ecclesia in the city?"
Unsure who John was, but seeing how deferential Gottfried was, the guard captain straightened up and saluted, just in case John was someone important.
"Councilwoman Solera, sir."
"I see. Could you send someone to get her? The ecclesia is the one employing these Moratoy and will guarantee them while they are in the city."
Having seen the flag the caravan came under, the guard captain was not that surprised, and less than 10 minutes later a small carriage brought a woman dressed in a plain crimson robe. Hopping down from the carriage, she took a moment to straighten her white hair and compose herself before making her way down to the gate. Nodding a greeting to the bowing guard captain, her eyes swept over the caravan, stopping for a moment on Gottfried before coming to rest on Ellie. After a moment she looked away and turned to the guard captain.
"I was told there was a situation at the gate that required my assistance, Captain. How may I be of service?"
"It's not me, Councilwoman. The gentleman who wanted to see you is right there."
Seeing the guard captain point to John, the councilwoman blinked in surprise. She had assumed that John was simply a class-holder accompanying Gottfried, and had not actually looked at him properly. Bowing her head slightly, she apologized. "I am sorry for my impoliteness, sir. How may the Ecclesia serve you today?" Chapter 18. With the attention of the entire caravan, all the other people going in and out of the gates, the guards, and the highest-ranked official in the city looking at him, it would have been no surprise if John had gotten nervous. Instead, he smiled and took out a piece of paper to hand to Councilwoman Salira.
"These Moratoi have been hired by the Ecclesia to protect this grain shipment. They are to be allowed into the city and given access to the market. And furthermore, any other Moratoi who come under the flag of the Ecclesia are to be treated as members in good standing."
Taking the paper, the councilwoman examined it while listening to John's words. A faint flash of mana seeped from her fingers into the paper, causing a flame pattern to appear on it. Stiffening slightly, Councilwoman Salira passed it back to John and nodded. "Very well. Captain, I believe you heard this gentleman. The Ecclesia will act as guarantor for the Moratoi guards with this caravan." Sensing that whatever was going on was clearly over his head, the guard captain bowed and stepped aside, no longer blocking the way. "Welcome to Kingsmouth," Councilwoman Salira said, gesturing to the open gate. "Please be advised that horses cannot be ridden in the streets except by military personnel." Nodding, John gestured for everyone to get down from their horses and followed Gottfried into the city. While they all passed by, he saw Councilwoman Salira stealing glances at him. "I did not catch your name, sir."
"You can call me John."
"John—"
"Yeah, just John is fine. Thank you for your help, Councilwoman. Someone will probably contact you with more details later, but you should be ready for a new era in our relationship with the Moratoi."
"Is that right? I had heard that the tribes were perpetually at war, but that doesn't seem to be the case."
"I think you will find a lot of things about them surprising. If you will excuse me."
Watching John and Ellie walk into the city with the caravan, Councilwoman Salira pursed her lips, her mind working furiously. John had just handed her a blank order, the Ecclesia's highest-ranked identification, making him at the very least one of the advisors to the Eternal Flame. Curiosity blossomed in her heart, but she suppressed it and got to work making sure the city knew to expect the Moratoi warriors who were streaming through the gate. Kingsmouth was a port city on a large river that ran from the Great Plains into the hilly region of Lepira, where the capital city sat. Thanks to the money the nobles had sunk into it, a large stone wall surrounded both the city and the port, creating a safe, secure home for the many merchants who used it as their base of operations. With access to the entire southern region of Lepira, it had grown from a sleepy fishing town to a large, bustling trade hub, and in the year since John had last been through it, it had only gotten busier. Driving the carts to the large 3-story inn that Gottfried used as his base of operations, the workers began to unload them, storing the grain in the big warehouse behind the inn. Many of the horse bandits had never been in a proper city before, and as they led their horses through the cobblestone streets, they gazed in awe at the buildings on either side. Kingsmouth was home to an eclectic mix of people from all over the continent, so their strange clothing didn't elicit much of a reaction from the locals, though their slack-jawed stares did. Luckily for the peace of the city, the swords, spears, and axes they carried kept anyone from making their comments out loud.
"Welcome to my home,"
Gottfried said, ushering John and Ellie into the inn.
"This is where all the magic happens. Well, not actual magic, but my kind of magic. There will be a lot of meetings with both merchants and nobles over the next few days, and most of them will take place here. Once we've sold everything we can here in Kingsmouth, the ship we've contracted will take us to the capital city, where we'll finish selling our goods." "Will you be coming to the capital?"
I have a small mansion there, and I would love the opportunity to host you."
Shaking his head, John looked around the inn's general room.
"No, we'll be staying here for a few days and then making our way back to the valley. We're only here to see that we get a good price for the wheat."
"Of course. I would be happy to arrange some meetings between you and some of the different grain merchants if you'd like."
"That would be wonderful, thank you. If you could, I'd also like a record of recent prices."
"That should be simple enough. It's a bit of a shame, really, since prices have been controlled by the ecclesia for some time," Gottfried said, before remembering who he was talking to and freezing. "But only a shame for us merchants. It really is a wonderful thing for the people that the Eternal Flame takes such good care of the common people. Why, just the other day I was remarking—"
"Gottfried," John interrupted, "be quiet."
"Yes, sir."
John and Ellie were given rooms on the top floor of the inn, and John gave Ellie the room with the better view. As someone who had grown up in a modern city, he found the sight of the bustling city rather underwhelming, and had no desire to spend his time staring at it. Despite having lived in the valley for years, Ellie had no desire to go wandering around Kingsmouth, so after having dinner she retreated to her room to study her spells. Figuring that someone would come get him if anything important happened, John followed her example. The next morning found both of them meeting with a portly merchant Gottfried introduced as his friend Cormac. An ever-present smile was plastered on Cormac's face, never fading even after a dozen of the Moritoi burst into the inn's general room, fully armored and armed to the teeth. After realizing that they were looking for breakfast, Gottfried got them settled down and returned to the table where the others were sitting. "I really need to remember to explain that they don't need their armor and weapons in the city. Crime is very low here." "Good luck with that," Cormac remarked. "From what I understand, the horse bandits like their swords as much as they like their horses." "Sure, but you don't see them bringing their horses to breakfast, do you?" Gottfried retorted, sitting down. "But enough about that. I have a lot of meetings today, so let's get down to business. Mr. Sutton, I wanted to introduce you to Cormac because he's one of the few honest grain merchants in the city." "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Sutton, Mrs. Sutton."
"Oh, we're not married,"
Ellie said, blushing.
"My apologies,"
Cormac said, not looking apologetic in the least.
"Gottfried here tells me you have wheat to sell. Wheat is the majority of my business, so if we can agree on a good price, I'd be happy to take it off your hands." "What does Gottfried mean when he says you're one of the few honest grain merchants in the city?"
Ellie asked. Looking across the table at the young woman, Cormac's mind spun. On the way here, his friend had warned him over and over again that he couldn't afford to miss out on this contract, and while Cormac was not particularly sure why a small farm out in the middle of nowhere was so important to him, Gottfried had been making big moves over the last year, and Cormac wanted a piece of whatever it was his friend had found. For a second, his eyes shot over to the calm-faced farmer who was eating his breakfast, and then darted back to the young lady. Unfortunately, despite the fact that it's illegal to sell grain for more than 1 gold per bushel, many of the grain merchants find ways to do it. Some of them require that all their customers pay a certain amount of gold each month to be on the list of approved buyers. Some accept expensive gifts. The ecclesia does its best, but it's a corrupt world we live in." Looking up from his breakfast, John cocked his head to the side.
"How much are you paying for wheat? We have 750 bushels.
"Well, that's a good question. If I'm being honest, currently my biggest customers are other merchants who can buy my wheat at 1 gold per bushel and still sell it for a profit. I've typically been buying at 4 bushels of wheat for 3 gold coins."
"We'll sell at 1 gold per bushel,"
John said calmly, sticking his fork into a bit of egg on the edge of his plate.
1 gold? Are you serious?"
Cormac asked, turning to glance at Gottfried, who was trying to signal something with his eyes.
"Maybe I wasn't clear. I can't sell the wheat for more than 1 gold. That would leave me with no profit."
"Correct. We would sell you 750 bushels that you wouldn't be able to make profit on." And in exchange, we'll give you something worth 100 times that."
Perking up, Cormac stared at John, waiting for him to continue.
"First, the Moritoi will be starting to use the market here in Kingsmouth. The fact that I can introduce you to the man who will be their representative is easily worth the 750 gold you won't make profit on. But to demonstrate our sincerity, I'll give you another tip, this one worth just as much. The Ecclesia will be doing a surprise audit on all the grain cellars in the city in, 3 hours. Anyone found out of compliance will be forfeiting their stock, which will be sold to the merchants who have not been found to be corrupt at 5 bushels for 1 gold.
Staring at John incredulously, Cormac heard a loud sound next to him and realized Gottfried had just slammed a thick wallet down on the table. Looking between the wallet and his friend, Cormac heard him speak hurriedly. "There is 8,000 gold in merchant guild writs there. You've been trying to get me to invest for years, and I think it's about time. I want in. 25%. Pushing back from the table, John stood up and nodded to the 2 merchants.
"Remember, 3 hours. You can leave the gold here, and we will pick it up on our way back through. Ellie and I have a trip to make, and are going to leave a bit early, but we'll see you back in the valley, Gottfried. Don't forget about setting up a regular caravan. I'm sure Ongar would be happy to help you organize it if you hired Moritoi to guard it."
Saying goodbye to the 2 merchants, Ellie followed John out of the room, and they went upstairs to pack. Quickly throwing her stuff together, she joined him at the stable where their horses were being kept. By the time they got there, someone had passed the word along, and Storm and the stallion were already saddled and ready to go. Petting her mare's nose, Ellie peeked at John. As if he could sense the question on her lips, John just shook his head but kept silent. Sensing the storm cloud that seemed to hang over his head, Ellie just kept her silence and followed as John began to lead the way toward the city gate. Along the way, they stopped by the Ecclesia office, where he had her hold the horses while he stepped inside. Once he was done, he came out, and they headed for the gate. It was not until they were out of the city and mounted up that he said anything.
"I'm sorry. That was very sudden. But there are times I have trouble controlling myself, and I'm afraid a lot of people might have died if I didn't leave. Corruption, especially at the expense of the people, is not something I can stand. I asked Councilwoman Salira to look into it and bring the perpetrators to justice, but I'm afraid that if I stay, things will get messy."
"What do you mean by messy?"
Ellie asked.
"Merchants who are corrupt rarely only represent their own interests. There are almost always corrupt nobles behind them who give them the courage to practice their corruption. The Ecclesia will punish the merchants and censure the nobles without destabilizing the country more than necessary. If I was there, it's likely that everyone involved would lose their head, no matter how high up the chain they go."
"You must have been a lot higher up in the military than a captain, Mr. Sutton."
Recognizing the teasing tone in her voice, John gave her a small smile.
"I was there when the Ecclesia was founded, so I still have a bit of pull."
"Well, regardless of how much of a big shot you were, I'm glad you did something about it,"
Ellie said, her expression serious.
"In my experience, those who climb the ladder of society rarely remember what life is like on the bottom rung."
Trotting along, they followed the riverbank north, making good time. It was still morning, and the traffic on the road was not very heavy. Most of the goods traveled by boat, but they did occasionally see carts piled high with goods heading for Kingsmouth. Taking a ferry across the river, they turned northwest and started the ride into the hilly country that made up much of Lepira's core. The sky soon grew overcast, and a small rainstorm blew up, but rather than stop, they continued on their way, pushing into the rocky hills until the river was little more than a thin ribbon on the horizon. Though it had been nearly 20 years since she had last been to her grandmother's house, Ellie seemed to be able to find the way easily, and after a few hours of travel they found a small cleft between 2 hills just wide enough for someone to lead a horse through. Riding up to it, she stopped Storm and gestured to the deep crack.
"Beyond here is a small hidden valley. Inside the valley is a cave system, and beyond that is my grandmother's house.
Shall we press on or rest here for the night?
I don't know what's changed since I was last here, but I do know that there were beasts in the valley. I think we should wait for daylight. There's a small underhang in the crevasse that will keep us dry.
Sounds good, John nodded, swinging down from his horse. I think Merlin is getting tired anyway.
Merlin?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to call my horse. It's the name of a famous mage from a storybook I read when I was a kid.
Hopping down from Storm, Ellie paused and looked at John's horse as he led him into the rocks.
Merlin. I like that.
Chapter 19. About 30 feet into the cleft between the hills was a hollowed-out space that was 8 feet tall and around 20 feet deep, providing just enough space for the two horses to bed down and for a fire to be made. Ancient ashes in the corner of the space showed where others had lit a fire in days past, and after collecting some wood from outside, John got a fire going. Despite being soaked, the wood couldn't help but burn in John's hands, and soon a cheerful little fire was reflecting light and heat throughout the space. Since there was no space for a tent, Ellie got out the bedrolls and set them up near the fire. Ever since they left the valley, she had been doing her best to learn as much as she could about traveling and life as an adventurer, and she had taken to it so quickly that John felt she might have missed her calling. The horses were fed with manna, so there was no need to go out and get forage for them, and as the rain continued to blow outside, Ellie started dinner. While she was working on the food, John slipped out of the cave, heading back out to the edge of the crack. Keeping his presence entirely contained, he scanned the path they had taken to get to the hidden valley, watching for any sign of movement. For the last few hours he had been feeling as if someone was tailing them, but he hadn't been able to find any signs that his feeling was accurate. After watching for a bit, he let out a sigh and walked back into the cave, taking off his rain-slicked leather armor to let it dry in the warmth of the fire. On the ride over, they had both gotten completely soaked by the cold rain, but the warmth from the fire seemed to be incredibly effective, and they were more than warm enough after changing into dry clothes. Hanging up their wet garments, it didn't take them long to dry out. Dinner was quick but filling, and after cleaning up, they sat quietly, listening to the falling rain, the crackle of the fire, and the noises of the horses, each occupied by their own thoughts. After a bit, John spoke softly, his voice echoing around the space.
"Do you know what sort of beasts we'll face in the valley?" John asked, looking over at Ellie.
Ellie had changed out of her leather armor as well, returning to her farm-girl look, though she still wore pants instead of a skirt. Looking up from watching the dancing flames, she shook her head.
"I'm not entirely sure. When I left, I saw fresh claw marks high up on a tree, and then the same claw marks on a rock. I never actually saw the beast itself."
"Claw marks? That means a bear or big cat. Did they look like clear cuts or a mess of scratches?" John asked, drawing 3 distinct lines on the ground with his finger.
"They were distinct. I remember them clearly. They looked like someone had drawn perfectly horizontal lines deep into the stone."
"Do you remember if there were 3 or 4 cuts?"
Thinking for a moment, Ellie shook her head.
"No, I'm sorry, I don't."
"Anything else about the markings you remember?" John asked. "Smells? Discoloration in the tree?"
I remember there was a fishy smell, and the top of the tree was dying. Like everything above the cut looked like it had started to rot."
"How high up in the tree was the marking?"
"I was really young, but I think it was maybe 10 feet. The claw marks were probably a foot long."
Rubbing his chin, John thought about it for a moment before speaking.
"There are a number of beasts that fit that description, but most of them have been eradicated by Lepira. Assuming it's still alive, we're probably dealing with a warp beast of some sort."
"Warp beast? What's that?"
It's an incredibly annoying set of beasts that have active camouflage, a powerful jump, and some sort of toxin in their tail like a scorpion. Many warp beasts look different, but they all have those same characteristics. The good news is that they're solitary creatures, not pack creatures. So if it is a warp beast, and it's still in the valley, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Turning her head to gaze at the rain that was still falling, Ellie let out a sigh.
You know, part of me still can't believe we're actually here. It's crazy to think about how long it's been since I went back. Originally, I thought I would only leave for a few months. But one thing led to another, and 16 years passed just like that.
Why'd you leave in the first place?
My food supply was running low. While grandmother was alive, she would leave for a few days every month and return with supplies. But after she died, I was only able to make it 2 years before supplies started to run low. I decided to risk a trip to get supplies, but after I left, the gates closed and I couldn't get back in.
Frowning slightly, John looked at Ellie as she poked a stick into the fire.
My grandmother set up some sort of defensive spell around the house that transforms into a maze when you get close. I spent over a month in it, but it was never able to figure it out. Finally, my supplies really did run out and I had to leave. When I got to town, I realized there were people interested in finding out the location of her house and decided not to go back. Ever since then, I wandered around, doing what I could to survive, eventually ending up in the valley. But now, since I have true sight, I should be able to open the maze. Grandmother always said that only those who could truly see would be able to get through her spell.
Talking about what had happened all those years ago seemed to have opened the floodgates in Ellie's mind, and as John continued to listen, she spoke of her early memories and the difficult years that followed her grandmother's passing. She had been 14 when John had been dropped into this world, and the constant wars he had struggled to survive had impacted her just as much. Hearing her describe the difficulty of finding basic necessities like food and shelter during those years, John was once again reminded of just how broken this world had become. Later that night, as they went to bed, he found himself lying awake, his mind full of his own memories of the war. Drifting off into a fitful sleep, he dreamed of the crimson battlefield, filled with reaching skeletons and towering flames. Walking through them, he suddenly chanced across a burned building that had been reduced to little more than rubble and ash. Finding it familiar, he stopped, the sea of skeletons behind him stopping as well. Walking around the building, he saw another nearby. A large bull skeleton lay on the ground, and he immediately recognized it as Ferdy as he heard the hoarse mooing that was echoing from its exposed skull. Staring around at the devastation that surrounded him, John realized he was seeing the ruins of his farm, and a terrible thought struck him. Spinning around, he saw 2 skeletons, one taller, one shorter, holding hands. The ever-present flames had melted the bones of their hands together, and he could still make out the tatters of Ellie's dress hanging from the taller skeleton's shoulders. With moaning cries, they reached out toward him, bony fingers grasping as if they wished to take his skin to cover their exposed frames. Behind him, the remains of the barn fell in with a crash, and John woke up with a start to find that one of the logs in the fire had just collapsed. +1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. An ashy taste filled John's mouth as he waved the blue windows away and got up. It was early in the morning, and light was just starting to filter into the crack between the hills. The rain had stopped at some point in the night, but everything was damp. Adding a few sticks to the coals to coax the fire back to life, John heard Ellie stir. Taking the kettle, he stepped outside and created a water bead with summon water, controlling it to fall into the kettle. With a little help from his temperature control, it was soon boiling, and he got breakfast ready. Handing a cup of oatmeal to Ellie, who was still blinking the sleep from her eyes, John quickly ate his food and then washed up the dishes. After cleaning up the camp, they got their armor back on and set out, leading their horses through the crevice and into the hidden valley. As they came out of the crack in the rocks, John was stunned to see a beautiful little valley stretch out in front of them. Less than a mile long and only half as wide, it was beyond picturesque, with a tall waterfall that transformed into a small bubbling stream winding its way between meadows and forests.
"This is it. My grandmother jokingly called it the outer garden. The manor is beyond that waterfall."
"Beautiful," John said, his eyes carefully looking over every inch of the valley. "But you were right about the beasts. There is something here." Looking around, Ellie couldn't sense anything at all and glanced at John.
"How do you know?"
"The silence. We can hear wind in the trees, we can hear the water, but there are no birds or insects. That only happens when a dangerous predator is nearby, and only a beast has the aura to make an entire valley like this fall silent. We just need to tread carefully." Swallowing, Ellie unhooked the small crossbow from her back and held it in front of her. Hesitating for a moment, she looked at John.
"Should I engage the mechanism now, or would that be silly? I'm worried I won't have time to draw it if something happens. But if I draw it now, it could accidentally go off."
"Great question. As you get better with it, you'll probably become more confident in your ability to draw the crossbow when needed, but it won't hurt to keep it engaged." Taking out one of the bolts, Ellie cranked the hand crossbow back and clicked the bolt into the groove, making sure it was firmly in place. Keeping her finger off the trigger, she took a deep breath and nodded that she was ready. Urging Merlin forward, John led the way down into the valley, doing his best to avoid the woods when possible. As they got down to the bottom of the valley, he indicated for Ellie to stop. Seeing Merlin pulling at the reins, he loosened them, allowing his horse to grab a mouthful of the lush grass that covered the valley floor. The feeling of being followed had grown even stronger once they had entered the valley, but a quick glance behind them hadn't shown anything. Jerking his head, he gestured for Ellie to get closer, and when she guided Storm over, he spoke in a low voice. "I think someone might have followed us into the valley, but they're using some sort of masking skill. Stay calm to avoid alerting them, but I need you to see if you can spot anything out of the ordinary." To her credit, Ellie's expression didn't change as she listened to John's words, but he did see that her fingers tightened their grip on the crossbow. "I'll hold the horses and pretend we're going to set up camp. How is your mana?"
"It's good. The storm yesterday provided a lot of mana for me."
"Great." Swinging himself off Merlin's back, John took the reins from Ellie as she slid down from Storm, and led the horses off to the side. While he picketed them out of the way, he expanded his senses to their fullest extent, trying to spot the mysterious figure tracking them. In the middle of the meadow, Ellie crouched down, her finger tracing something on the ground. After a moment, she stood up and lifted her hand, palm out, as she muttered something under her breath. A slightly charged feeling filled the air as she pushed her mana into the spell, and even though he couldn't see anything, John felt the mana concentration over her palm drastically increase. Closing her eyes, Ellie seemed to be concentrating, but John's sharp gaze didn't miss her fingers sliding down onto the trigger of her crossbow. Frowning, he was about to speak when Ellie jerked around, jumping back as her crossbow came up. Steadying the end with her outstretched hand, she pulled the trigger, the click of the mechanism loud in the still forest. Shooting out from her crossbow, the bolt slashed through the air, causing bright red drops of blood to fly as it passed a figure that suddenly appeared at the edge of the meadow. The bolt had torn across the top of the figure's shoulder, breaking the skill he was using to hide his presence from John and Ellie and forcing him to reveal himself. Swearing as he clutched at his shoulder, the man was just as surprised he had been discovered as Ellie was that she had actually hit someone. In that moment of hesitation, the hidden man pulled out a curved short sword and dashed forward, clearly intending to cut Ellie down. Throwing aside her crossbow, she dodged to the side, her hands going to the long dagger John had given her when they set out on the trip. Holding her dagger tightly, she got her first good look at the man who had just attacked her. He was dressed in a rather loose-fitting green and gray outfit that broke up his silhouette, and as he moved, the shine of blackened chainmail could be seen underneath it. Only about 5.5 feet tall, with dark hair and even darker eyes, it was his short stature that had saved him from getting a crossbow bolt in his heart a moment ago. Not wanting to give John a chance to intervene in the attack, The short man dashed forward again, his short sword chopping at Ellie's neck. As Ellie was about to retreat, he suddenly accelerated, moving supernaturally fast as he closed in. Without thinking about it, Ellie stepped forward and stabbed with her dagger, the green tint on its edge catching the light and causing the short man to abandon his attack, turning his charge into a roll that carried him under Ellie's stab. Popping up at her back, he was surprised when Ellie pivoted and brought her dagger backward, nearly cutting his throat with her wild slash. Though her movements were untrained and clumsy, there was an explosive power in each one of her movements that made it difficult to get close to her. Watching from the side, John almost jumped into the fight until he saw her lips moving slightly and her empty hand twitching at her side. Suddenly pointing forward, Ellie spoke a strange word, and the air above the meadow abruptly darkened. The smell of rain and wind roiled through the area as a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm dropped out of the sky, slamming into her attacker with enough force to throw him from his feet. Lightning coursed through him, burning his clothes and hair and completely stunning him. With a scream, he tried to activate another skill, but Ellie, sensing the gathering mana, spoke again, her finger still outstretched. Blood drained from her face as her mana was consumed, but a second bolt fell, shattering the skill the short man was trying to use and killing him instantly. Chapter 20. The stormy smell faded from the air, but the smell of burning hair remained as the short man twitched on the ground. Lowering her trembling finger, Ellie sagged, barely catching herself as her breath came in great gasps. The powerful lightning spell had drained most of her mana, and using it twice in such rapid succession had completely exhausted her. Turning, she tried to take a step, and her legs gave out. Before she could fall to the ground, John's arm encircled her waist, keeping her from face-planting into the meadow's grass. Gently lowering her to the ground, John gave her a wide smile.
"That was incredible. Congratulations on winning your first fight as a class holder."
Leaning her head against his chest, Ellie let out a low chuckle.
If only I hadn't exhausted myself to do it. It seemed like a good idea, but I would be helpless if it hadn't worked.
"You were in a bit of a rush, but it wasn't necessarily a bad choice," John said, "especially since I am here to back you up. Just take it easy for a moment. Try meditating and see if you can get some of your mana back. I'll check on our friend."
Making sure Ellie wasn't going to fall over, John started to stand up, only to find that Ellie had not let go of him. She had grabbed onto his arm when he kept her from falling, and still had an unconscious death grip on his wrist. Sensing her trembling through her fingers, John sat down next to her, his arm still wrapped around her. Realizing that adrenaline was probably still coursing through her, John stayed with her for a few minutes until she got herself under control and released his wrist.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm a bit shaken,"
Ellie said, her blush adding a drop of color to her pale face.
"It's only natural, Ellie. Much better to feel this way than to feel nothing. I would only be worried if you were a stone-cold killer."
Realizing she was still resting her head on John's chest, Ellie's blush grew stronger, and she reluctantly moved her head away. Glancing over at the short man's body, she saw that his fingers were still spasming slightly, and she had to suppress the urge to throw up.
"Is he still alive?"
"Nope. Completely dead. That twitching is an after-effect of lightning. Getting hit the first time erased his defenses, and the second bolt fried him. He was gone before he hit the ground."
Standing up, John walked over to get a better look at the body. Unbothered by the burning smell, he rummaged through the still-smoking clothing, finding a few weapons and a belt with a dozen pouches. A closer examination revealed some other items hidden in secret pockets, and soon he had everything laid out on the grass. Most of the items were gear for solo camping or trapping, but there were a few things that stood out, including an encrypted note, a map marked with the location of the valley they were in, and a signet ring that bore a mask with the now familiar infinity symbol where the eyes should have been. Opening up the encrypted note, John pushed mana into his eyes, watching as the letters and numbers rearranged themselves into something he could read thanks to his skill, arcane tongue. Reading over it, his eyes narrowed, and he glanced at Ellie. Seeing his look, she slowly got up.
"What is it?"
"This note," John said, handing it to her. "It's from Earl Vassic. This guy was named Mask 2, or something stupid like that, and was supposed to capture you. Apparently someone recognized your armor, and the Earl wanted to find out what happened to Sandra, the last owner."
"Earl Vassic? I don't know any Earls," Ellie said, shaking her head.
"Earl Vassic is the noble who hired the Red Coral adventuring party. It's likely he's looking for information about what happened to them, and more importantly, what happened to the item he wanted from the ruins."
"That means there will be more people after us," Ellie said, her voice steadying. "I better practice my spells a bit more. By the way, how can you read this? I can't understand a single word of it."
"When I was in the military, we ran across a lot of enemy codes," John said, dodging the question. "Our attacker was also carrying this." Taking the ring John was holding out, Ellie looked at the symbol on it, her forehead furrowing.
"That's the same double-loop symbol the skull ring has, right?"
"Correct. It's a symbol for infinity. I've seen it before, but it's a bit strange to have run into it again here."
"Does this mean there's a connection between the Earl and that necromancer?"
"I certainly hope not, but it does seem likely. It smells like something big is happening out of sight. And speaking of out of sight," John stood and pointed at the waterfall in the distance. "I think we should check out this hidden entrance you were mentioning."
"Should we do something with his body?"
"No, leave it for the beast that's lurking in the woods," John said, his eyes shooting toward the nearby trees. "No need to waste our time on it." Taking their horses, they made their way toward the waterfall, soon arriving at the deep pool the waterfall fell into. Though Storm and Merlin were both rather skittish, the lure of mana trumped their fear of the sound, and Ellie and John were able to get them into the cave hidden behind the sheet of water.
"We should probably leave them here,"
Ellie said, looking at the small winding tunnel that headed further into the cliff. "Agreed. If we take too long or get stuck in the defensive spell, they can wander out and have some grass."
"Will that be safe?" Ellie asked. "What about the beast prowling around?"
"I think it'll be fine. Besides, I don't think we'll be gone that long." Leaving Storm and Merlin in the cave, John and Ellie continued forward into the tunnel, slowly making their way along until it began to get too dark to see. Ellie's mana had recovered a bit, and she offered to summon some wisps for light, but in order to save her mana for using true sight, John just pulled out his sword and shield, using the soft light from the magical shield to light their way. The passageway twisted this way and that, and soon split. Thinking carefully, Ellie was about to take the left passage when John called for her to stop. "Were there any beasts in this cave? I mean back when you lived here with your grandmother."
"Not that I know of," Ellie said, shaking her head. "Why?"
Crouching, John pointed to a thin spiderweb strand that ran across the bottom of the passage. Nearly invisible in the darkness, it took Ellie a moment to see what he was pointing at. When she did, she let out a gasp and looked around at the darkness as if expecting to see spiders creeping out of the cracks in the walls. "This is the thread of an arachnid gigantus. Giant spider, basically. It sets traps like this to alert it when prey enters its hunting ground. Unfortunately, it's a pack beast, so if there's one, there are probably more. We can try to move through quietly, but their sense of hearing is excellent, so it's almost impossible that we'll be able to avoid it." Instead of replying, Ellie unslung her crossbow and decisively cocked it, dropping a bolt into the groove with a click. Letting out a laugh, John swung his sword, cutting through the spider thread. "Ha ha! My thoughts exactly." With his flaming sword held out in front of him, John led the way into the tunnel, Ellie sticking close behind him. As they walked forward, they began to see more signs of the giant spiders, but the flames from John's sword made short work of the webs that covered the passage. Looking at the burning fragments, Ellie glanced at John.
"Are the spiders poisonous?"
"Venomous, but yes. They have a neurotoxin that overloads the nervous system, shutting it down."
"What's the nervous system? Do you mean it makes you afraid?"
No. Your nervous system is all of the, nerves in your body. It's what allows your brain to control your body. The venom blocks that, which prevents your body from moving since it can't get signals from your brain."
Unsure she was following what he was talking about, Ellie just nodded.
"So it paralyzes you?"
"Yeah, it paralyzes you."
Continuing to walk forward, John carefully cleared out the spider webs from the passages Ellie directed him to. The cave was a maze of different passageways, and while Ellie assured him they weren't going around in circles, John wasn't entirely convinced. Eventually, however, the passage widened out into a large cavern. Stepping out into the room, John stopped, his mana-enhanced hearing picking up the scrape of chitinous legs on stone.
"Careful. I think we found our friends."
Lifting her crossbow, Ellie looked around carefully and began to mumble something under her breath. Slowly walking forward, John ignited the flame on his sword, increasing the amount of light in the room. The flames came to life, accompanied by a skittering sound that echoed around the room as the spiders lurking in the shadows retreated. Before they could hide, 3 small wisps of light appeared around Ellie's head and began to swirl, spreading out to light up the room with a white glow. Light flooded the room, revealing dozens of monsters clinging tightly to the walls and ceilings of the cave. Seeing dozens of red eyes glinting in the light, Ellie stifled the shriek that rose to her lips, and John stopped moving forward. Lifting his shield and sword, he quickly scanned the room. It was hard to keep track of the spiders as they moved over the walls and ceiling, but he did his best to keep as many of them in his view as possible. Each about the size of a large dog, the spiders were covered in hard chitin and had small serrated spikes protruding from their hind legs. Clicking mandibles flashed as they looked at John and Ellie, causing a shiver to run down Ellie's spine.
"What's through that passage?"
John asked, his voice abnormally quiet and calm.
"There are a few more chambers like this, and then the spell maze."
"All right. We might need to move quickly, and if we do, I'm just going to grab you and go, so don't freak out. If you have to shoot, aim for the eyes, but be careful. They're quick. Now follow me. We're going to move slowly. Hopefully we can avoid spooking them."
Carefully, and with smooth, stable movements, John began to make his way toward the cavern's exit, Ellie sticking as close to his back as possible. Doing his best to keep from startling the spiders any more than they already had, John thought they had made it when a deep hiss echoed through the tunnels, shaking the walls and sending the giant spiders into a frenzy. Their eyes glowed as they launched themselves from the walls toward John and Ellie, fangs and talons outstretched. This time Ellie wasn't able to suppress her scream and instinctively pulled the trigger on her crossbow. The bolt shot out, cutting through the air next to one of the spiders' heads, completely missing and vanishing into the darkness. In front of her, John intercepted one of the attacking spiders with his shield, throwing it away with a step forward and slam. The spider let out a screaming hiss as it was thrown away, vanishing into the darkness, but John and Ellie had no time to celebrate as more of the spiders swarmed toward them. Spinning, John grabbed Ellie around the waist with his shield arm and took off running, sprinting through the cave's exit. As they ran, she struggled to reload her crossbow while his blade flashed, cutting a giant spider in half. Ellie finally managed to get another bolt loaded and leveled the crossbow, clicking the trigger just as one of the spiders pounced. The bolt shot into its face, stabbing through one of the red eyes and cutting into its brain. Collapsing instantly, the spider was quickly trampled by its brothers and sisters, who continued to charge after them.
"Good. Keep that up,"
John said, his sword moving so fast it looked like a blue blur as he cut his way through the spiders that were swarming toward them.
"Hold on."
Abruptly increasing his speed, he expanded his shield and blasted through the spiders who had clogged the entrance to the next cavern. This one lacked the deep pit, and instead was covered with rocky outcroppings that all seemed to hide more giant spiders.
"How are there so many of them?"
Ellie yelled, staggering as John put her down.
"Get up on that rock. There has to be a queen in here somewhere.
That's the only way there could be this many without them hunting each other."
"A queen?" Ellie asked, pulling herself up on a rock behind John as he chopped apart a pouncing spider. "That sounds like terrible news."
"It is. But that hiss we heard, that's probably a queen. And it sounds like she's on her way here."
John had no sooner finished speaking than another hiss shook the cavern. Grimacing, John heard the twang of the crossbow, and another of the giant spiders fell.
"Speak of the devil."
"Well, maybe we shouldn't have," Ellie quipped, reloading the crossbow. "Can we take our words back?"
"Huh. I don't think that's how this works," John replied, crushing a spider with the edge of his shield and kicking its twitching corpse away. "But when she gets here, we can ask her."
At the exit to the room, a large spider leg poked into the cavern, followed soon after by another. A dragging sound echoed off the walls as a massive spider crawled into the room. With a body that was easily 20 feet long and at least 10 feet tall, the giant spider queen was a sight to behold. Thick chitin plates covered her body, and the spikes that ran up her legs looked as sharp as daggers. Letting out another ground-shaking hiss, the giant spider queen lifted herself to her maximum height, dwarfing John and Ellie. Looking at the monster who was staring at them from an uncountable number of eyes, Ellie swallowed and shook her head.
"No, thanks. I don't think I want to talk to her at all."
Chapter 21. Stalking toward John and Ellie, the giant spider queen clicked her mandibles threateningly, her eyes fixed on what she clearly assumed was her next meal. Watching the approaching monster, John lifted his shield and waved his flaming sword to the side, warding off one of the giant spiders that was creeping closer.
"The most dangerous thing about fighting a giant spider queen is that it becomes hard to guard against all of the smaller but no less dangerous giant spiders. In a second she's going to attack, either by spitting venom at us or charging. You can tell which one by watching her, because she'll lift her front legs if she's going to charge, and will expand her mouth if she's going to spit. How's your mana looking?"
"I've got about 30% of my mana restored," Ellie said, her voice surprisingly calm.
"Great. Keep your mana for keeping yourself alive. If she charges, I'll deal with her, and you can keep picking off the small spiders. On the other hand, if she starts to spit, put a bolt straight down her throat. The goal is to pop the sac that stores the venom. Giant spiders aren't completely immune to their own venom."
Shifting her stance slightly, Ellie lifted her newly loaded crossbow and held it ready. Despite the precarious situation, she felt a wave of confidence welling up inside of her. Much of it had to do with John's calm demeanor, but there was also a sense of strength that stemmed from her experiences over the last few days. Now, facing down the largest spider she had ever seen, she was nervous but ready. As if sensing the challenge in Ellie's gaze, the giant spider queen let out a silent roar, intending to launch a glob of venom at her. Ellie responded by pressing the trigger of her crossbow, sending a bolt flying through the air toward the giant spider queen. At the same time, John jumped to the side, his sword slashing through the heads of two giant spiders that abruptly charged. Jerking her head slightly when she heard the sound of the vibrating crossbow string, the giant spider queen felt the bolt glance off of the side of her mouth, leaving a deep gouge as it was turned to the side. Frustrated that she had missed, Ellie hurried to load her crossbow again as the giant spider queen's mouth moved. Looking down at her crossbow, she finally got the bolt loaded and looked up just as the giant spider queen spit out a glob of venom at her. Even with her supernaturally quick classholder reflexes, Ellie wasn't sure she was going to be able to avoid the attack, but John flashed in front of her, blocking the flying venom with his shield.
"Keep calm and shoot again. You have about 3 seconds before she charges, so take your time to aim."
Sure enough, the giant spider queen's mouth was slowly closing from its stretched-out state, and Ellie could see the slightly inflamed crimson sac in the spider's mouth. Lining up her shot, she let the second bolt fly, and then immediately started to reload the crossbow, not waiting to see where her attack landed. This time the bolt flew true, piercing into the venom sac in the giant spider queen's mouth and ripping it apart. Gooey venom erupted from the spider queen's ripped skin, causing her to rear back, hissing wildly.
"Great shot. She'll be moving into close combat mode, so get ready. Stay on your toes and don't be afraid to be mobile. Watch for giant spiders taking advantage of her attack. Listening to John's calm instructions, Ellie clicked another bolt in place and looked around, her crossbow swinging around as she took stock of the giant spiders starting to press in. Next to her, John kept his eyes on the giant spider queen as she waved her front legs in the air, bringing them down angrily with enough force to crush a stalagmite. As the shards of rock flew through the air, the monster charged forward, intent on turning John and Ellie to mush. Stepping forward, John's sword stabbed straight through the Spider Queen's eyes, even as his shield intercepted one of her pounding legs. The shockwave that resulted blew dust in all directions, but John didn't transform into a smear of paste on the ground as the giant Spider Queen thought he would. Instead, he didn't react at all, his sword continuing along its original trajectory toward the Spider Queen's eyes. A sense of danger shot through the monster's cunning brain, and her legs pumped explosively, throwing her body back with surprising agility. Yet even as she flew back, the blue flame-covered blade John held continued to grow larger in her compound eyes as John accelerated to keep pace with her. Like a heated knife being thrust into a pool of water, the flaming blade slid into one of the giant Spider Queen's eyes, dealing tremendous damage. Letting out an even louder hiss that shook the cavern and sent the other giant spiders scurrying away in fear, the Spider Queen jerked her head back, getting free of John's blade and trying to push him away with her massive front legs. Catching one of the blows with his shield, John turned a somersault, landing next to Ellie, who was lifting her crossbow to aim at the Spider Queen. Seeing that John was out of the way, she let her bolt fly, managing to pierce another eye. With 2 large disruptions in its vision, the Spider Queen went absolutely berserk, rushing over and trying to use her bulk to crush her attackers. Seeing it coming, Ellie pulled something from the pouch at her side and threw it at the monster. A second later, the potion she had thrown shattered, and a noxious cloud enveloped the approaching giant Spider Queen. Slinging her crossbow onto her back, Ellie began to mumble something and pointed her finger at the large creature. Already white foam was starting to drip from the Spider Queen's jaws as the venom she'd swallowed slowed her body down. The cloud of poison Ellie had deployed took effect, causing the white foam to turn a sickly green, and a spasm shook the queen, nearly jerking the monster from her feet as Ellie's spell compounded the poison, boosting its effect tremendously. Though it wasn't effective enough to kill the giant Spider Queen on its own, Ellie had bought enough time for John to advance and land another blow on the monster's head. Even as his sword bit into the monster's skull, Ellie was loading another crossbow bolt, her eyes constantly scanning for other dangers. The level of calm professionalism John saw her exhibiting made his eyes light up. Though it wasn't unheard of, it was rare to find anyone so calm and in control of themselves during their first real combat against a magical beast. There was some roughness to her actions, but she was staying level-headed, and not even the threatening aura that spread from the Spider Queen could shake her. Part of that could be attributed to the purity of her mana, but the majority of it was a result of her mental strength being higher than normal. The giant spider could sense death looming over her as the poison in her system began to liquefy her organs, but running never entered her brain. She had never known a day in her life when she was not the biggest, baddest creature around, and even now, with death only inches away, she elected to double down on her attack, striking at John with her fangs. Dodging back, John brought the edge of his shield down on top of the 2 extended fangs, pinning the monster to the ground as he stabbed his sword over the top of his shield. With a squelch, the blade stabbed through one of the Spider Queen's eyes, this time making it to the monster's brain. Blue flames surged into the giant spider's skull, instantly killing the beast. Despite the fact that she was dead, the Spider Queen's body continued to thrash for a moment, but John kicked it away before her flailing legs could hit him. With a whoosh, the blue flames found the poison and began to burn even more fiercely, soon reducing the corpse of the giant Spider Queen to ash. Letting out a sigh of relief, Ellie started to put down her crossbow, but then caught sight of John, who still stood with his shield up, his eyes sweeping the cavern carefully as he checked for threats. When he didn't see anything, John gestured for Ellie to follow, and the 2 of them made their way toward the exit, keeping a watch out for more giant spiders. After their queen was destroyed, the beasts seemed to have vanished, hiding deep in the cave system from Ellie and John.
With the light from Ellie's spell, the way was well lit, and after walking for half an hour, they hadn't seen even a single giant spider. Eventually, the tunnel opened out into a wider cave, and John caught a glimmer of natural light streaming in through a gap in the ceiling. Pointing at the cave exit that appeared in the distance, Ellie smiled widely.
"That's the exit. We'll find the front gate right through there. But as soon as we leave the cave, we'll be caught in the maze spell."
Carefully making their way forward, they soon came to the end of the tunnel, and John saw another small valley stretching out before him. Much smaller than the valley they had passed through earlier, this valley contained a large manor house and what looked like some fields that held a garden, an orchard, and a small lake. Rather than the witch's cottage John was expecting, it looked more like a noble's country mansion. Confused, John looked at Ellie, but she was distracted, gazing at the house with a longing expression, clearly lost in her memories. Taking another step forward, John suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing. It was terribly faint, but at the last moment he sensed a hint of mana in front of him. Expertly blended into the earth and stone at the cave's exit, it formed an illusory net that completely covered the area. Scanning the rock nearby, John realized the mana net actually extended as far into the stone as he could sense. The slight curve to it suggested that it covered the entire valley in a bubble, making it impossible to approach from any direction without getting caught in it. Stepping back, he looked at Ellie again. After a moment, she came back to her senses, and her eyes flashed as she activated True Sight.
"This is the beginning of the defensive spell. There is a path that leads through it, and with True Sight I should be able to find the way. However, we'll have to maintain contact. It can be really easy to get lost in here, and I don't know what will happen if we get separated."
"Are there any dangers, or does the maze just make you lost?"
"The only danger is starving to death as far as I know,"
Ellie said, shrugging. "Okay, then let's go." Reaching out, John grabbed Ellie's hand, holding it firmly. Shocked by the sudden touch, Ellie nearly jerked her hand away, but John's grip was too strong, and she managed to recover before embarrassing herself. Taking a deep breath to get her rapidly beating heart under control, she focused on the spell in front of her as she took a step forward. As they entered the range of the spell, nothing seemed to change, but John immediately felt the mana trying to seep into his body. Though it was impossible for the spell to get through his mental defenses, he still saw the surroundings changing under his eyes. The peaceful valley vanished, replaced by smoke and sulfur. An ever-shifting hellscape of boiling lava and hissing gas appeared all around them as Ellie stopped, her hand holding John's tightening slightly. Frowning, John looked around, unable to understand what he was seeing. He had assumed the spell would simply use mana to confuse his senses, making it difficult to proceed, just as other illusion magic did. However, given his mental defenses, it shouldn't have been able to affect him at all. Yet, as he stood amidst the burning landscape, he felt as if he had genuinely been transported to a new, hellish world. For a moment he considered using his own mana to crush the spell, but ultimately decided to let Ellie deal with it. On top of not knowing how the spell was tied together and what sort of situation he would find himself in if he just tried to brute force it, using a forceful method would undoubtedly result in an increase in doom points. Besides, it seemed wise to let Ellie get as much practice as possible with her skills. Feeling a slight tug on his hand, he followed Ellie as she walked forward, her true sight discerning the safest path forward. Walking along a small stone path between two flowing streams of lava, John could feel the heat of the molten rivers on either side of his body and was completely floored, his respect for Ellie's grandmother increasing by leaps and bounds. The spell they were walking through was far beyond a simple illusion, and he found he could actually manipulate the heat as if it were coming from a flame in the outside world. Ellie paused for a moment and then, with a deep breath, turned right and walked forward into the river of lava. Following close behind, John was ready to grab her, but to his surprise, the world shifted around them and he found that the path rose up under their feet.
After winding through the flame-covered hellscape for nearly an hour longer, Ellie suddenly gasped and pointed ahead at a large circular stone that stood on its side in the distance.
"That's the entrance!"
Tugging John's hand, she hurried to approach the stone, reaching out to touch it with her fingertip. With a thrumming sound, the world shifted around them as soon as her finger made contact with the stone, and the original valley they had seen from the cave's exit appeared around them. The interior of the valley was full of life, and John felt a strange sort of energy in the air he couldn't quite place. Sensing a presence he hadn't sensed before, John looked toward the manor house just as the front door opened. A figure floated out of the house, rapidly approaching where Ellie and John stood. Unsure if what he was seeing was correct, John blinked his eyes, but the figure remained the same. Dark blue and glowing, the figure appeared to be an 8-foot-tall giant man whose feet didn't quite meet the ground. Thick muscles dominated his uncovered chest, and a pointed goatee on his chiseled face, combined with his bald head and pointed ears, gave him an almost sinister look. A pair of baggy pants, a wide sash, and cloth shoes with a pointed and curled toe completed the picture, and as he floated to a stop in front of Ellie and bowed, John heard a soft bass voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once.
"Welcome back to Star Manor, my lady."
Chapter 22. Staring at the large blue man, Ellie blinked, her eyes growing wet.
"Vexus, it's good to be back."
"Evening approaches. May I prepare dinner for you?"
"Thank you. Dinner would be great."
With a nod, the blue man turned around and floated away, a faint light glimmering from under his glowing skin. Watching him leave, Ellie took a deep breath and turned to look at John, who was still staring after the floating man.
"That is Vexus, my grandmother's familiar. He's a star djinn. I didn't think he would still be around."
"A djinn? Like a genie? Does he grant wishes?"
"Genie? I don't know what that is,"
Ellie said, shaking her head, and beginning to lead the way into the house.
"And I don't know about wishes, but he protects the manor and tends the gardens. He cared for me when I was young as well."
Amused by the idea of a genie butler, John took a closer look at the manor. Larger than it first appeared, it was a sprawling affair with 2 large wings and a wide front porch. It took a moment for John to realize what was bothering him about it, but when he did, he stopped dead in his tracks. The architecture of the manor was familiar to John, too familiar. Styles in this world, especially for the rich, were highly Gothic, and most noble houses looked more like the famous churches of John's previous world than homes. In contrast, Star Manor was built in an Edwardian style that was plainer and had larger windows. Considering how closely it resembled the stately manor homes John had seen pictures of on the internet, John almost felt as if he had been transported back to Earth. Feeling John stop, Ellie realized they were still holding hands and released her grip. John, however, was completely distracted by his thoughts and continued to hold on to her hand, oblivious to her mounting blush. When he finally came to himself, he naturally let go of her hand and pointed up at the impressive-looking building.
"Did your grandmother build this?"
Taking a moment to gather herself, Ellie shook her head.
"I don't think so. She said it had been in the family for a long time. My earliest memories are here, playing in these rooms. Come on, I'll show you the way to the dining room."
As they walked up the stairs, the door opened and Vexus welcomed them in. Seeing that John was carrying a backpack with camping gear, he offered to take it and then escorted them to the dining room.
"Please sit. Dinner will be served in a moment."
"Thank you, Vexus."
"It's my duty, milady. No thanks are needed,"
Vexus said, his face impassive. Watching him leave, John heard the door on the other side of the room open and, turning his head, saw Vexus walk out of the hall carrying a platter with 2 bowls of steaming soup. Quickly looking back, he caught sight of the blue skin of the Star Jinn's back just before the door shut. Noticing his confusion, Ellie let out a laugh.
Vexus can, duplicate himself. That's how he takes care of everything by himself.
Unable to get his head around how weird this experience was, John just shook his head and ate his dinner. The meal was 6 courses in total, and easily rivaled any meal he had ever had in the noble houses of the capital city. As it wound to a close, Vexus came back into the room and waited quietly by Ellie's side. With a slight tremble in her hands that John nearly missed, Ellie put her fork down and looked at the blue gin.
"Thank you for the meal, Vexus."
"My lady, with this I have completed my tasks. Please proceed to the library, where you will find a message from your grandmother. You may take your companion if you so choose. I will depart in 6 hours.
Without waiting for a response, the giant blue man turned and floated out the door, leaving John and Ellie by themselves.
"What does he mean he will depart in 6 hours?"
John asked, his eyes narrowing. Just as lost as John, Ellie shook her head.
"I have no idea. It's been too long since I was last here. We should go to the library and see what my grandmother left."
As she led the way through the halls of the manor, John could tell Ellie was doing her best to keep herself together. He could only imagine how emotional he would feel if he suddenly got the chance to return to Earth and walk through his old home. The sight of Ellie's emotional turmoil caused his heart to heat up strangely, and John found himself trying to come up with a topic to distract her.
"You said that Vexus is a familiar, right? What is that exactly?"
Oh, familiar is something witches get. A lot of witch spells deal with spirits, and it's possible to bind a spirit into a familiar. It's sort of like a pet and sort of like a companion. Though it's strange, since familiars usually vanish when their master dies. That's why I was so shocked to see Vexus here. He wasn't around when I left the manor previously."
"So, when Vexus said he would be departing in 6 hours, he'll be vanishing? If there's a message your grandmother left, maybe he was waiting to deliver it."
Nodding, Ellie opened a large door, revealing a spacious library with built-in shelves on every wall. The shelves were absolutely packed with books, causing John's eyes to open wide with excitement. Near a large window was a desk that looked like it had seen countless years of use. So far, there wasn't a single thing in the manor that reminded John of a witch, but Ellie was treating it like it was totally normal, so he didn't quite know how to react. Following her into the room, he saw she was heading for the desk. Sitting in the middle of the desk was a crystal ball, sitting next to a thick book and an 18-inch wand made from a gnarled root. Stepping back to give Ellie some room, John walked over to the bookshelves and began to scan the titles of the books, seeing what he could find. Strangely, even though he could see that the books had titles, it was entirely impossible for him to read them. It was almost as if a layer of mana lay over them, preventing him from seeing the information. Blinking, he put more mana into his eyes, but even that didn't work, and the book titles remained blurred. Undeterred, he reached for a red leather-bound tome and tried to pull it from the shelf, only to feel a tremendous amount of resistance, as if the mana that was keeping him from seeing the books was also binding it to the shelf. Just as he was about to rip it free, he heard a light sound behind him.
"Excuse me, sir. Can you please not do that?"
Not recognizing the voice, John turned around and realized Ellie was gone. In her place stood an elderly lady with a large amount of white hair swept up into an impressive updo. Eyes narrowing, John looked around but didn't see Ellie anywhere in the library. Letting go of the book, to the old woman's relief, John took a step forward, his mana starting to swell. The relieved expression in the old woman's eyes faltered slightly as her eyes met John's completely emotionless stare, and she realized things were about to get very bad very quickly.
"Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Dame Esmeralda Stoke, seer of the Glimmering Star and the former owner of this manor."
"Ellie's grandmother?"
"Yes, though not by blood. However, I did raise her as my own after my daughter brought her back here. More than that is for Ellie to tell you."
"Excuse my blunt language, but aren't you supposed to be dead?" John asked, his manner not abating in the slightest.
"Ah, yes, I am. This is a vestige, a fragment of myself that I left behind to instruct Ellie, should she ever manage to become a witch. It was activated by her entrance to Star Manor's grounds, and will fade away shortly. At that time, Vexis will return to his home in the stars, taking the manor with him. Before that, nothing may be taken out of it, save for the 2 items I have left for Ellie."
"You mean I can't read these books?" John asked, his face still expressionless but his voice dipping dangerously low.
"As much as it embarrasses me to admit it, I don't think I or even Vexis would be able to stop you if you chose to. However, doing so would destroy Star Manor, completely erasing the Glimmering Star inheritance from existence. Your benefit would be fleeting at best, and the damage to Ellie would be tremendous."
Feeling the slight threat in her words, John's eyes narrowed and he took a step forward, his eyes nearly burning holes in her. "Then I suggest you explain what's going on, quickly." The air in the library had taken on a hazy look as it warped under the intensity of the mana that was coming off John, and cracks started to appear around him. It had only taken him an instant to understand he had been affected by something similar to the defensive spell that surrounded the manor when Dame Stoke had appeared, and now it began to break apart as it failed to contain John's mana. Her eyes darting to the growing cracks, Ellie's grandmother began to speak rapidly, making sure to be as clear as possible.
"Thousands of years ago, a single mage appeared in this world and opened a portal, summoning a party of class holders to assist him in defeating the beasts that dominated the world. Before they died, they passed their classes down, and along with them their official inheritances. My ancestor was one of those who came to this world from another world. She passed down her official inheritance, Star Manor, to her daughter, who continued to pass it down. With it came the Star Djinn Vexis. He and the manor are one entity, and he is bound to only share his knowledge with the official inheritor. Unfortunately, that requires a witch with a star medium, so when I tried to leave the inheritance to Ellie, well, it failed. I have left as much knowledge as I can for her, but all the information I received about other worlds has been left out.
+1 doom point. The apocalypse draws closer. Reining in his mana as Dame Stoke fell silent, John carefully thought about what he had just heard, at the same time dismissing the window that had popped up in his vision. The idea that classes had only been created a few thousand years ago was surprising to him, but remembering what little he knew about the summoning spell, indicated it had been used previously. It made sense that others would have been summoned, and if they had been granted classes like he had when they arrived, it would explain how the classes were passed down. However, if what Dame Stoke was saying was true, he also wouldn't be able to examine any of the books left in the Star Manor library. "You said that Vexis and the Star Manor are the same entity. Who picked the shape of the house?" Confused by the question, Dame Stoke took a second to answer, almost as if she was listening to something.
"The original master, Dame Eliana Stoke. Ellie is named after her."
"So the long and short of it is that I'm locked out of all the information here?" John asked, gesturing past the rapidly healing cracks in the air toward the bookshelves.
I can't read any of it?
That is correct, sir,
Dame Stokes said, her voice trembling slightly.
However, I do not understand why you would want to.
Brows furrowing, John was at a slight loss, not understanding Dame Stokes' comment. Seeing his expression, she shifted back slightly, and a blue figure appeared floating in front of her. Realizing that Vexus probably thought he was going to get angry, John shook his head and shrugged.
Why would I not want more information? Every piece of knowledge helps, doesn't it?
To what end?
Vexus's voice was deep, and unlike its normal flatness, carried a genuine curiosity.
Spirits like us are bound by our nature and cannot change. You are eternal, so why seek for a greater place?
Because I don't understand why, John replied. I don't understand why I am the way I am. I don't understand why the world is falling apart. I don't understand how I'm supposed to fix it, if it can even be fixed. I feel like I don't understand anything. And I don't know when the last time you took a walk outside your walls was, but anyone who might be able to explain it to me is either dead or as loony as a waterfowl and intent on murdering me, which leaves me to figure it out myself. And honestly, the temptation to take this place apart to try and see if I can figure out how it ticks is pretty strong right now.
You should know that it will serve no purpose for you,
Vexus said seriously.
All my knowledge is contained here in my body. To destroy me is to destroy that knowledge as well. My time in this world is coming to a close, and as much as could be extracted has already been granted to the lady. Seek her approval if you would understand the secrets of the stars.
Staring at the completely expressionless djinn, John could see the complete detachment he held. It was clear that Vexus was less of an actual being with thoughts and feelings, and more of an automaton that carried out orders. Closing his eyes for a moment, John rubbed his forehead. This wasn't the first time he had arrived at a dead end in his quest for understanding, and he was sure that it wouldn't be the last. Getting himself under control, he opened his eyes and nodded at Dame Stoke.
Fine. I won't take this place apart. Anything else?
Stepping out from behind Vexus's floating figure, Dame Stoke bowed low to John, her waist bending completely and her hands coming together in front of her chest.
Please take care of Ellie. She is not my granddaughter by blood, but she may as well have been. Knowing that she is with a being such as yourself gives me great hope that she will not only survive in this harsh world, but thrive. Please do not abandon her like so many others have.
Chapter 23. When Ellie awoke from her daze and turned around, John was standing quietly behind her, a thoughtful expression on his face. Though this trip had not resulted in the wealth of magical knowledge he had been hoping for, Ellie had clearly benefited, and the mystery surrounding this world had been peeled back slightly. According to what Dame Stoke had claimed, the original intent of the class holders had been to fight against the beasts that filled the world. That objective had clearly been achieved, but what was most interesting to John was the idea that the first mage had come from somewhere else, rather than being native to this world. It brought up curious questions about where the system and classes he used came from, but John already had enough on his plate to worry about at this point. Chief among those things was the lady in front of him, who was clearly trying to hold back her tears. John had courageously faced down overwhelming odds on the battlefield, terrifying fights against beasts that could swallow him whole, and insane mages bent on his complete destruction. But nothing had prepared him for the complete paralysis he felt when he saw Ellie's trembling lips. Stretching his hand out, he froze, and was about to drop it when Ellie suddenly rushed forward and hugged him. For the second time her hot tears leaked out, wetting his shirt. This time, however, her cries were not cries of relief, but of loss. Without having to be told, John knew she had just seen her grandmother for the last time, and all the pent-up feelings of sadness she had been managing for the last 20 years were now being poured out onto John's chest. Though he had never known his grandmother, John found it easy to empathize with Ellie. In the years since he had come to this world, he had seen too much loss, too much death, and left too many things behind. Yet even as Ellie exhausted her feelings, John found himself wondering about his own heart. It was impossible for him to deny that something in him had changed after the end of the war against the nation of Playa. His feelings, already hardened by the years of warfare, had turned to granite, and his heart had completely died, along with any tolerance he had possessed. It had been a long time since he had considered himself human, but seeing Ellie's sorrow, it was clear that a piece of him was gone, burned up in the flames of the magic he had been forced to perfect. Sniffing, Ellie pulled herself together and stepped back, wiping the last few tears from her eyes.
My grandmother, she told me everything. She told me about my mom and the history of this place. She left me what she could, but there's nothing else we can take from here. I'm sorry. This trip has been a waste.
Shaking his head, John looked at Ellie squarely, meeting her eyes as he spoke calmly.
Not a waste. I've had a great time. Plus, you've managed to get something that will help you by the looks of it. What did your grandmother leave you?
Lifting up the items that had been left on the desk, Ellie showed them to John.
This is the crystal ball she used for a lot of her spells, and this is her wand. Both are used for casting spells.
And is that her grimoire?
Yes. She recorded her spells here for me. You can read it if you like.
Better yet, once you learn them, you can teach me, John said, looking around the room. It sounds like this place is going to go away soon. Did she talk to you about the inheritance?
For a moment, John thought Ellie was going to burst into tears again, but she held it together as she nodded.
Yes. She said we weren't actually related. After her daughter brought me back. She died without telling my grandmother where she found me. From what my grandmother pieced together, my mom was mortally wounded while fighting against some bandits while escorting a carriage. I was the only other survivor, so she brought me here to Star Manor. Whoever my family was, they're long dead.
I'm sorry, Ellie. It's difficult to find out that so much of what you believed to be true wasn't true.
But it does explain why I lacked the star medium, Ellie said, doing her best to smile. In a way, I'm happy to know I'm actually from a different bloodline, and not just a failure.
Not a failure in the least. I don't know if you saw the size of the 2 lightning bolts you dropped on that guy's head yesterday, but that doesn't seem much like a failure to me.
Thanks.
Hearing the door open, Ellie and John turned and saw Vexus float into the room. Bowing his head slightly, the Star Djinn gestured toward the door.
My lady, it is time for you to leave. I will be going home soon, and it would be dangerous for you to remain here.
Of course. Thank you, Vexus.
As I have stated, my lady, it is my job.
Escorted by the Blue Butler, John and Ellie left Star Manor. Walking out through the front door, John looked up at the strangely modern facade of the house. He had to admit that encountering the manor had been one of the strangest experiences of his life. Sure, being pulled into a fantasy world and taught magic was odd, but then to encounter a fully modern home guarded by a typical-looking blue djinn was even stranger. It had, however, explained why Ellie was so comfortable with the modern plumbing he had installed. While inside Star Manor, he had peeked into one of the bathrooms and seen flushing toilets. Pausing on the steps of the manor, John turned around and looked at Vexus.
Tell me, if you can, how many other inheritances still exist?
The djinn's face didn't change at all as he blinked at John, as if deciding whether it was worth it to answer the question. After a few seconds, he gestured to the manor house.
"There is one other inheritance besides this one, or rather, it is assumed to be an inheritance. The mage who summoned my initial contractor left a doorway when they retreated that cannot be opened, but I do not know where it is, since I cannot leave this place. After I return to the stars, only that lost doorway will remain."
"What will you do once you return to the stars?" Ellie asked, her eyes showing a slight wetness as she looked at the impassive Jinn.
"I will rejoin the stars, waiting for one with the temperament and aptitude to summon me once again,"
Vexus replied, showing a sense of happiness for the first time since John had first seen him.
"Thank you, Vexus, for your service to my grandmother and all her ancestors," Ellie said, bowing. "Thank you for taking care of me when I was young. I know you don't want my thanks, but I am thankful."
Opening his mouth to reply, the Star Jinn paused, shooting a strange glance at John. Time almost seemed to stutter as mana surged in their surroundings, but after only a second it was gone, and everything returned to normal. Waving his hand, Vexus caused the spell that encompassed the manor to gently push against John and Ellie, carrying them back into the tunnel. As they landed, his voice echoed in the cave.
"Your feelings are noted, milady. If you will excuse me, it is time for me to go."
A shining light burst from the cave's exit, causing Ellie to shield her eyes, squinting in the glimmering rays. Not blinking once, John stared at the glowing house as it began to shift and warp, slowly shrinking down until it was little more than a glowing ball that landed in Vexus's blue hand. Giving John a nod, the Jinn held up his hand as the first star appeared in the gray evening sky. The glowing ball in his hand shot off, vanishing into the sky in a moment and merging with the star. A moment later, Vexus followed, flying up and disappearing as he merged with the small point of light. Within a few seconds the light faded and the night flooded in, leaving the small valley desolate and empty. Not only had the manor house vanished, but gone also were the gardens and orchard. The only thing that remained of the lake was a muddy depression that looked like it would dry up at any moment. Turning around, Ellie didn't even look at the place her grandmother's house had been, instead walking away down the tunnel. Following after her, John stayed quiet, letting Ellie work through her thoughts. Though they were passing through the giant spider's territory, the death of the giant spider queen must have been fresh in the beasts' minds, because they saw neither hide nor hair of the creatures as they wound their way through the tunnel. After a few hours of walking, they arrived at the end of the tunnel where they had entered earlier that day. Stopping, Ellie still didn't look back, as if afraid that in doing so she would see the empty valley where the Star Manor had been.
"It's sort of surreal to me that the manor is gone. It's always been in the back of my mind that if I needed to, I could run back here and hide from the world. But now it's gone. My grandmother is gone. It's strange, but I almost feel more nervous stepping out of the cave now than I did all those years ago, since once I leave, that's it. It'll be gone forever."
"Gone, maybe, but not erased," John said, tapping his head. "Your grandmother, the manor, will still be here. But I get what you mean. It was sort of like a safe haven for your mind and heart, right? Often the idea of having something is just as important as actually having it. But losing a home like this just means we need to work all the harder to make a new one. You know, after my parents died, I felt like I had lost that place, that home you're talking about. I hadn't thought about this for years. It was rough, and even though my aunt took me and my brother in, it was tough. She did the best she could, but there was a hole in me that just refused to close."
Nodding, Ellie's eyes searched John's face.
"Exactly. It feels like it won't ever close. Does it ever heal?
Sort of, John said, shrugging. They say time heals all wounds, but I don't think that's true. It just helps us build up our calluses.
Then how did you learn to deal with it?
You build your home in the one place no one can take away from you, John said, laying his hand on his chest. You build it in your heart. That way, no matter where you are, no matter what your circumstances, you are home. Huh. This conversation took a weird turn.
No, I appreciate it. I do. Build my home in myself. I like that idea.
Walking out into the cave behind the waterfall, they found Storm and Merlin resting quietly, and after making sure their horses were fine, John looked at Ellie.
Do you want to cross the valley tonight, or should we camp and go tomorrow morning?
If I'm honest, I'm completely exhausted,
Ellie said, shaking her head.
Then let's camp. Nothing wrong with taking some time to rest. It's been an emotionally intense day.
While Ellie set out their beds, John took the pot from his pack and filled it up from the falling water at the cave's entrance. Looking around, he didn't see any firewood, so he stepped outside and broke up some branches to use for his fire. Despite the dampness, the wood burst into flame as soon as he flicked a spark at it with the flint and tinder, and he began feeding the broken branches into it. Once the fire was going, he hung the pot over the flames and added spices and dried meat, planning on making a beef stew. They had brought small, round sourdough loaves with them, and while the beef stew cooked, John took his dagger and cut out the top of the loaves, hollowing the bread out of the center. Once the stew was finished, John poured it into the hollowed-out bread and got out a block of cheese. The cheese was cut into thin strips and laid over the top of the hot stew, melting nicely onto the edges of the tough crust. A common practice for travelers, Ellie accepted the bowl made from bread without question and began to eat the stew. Quickly polishing off his portion, John ate another helping, and then began to rip the stew-soaked bread apart, chewing it up with a few more slices of cheese. Ellie seemed especially hungry after such an emotionally charged day and ate 3 helpings, cleaning out the pot. After washing up, John saw that Ellie had taken out the grimoire her grandmother had left behind, so he gave her some space and headed out of the cave. Outside, the stars had come out in full force, casting the valley in beautiful, soft light. Finding a small stone near the foot of the waterfall, John took a seat and began to meditate, making doubly sure to keep his mana contained to avoid contaminating the area. As he breathed in and out, his thoughts grew calm, even as the mana he was constantly injecting into his mental model skill increased. After a few minutes, he saw the notification he had been waiting for. Mental model has grown in effect and efficiency. Mental model 39. Query: why did Vexus think I was a spirit like him? Answer: of all observed qualities, the most similar was purity of mana. Examination of Vexus's mana indicates a purity of nearly 87%, which would not be achievable even by a sage-level class holder. Vexus likely assumed that only spirits possess mana purity of such a level or higher. The second most similar was volume of mana. It is likely that Vexus, due to his nature as a spirit, was able to estimate current mana reserves and assumed that only a being tied to a natural mana source could allow a being to possess such reserves. More information is needed in order to generate a more accurate answer. Certainty, 67%.
How long would it take to figure out why I gained a doom point at the manor, while other times I don't? I was doing so well on this trip, too.
Query: why are doom points gained? Answer: it is impossible to determine this accurately with current knowledge without spending a significant amount of time on this question. Estimated time until an answer is available, 8,344 hours. Please acquire more knowledge related to mages to reduce the estimated time.
Almost a year, huh? Well, I better get working on it.
Chapter 24. The next morning, John and Ellie packed up all their camping gear and began the trip back to the city. The plan was to swing by Kingsmouth to pick up the gold from the sale and then head straight back to the valley. It had been almost a week since they had embarked on the trip, and both were excited to get back. As they crossed the valley, John kept a watch-out for the warp beast he suspected was creeping around, but didn't see anything. Like he had suspected, the corpse of the mercenary who attacked Ellie had vanished, undoubtedly filling the belly of whatever beast prowled the valley. When they got to the narrow crack that led out into the wider world, John went first, leading Merlin, while Ellie and Storm followed behind him. He had fed both horses a condensed mana crystal that morning, so once they had passed through the hills and re-emerged into the wider world, the horses were happy to get the chance to run. Giving Merlin free rein, John concentrated on keeping a watch for dangers while they ran through the hills toward the road. After an hour, the horses began to tire and slow down, and Ellie's head jerked up, staring at the hillside in front of them. With only a few more hills to pass before they arrived at the road that ran alongside the river, they had made much better time than on the trip to the Hidden Valley. Seeing the intent look on Ellie's face as she stared up at the hills, John pulled on Merlin's reins, slowing him down.
"Find something?" "A large group, maybe a dozen people, all armed and waiting."
"For us?" Ellie's brow creased slightly, and she tilted her head to the side slightly, as if she was listening to something jabbering in her ear. After a moment of silence, she turned to John and nodded.
"Yes, we're the only other people for at least a mile. They're between us and the road, but too far from the road to be ambushing anyone there. I think they are after us."
"Any indication who they are?"
"No, the spirits can't give me that kind of information, though they are saying that they're wearing some armor."
"So adventurers or soldiers?"
John said, gazing up at the hill with narrowed eyes.
"Got it. Well, do you want to avoid them or confront them?"
"I think they've spotted us,"
Ellie said, pointing with her chin toward the side of the hill where a boulder rested against a tree. Injecting mana into his eyes, John saw the figure Ellie was pointing to. Crouched down between the trees and the boulder was a figure dressed in dark leather armor that looked a lot like the armor John and Ellie wore. The hidden watcher was clearly staring straight at them, and John suspected that if they tried to find a new path, they would find themselves chased. Glancing at Ellie, he noticed she had already unslung her crossbow and loaded it. Her expression carried a firmness that had not been present when they set out on this trip, and John was suddenly glad they had come, even if he hadn't gotten the magical knowledge he was looking for.
"What's the plan?"
John asked, leaning forward on the pommel of his saddle.
"See what they want and then break through if they're not friendly?"
Eyebrows rising, John glanced at Ellie.
"Do you think we can take 12 people by ourselves?"
Suddenly growing nervous, Ellie looked at John, her eyes searching his face.
Is that a lot? Are they much stronger than the spiders? I don't really know much about this sort of thing."
"True. You've only really been in situations we were able to keep under control,"
John replied, nudging his horse forward.
"Fighting people is typically much trickier than fighting against beasts or monsters like the undead. The biggest problem we have right now is that we don't know how many of the 12 are class holders. If they are an adventuring party, we should expect all of them to be class holders, which will make the fight much harder. It would be better if they were mostly soldiers, since that would reduce the overall number of class holders. Does that make sense?"
Following behind John, Ellie nodded her head, her expression serious as she listened carefully to his words.
"Yes, it does."
"But since we know they're aware of us, we can assume they'll likely chase us if they see us run. While running isn't a bad thing, running while being chased by class holders, especially class holders with ranged weapons, is a dangerous bet. Much better to face the threat head-on if you can."
Heading up the hill, John and Ellie kept a careful eye out for the enemies Ellie's wind spirit had spotted, and when they arrived at the top of the hill, they found them arranged in a half-circle blocking the road. Scanning over them with a practiced eye, John slowed Merlin so Ellie could ride next to him. As they approached the waiting group, he spoke in a low voice only she could hear.
You can tell from their armor that they're all from the same force, but look at how they're standing. There are 4 in front, which means they are probably class holders, while the rest are just normal mercenaries. If they had uniform equipment, we might consider them soldiers, but based on the variety in their armaments, they're only mercenaries. However, most class holders run in teams of 5, which means we need to be careful of another class holder or 2 hiding among the mercenaries. Keep your crossbow ready.
Swallowing, Ellie nodded, her eyes carefully sweeping the group they were getting closer to. The group was made up of 8 men and 4 women, all dressed in the same high-quality leather armor John and Ellie had scavenged from the Red Coral adventuring group. Not seeing any symbols or group markers on their armor, Ellie turned her attention to the 4 people who stood at the front of the group. 3 men and 1 woman stood a step closer to John and Ellie, and as they approached, one of the men held up his hand for them to stop.
"Greetings," the man said, his gaze darting between John and Ellie before settling on Ellie.
Pulling on Merlin's reins, John maneuvered his horse between the man and Ellie, his face completely impassive.
"Greetings. Can I help you?"
"You are Sutton, right? Of Sutton Farm?"
"Not very polite to ask for someone's name without giving up your own," John said, looking around at the rest of the group. "I could get the wrong impression and start thinking you didn't have the best intentions toward us."
"Why would that be the wrong impression?" the man asked, trying to look past John.
Returning his gaze to meet John's, he leered up at him.
"You would be entirely right. We're here for the woman. You can scamper off if you're particularly attached to your life, but she has to come with us."
Kicking his foot free of his stirrup, John swung his foot over Merlin's back and slid to the ground. Landing lightly, he saw that Ellie was about to follow him and get off her horse, but he waved his hand, indicating for her to stay where she was. With his hand resting on his sword's pommel, he walked forward until he was only a dozen feet from the smirking mercenary.
"Who do you work for?"
John asked, his calm gaze sweeping the enemy party.
"And have you been warned about the consequences of what you're attempting?"
The man's smirk turned into a sneer as he listened to John's question, and with a jerk he pulled out the curved short sword that rested at his waist. Brandishing it toward John, he spoke in a grim voice.
"Warned? Yeah, we were warned. We have to bring her back alive. You, however, only have one more chance before I cut your stomach open and spread your guts across the ground."
Letting out a sigh, John turned to Ellie and pointed at the man blocking his way.
"As you grow in experience, you will learn that some people are too far removed from reality to bother with. Their minds have grown addled, and nothing you do or say will be able to cut through their warped perception of reality. Though all people deserve a chance, when you encounter this sort of person, the only real option is avoiding them or dealing with them directly."
As soon as his last words rang out, John moved, flames bursting from his feet as he shot toward the leader of the enemy group. His sword sprang from its sheath in one smooth motion, darting for the enemy leader's throat even as John's magical shield sprang open. Caught off guard by the suddenness of the attack, the enemy leader threw himself backward, his curved short sword lifting to try and deflect the silver blade darting toward his throat. The rest of the enemy party had been just as surprised, and their moment of shock cost them dearly. With almost a sixth sense, Ellie raised her crossbow at the same time as John moved and pulled the trigger. A twang echoed in the air as the crossbow bolt shot into the crowd, slamming into the leather-armored chest of one of the women. Her short scream was abruptly cut off as the bolt punched through her armor, crushing her sternum and breaking her spine. Clearly trained for this sort of thing, Storm was not bothered by the sound of the ringing crossbow string and jumped sideways, beginning to circle around the enemy as Ellie began to reload her crossbow. In the center of the group, John's sharp blade sped up, slipping past the curved sword and through a tiny gap between the enemy leader's armor and helmet. Feeling his blade bite flesh, John's wrist flicked, drawing a crimson stroke through the air as hot blood sprayed. Borrowing the momentum as he turned, he thrust his shield forward, slamming it into the leader with a crunch, launching the unfortunate man back into the rest of his teammates. Without waiting for the enemy to catch up, John was already on to the next attack, his blade slashing toward one of the other men standing out front. Clearly some sort of fighter, John's new target managed to react better than his leader had, jumping back and bringing his two short spears up in front of him. The spears were only around 3 feet long and carried a curved hook on the back of their blades that allowed them to double as axes. Though John had never faced this sort of weapon, he wasn't concerned as he pressed forward, his silver sword flickering in the afternoon light. Blocking a strike, the fighter felt his weapon shake and his expression turned ugly. Every single one of John's attacks was powerful enough to shake his grip on his weapon, and he was forced to retreat to keep from dropping his spears.
"Get him!"
The other two class-holders charged forward, one holding a spear and the other wielding a heavy club. Stabbing toward John's back, the spear-holder saw a silver flash as John's sword deflected the point of his spear. At the same time, John intercepted the club with the edge of his shield, deflecting it into the spear. Sensing another attack coming, he lifted his right foot, avoiding the short spear that tried to hook it. Along the edge of the fight, Storm was still moving swiftly around the group as Ellie finished loading her crossbow. As she lifted it to point at one of the enemies rushing toward her, Storm leapt, creating a smooth, stable platform for Ellie to fire from. Another twang and another short scream signaled the death of another one of the mercenaries, and Storm landed, quickly changing directions to create some distance from the charging enemies. One of the mercenaries, faster than the others, jumped forward, his axe swinging down towards Storm's rear legs when a powerful force slammed into him from the side, throwing him across the top of the hill. Neighing aggressively, Merlin rushed over and stomped him furiously, crushing his arm and battering down his defenses until a rock-hard hoof caught the mercenary's temple, killing him. Still fighting with the three class-holders, John kept a careful eye on Ellie and the two horses. Storm was doing a great job keeping Ellie out of harm's way as she loaded her crossbow and sent the bolts flying into the enemy, while Merlin was carefully protecting Storm's back and sides. Confident they would be fine, John blocked a strike from a spear and spun around, his shield knocking the incoming club away. Charging forward, his sword stabbed toward the class-holder wielding the club, forcing her back on her heels. Sensing an opportunity, the other two class-holders started to charge forward when John abruptly changed direction, flames flickering under his feet as he vanished from where he was and reappeared behind the spear-wielding class-holder. With a swing of his sword, he cut straight through his enemy's arm, at the same time punching with the edge of his shield into the small of the fighter's back. A loud crack echoed, and the fighter let out a scream, falling to the ground. Sharing a look, the two remaining class-holders seemed to realize they were outmatched and came to the same conclusion that being anywhere was preferable to being here. Turning in two different directions, they began to escape as fast as they could. But before the club-wielding woman could get more than 2 steps away, a wind whipped up and clouds began to gather. The breezy blue sky suddenly grew dark with clouds, and a lightning bolt the size of an arm dropped from the sky, slamming into the female class-holder. Concentrating on the other escaping class-holder, John still felt the rapid buildup of mana and grimaced. Ellie had deployed her spell much more rapidly, thanks to the assistance of the wand her grandmother had left for her, and it was clear from the way the female class-holder collapsed that it had grown more powerful as well. Yet revealing her magic also meant that every single enemy had to die. John had lived for so long knowing he could not reveal his magic to the world that he had forgotten that Ellie was new to all of this and didn't understand the consequences if it got out she could use spells. Blue flames sprang to life around his blade as John took a step forward, appearing behind the fleeing enemy and cutting his head from his shoulders with a swift stroke. Spinning around, he drew one of his daggers and threw it in a smooth motion, pinning another enemy to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had moved through the crowd of enemies who still stood, his flashing blade transforming to a blue streak as he cut them down. Chapter 25. In less than a minute, the enemy mercenaries had been wiped out, cut into pieces by John's burning blade. Coming to a stop, Ellie hurriedly climbed down from Storm's back and ran behind some rocks, her face bloodless. Pretending he couldn't hear the sound of retching as Ellie threw up whatever was in her stomach, John waved his hand, causing the flames that still burned on some of the corpses to recede. With another wave, a hot wind sprang up, carrying the thick smell of blood and burnt flesh away. Though it wasn't entirely gone, it was better than it had been a moment before. John had spent so long on the battlefield that it honestly didn't bother him any more. But from Ellie's reaction, it was clear he was alone in that. Giving Ellie plenty of space, John quickly looted the bodies, making sure to do a check for any identifying marks. Flipping over the mercenary leader, he found a small metal plate tucked into a hidden pocket at the mercenary's waist. Pulling it out, he flipped it over and frowned. Once again, he saw the same sideways 8 symbol for infinity. He had never encountered this symbol before except when he had fought Kithoff the Eyeless, and he had just assumed it was intended to symbolize the necromancer's quest for immortality, or his empty eyes. Yet now, in less than a week, he had encountered it numerous times on enemies who appeared to be unrelated to each other. It clearly spoke to something happening behind the scenes, something that was running under the surface that most people would never encounter. Putting the plate away with the 2 rings he had recovered from the necromancer and assassin, he took stock of the situation. From the sounds of it, Ellie had completely emptied her stomach, and after a few more minutes she walked out from behind the rocks, weaving unsteadily. After helping her mount up, John climbed up on Merlin, and they continued on their way. As they rode, Ellie could not help but glance back, wincing when she saw the circling vultures begin to dive toward the corpses they had left behind.
"I'm sorry. I'll get used to it eventually."
"I sincerely hope you don't," John said, shaking his head. "Nothing good comes from violence, but this world seems to have been dragged into a descending spiral of conflict. Every moment you live without losing yourself to it is a win."
Falling silent, Ellie thought for a moment, and then let out a sigh.
"Sometimes, if you want something, you have to give up something else. I want to protect myself, my brother, the farm, and if I have to give up my distaste for violence, so be it."
Nodding seriously, John jerked his thumb over his shoulder at the scene of death they were leaving behind.
"That's not a bad conviction to hold. In fact, as we just saw, it's almost necessary to live in this messed-up world. But if you're going to do it, you need to do it properly, or you'll invite more risk than is necessary. I've set up some personal rules I use to govern conflicts, and they've served me well. First, only engage if you're comfortable with the situation going all the way. Second, if it starts, end it quickly. That means no monologuing, no arguing, no debate. No giving your opponent an opportunity to get their bearings. Third, cheat if you can. Fights are never fair, so take every single advantage you can get. And finally, and most important for you, do not under any circumstance use your magic if you're not going to do everything in your power to kill every single witness."
Stealing a glance at John, Ellie saw that his face was completely serious. Turning to look at her squarely, John repeated himself.
"That last one is the most important by a mile. If nothing else, make sure you follow that rule. Apart from me, no one is allowed to know you're using real spells. It's fine for people to think you have a wise woman or shaman class, since they're not true magic users. But if anyone besides me finds out that you can cast true magic, they need to be silenced. I know it probably sounds like hyperbole to you, but I'm not joking in the slightest. Anyone who knows you're a magic user needs to die."
"Is it because magic users are so feared?"
Ellie asked.
"Partially. But the real problem is the people who will want your power for themselves. They'll find you, capture you, and try to extract your ability to cast spells by force. For some reason, there's a legend that magic is the path to immortality. So every madman and every crazy woman obsessed with living forever will be hunting you as soon as they discover you have spells."
"Ah," Ellie said, quickly falling silent as she thought about John's words. Her silence continued as they crossed the river and began to head down toward Kingsmouth, and she only spoke again once they were alone on the road.
"I sort of thought that becoming a witch would end my problems, but now it's sounding like I've invited more."
"Heh. If there's one thing guaranteed in this stupid world, it's problems," John said with a wry smile. "Magic can solve some of them, but there are a surprising number of problems that are better solved without it.
One of the marks of someone who knows what they're doing is that they know when to leave their magic aside and solve their problem with skin and steel.
Seeing that Ellie's brow was furrowed, John raised his eyebrows and waited for her to speak.
What about the Moratoi, the horse bandits? You told them I was a wise woman. Will that cause problems?
No, John shook his head. That's a really good question, though, and exactly how you should be thinking. Wise woman is a hereditary class that's a mix between an herbalist, an alchemist, and a fortune-teller. All three of those classes are probably derived from the witch class, but none of them have the spell-casting ability of a witch. It's sort of like how spellblades are a derivative of mages. They have some spell-casting abilities, but they're fixed, and they can't learn regular spells the way a mage can. So long as you only show effects and abilities other wise women have shown before, it won't be a problem. But spells like your lightning bolt need to be kept under wraps. That's not the sort of ability class holders possess.
After a moment of silence, Ellie looked over at John, curiosity clear in her gaze.
Does magic lead to immortality?
Smiling bitterly, John nodded.
Probably. Like I said, stories almost always have a kernel of truth in them. But even if it does, what good is it?
You wouldn't want to live forever?
And see everyone I've ever cared about die? I've had more than enough of that, thank you. As far as I'm concerned, immortality is for the birds.
I've never heard that expression, but I think I can guess what it means. What if you had another immortal companion?
Sure, that might be okay. But what if you got into an argument with them? John asked. Can you imagine how annoying it would be to have a fight that lasted 100 years?
Oh my, that would be really uncomfortable, Ellie said, covering her smile with her hand. That's why you'd want to make sure you really liked the person you were immortal with. Immortal lovers. Isn't that how the stories go?
Sure, but even lovers fight. When I was in the military, one of the other captains brought his wife along, and it seemed like he got kicked out of the tent every night. We used to joke that if we ever were sieged by the enemy troops, she could probably scare the enemy off with her volume alone. On top of that, she was deadly accurate with, well, whatever came to hand.
Laughing and chatting with each other, they continued down the road toward Kingsmouth. The trip back to the city was quick, and soon the gates came into view, bustling with merchants and workers going in and leaving. After entering through the busy gate, they made their way to the inn Gottfried owned. When the merchant heard they were back, he ran out to greet them.
"Mr. Sutton, madam, welcome back. I trust your trip was successful? Please come in. You must be tired."
"We're not staying," John said, shaking his head. "We're here to pick up our money and hear what happened with the grain merchants."
"Ah, yes, of course. Let me just get the gold for you. Are Merchant Guild writs acceptable? 1,000 gold is a lot to carry."
"Yeah, that's fine."
"Perfect. Please, come in."
"No, we'll stay out here. Prepare some food for us to take. We'll be riding back to the valley immediately."
"Just the two of you?" Gottfried asked, looking slightly concerned.
"Mm-hmm. We can move faster that way."
Seeing the amusement on John's face, Gottfried suddenly remembered who he was talking to and slapped his forehead.
"Ah, right, of course. Let me arrange things for you."
Within 5 minutes, he had brought 2 packs of supplies and a wallet carrying the money they were owed converted into paper writs. As he handed the wallet to John, he lowered his voice and leaned in slightly. "You were right, sir. The grain merchants were all audited. The ecclesia seized all their books, and anyone who was found guilty of corruption was sent to jail, while their goods were sold for less than 1/10 of market price. It was astounding. Cormac sends his profound thanks."
"He bought the tip, so it has nothing to do with me," John said, taking Merlin's reins. "We're headed for the valley. See you in a few months."
"Safe travels," Gottfried replied, bowing. "May the eternal flame guide your,
I'm sure he will."
John said, smirking. The trip out of the city was smooth, and once they had left the gate, John and Ellie mounted up and took off, heading across the plains. On their trip to Kingsmouth, they had been forced to set a temperate pace and stop every day because of the horse-drawn carts. But now, since it was only the two of them, they were able to move much quicker. Manna-fed horses barely got tired so long as they weren't being run constantly, and John and Ellie were excited to get back to the valley, so they decided to keep moving instead of stopping to camp for the night. When Merlin and Storm started to lag, they stopped for a few hours to catch a bit of sleep, and then continued on. The wide plains seemed empty and slightly desolate, but both Ellie and John knew that could change in an instant. Keeping an eye out for dangers, they continued to head toward the mountains that loomed in the distance. The following night, as they approached the mountains, they saw the lights of fires reflecting into the sky and stopped.
"Is that a caravan?"
Ellie asked, looking at the glimmering light.
"I think it's probably a Moratoi tribe," John replied. "It looks too big to be a caravan."
"Should I send a wind spirit to scout it?"
"No, save your mana, just in case they're less friendly than I think they'll be."
Though they weren't trying to be quiet, John and Ellie still managed to get within a few 100 feet of the camp before the pounding of hooves sounded and a group of scouts swept up to them. Armed to the teeth, they looked just as fierce as the horse bandits who had surrounded the caravan on the way to Kingsmouth. This time, however, when they saw the horses John and Ellie were riding, they appeared much more friendly.
"Hold! You approach the Burning Grass tribe. State your name and tribe."
Stopping, John made sure to keep his hands in plain sight as he spoke.
"I am John, blood-bonded brother of Zayat the Slaying Wind, Khan of the Flying Eagle tribe. I am escorting the wise woman of my tribe back to her home."
A murmur broke out among the scouts, and they all quickly bowed to Ellie, causing her to stiffen. With as much fear as respect, the leader of the scouts greeted her respectfully, even as one of the scouts turned and rushed toward the camp.
"You honor our tribe with your visit, wise one. We will prepare a feast for you immediately. Our tribe's wise woman has been speaking of her interest in meeting you. Please honor us by sharing our salt."
Unsure what to say, Ellie looked at John, but he remained silent, so she just gave the scout leader a small smile.
"Thank you."
The scouts escorted them into the camp, and soon John and Ellie found themselves surrounded by a large crowd of Moratoi. There were many women and children in the group, along with dozens of men who were armed just like the scouts. Everyone kept a respectful distance, and anywhere Ellie looked, the Moratoi bowed toward her respectfully, causing her to blush and fix her gaze straight forward. Soon an elderly lady pushed her way through the crowd, followed by a teenage girl who gazed at Ellie and John curiously. Stopping in front of Ellie, the elderly woman bowed her head, her hand held to her forehead, palm out.
"Your presence honors our tribe. We have heard of you from the whispers that drift on the plains, and of your companion, who is the blood brother of the leader of the 5 tribes. I am Ataya, wise woman of the Burning Grass tribe."
Returning the bow with a curtsy, Ellie smiled at the wise woman.
"Thank you for your welcome. I am Ellie, wise woman of, Sutton Farm."
"I welcome you to our tribe. I would host you myself, if that's acceptable. Please, come eat."
From the corner of her eyes, Ellie could see John's imperceptible nod, so she accepted graciously, much to the elderly lady's delight. Following Ataya toward the tent where the feast had been set up, Ellie turned to John, giving him a helpless look.
"I don't know what to do," she whispered, clearly flustered. "What if I mess up?"
"Just relax," John said, smiling at her. "Wise women are not called wise for nothing. Ataya understands the situation well enough that she won't put you on the spot. If for no other reason than offending you would force me to fight the chief of this tribe to the death."
"Is it okay that I said I was from Sutton Farm? That probably sounded stupid. Maybe I should have said I was from the valley?"
"Ellie, just take a deep breath. You're going to do great. This is a private feast between wise women, but I'll be right outside.
Treat this as an opportunity to learn more about the Moratoi and the role of a wise woman."
Breathing in through her nose, Ellie held the air in her lungs for a long moment before breathing out, calming herself down. Under John's encouraging gaze, she entered the tent with Ataya, leaving John outside. Chapter 26. Standing at the door of the tent, John consciously avoided listening to the murmurs from inside, giving Ellie and the wise woman Ataya their privacy, instead taking the opportunity to soak up the sights and sounds of the Moratoi camp. The camp was filled with the smells of dinner being cooked, reminding John of his days in the military camps, but there was a sense of peace present among the horse bandits that had been missing among the troops. Letting his gaze wander over the camp, John saw dozens of children peering at him from the corners of the tents, their eyes wide with curiosity. A tent flap opened, and a young woman came out, carrying a tray of dishes she brought over to John. Behind her trailed a middle-aged man whose weathered skin testified to years spent in the saddle. Recognizing her as the young woman who had followed Ataya, John waited for them to approach, assuming they would be carrying the food into the tent. To his surprise, they stopped in front of him, and the young lady put the tray down on the ground. The middle-aged man stepped forward and saluted John with his fist on his chest in a typical warrior salute.
"Greetings, Brother John. I am Baidar, Vice Chief of the Burning Grass tribe. It is our honor to have a warrior as powerful as you visit us. We have brought some food for you to refresh yourself."
"Well met, Brother Baidar," John said, returning the salute. "I am standing guard at the moment, but I appreciate the food. Thank you."
"Of course,"
Baidar replied with a smile, clearly happy at the way John had addressed him.
"We'll leave it for you, and not bother you as you complete your duty."
After a few more pleasantries, the vice-chieftain left, his head up and his shoulders back. The young woman, however, stayed next to John, staring at him with wide eyes. She was quite striking, with large expressive blue eyes and jet-black hair pulled back in a complex braid falling to her waist that created a startling contrast. Seeing that John was looking at her properly for the first time, she smiled at him, causing her face to light up.
"Greetings. I am Yaya, apprentice to the Burning Grass wise woman."
Unconcerned by John's distant behavior, the young woman took a step forward and picked up one of the bowls from the tray, holding it out to John with 2 hands.
"Please, this is a soup made from bone marrow. It is only given to the wise woman at her road feast, but there was some extra, so I brought it for you."
Shaking his head, John refused to take the bowl.